What's going on, everyone? Meteorologist Mike Linden coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. A busy, busy day on tap for the United States today. With me, I have meteorologist Matthew Capucci coming to us live from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Capucci, a day that we kind of anticipated getting rather active, but here we are, a pair of high-risk severe weather warnings. That's a 5 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. It's as high as the scale goes, let alone the fact that it's the first high risk in quite a while. It's the first double high risk in over 10 years. And right now we are tracking a real mess over Arkansas. So let's jump right into it. Capucci, I can see that you have it pulled up there. So let's look at a reported funnel cloud here just west of Little Rock.
Yeah, most definitely. So as you mentioned, the first high risk since March 25th, 2021, first double high risk since 2012. And the big story right now, what's happening in Arkansas. We zoom out on the MyRadar app. You can see everybody in the yellow. Those are tornado watches. Some are PDS watches or particularly dangerous situation watches. But we zoom in right now, we see 3 tornado warnings from the Hot Springs radar, one directly over Hot Springs. When you see the hook gecko, when you see that kidney bean shape in that cell, that's never a good sign. So let's see if we can take off the weather alerts real quick or make it so we can see inside them just like that. And now you'll be able to see this hook echo moving into downtown Hot Springs, a very busy city here in Arkansas, very concerning. So again, we'll put the weather alerts back on just so you can see where the tornado warnings are. In this red box, you want to be in shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. So there has been a funnel cloud sighted near the Hot Springs Memorial Field Airport, a little bit northwest of Lake Hamilton. So here's kind of the broad, here's kind of the broad hook echo associated with this storm, kind of wraps backwards, almost like a C shape. The apex of that right here near Lake Hamilton is where that potential tornado or funnel cloud would be. Right here, towards the middle of your screen, that's the inflow notch, a little lighter coloring. There's less rain falling there. That's where warm, moist air is rushing northwards to fuel the circulation. The red right here, that's a rear flank downdraft, the cool air wraparound on the backside of the circulation, wrapping back, tightening that spin. It brings rain, it brings hail, it brings strong winds, but right in between, near the L in Lake Hamilton, that's where we'd have that potential funnel cloud. Now, my concern, Lake Hamilton is oriented south to north. That's an opportunity for inflow winds, more winds out of the south, to rush down the length of the lake where you have less friction, a little bit more moisture, and help that tornado potentially form more quickly. So again, very concerning setup. We'll take a look at velocity showing which way the winds are heading inside the storm. We'll zoom out just a little bit and hopefully this loads. If it does, that would be great. If not, we'll see what we can do otherwise. We'll switch back to reflectivity and kind of show you a broader picture of what's going on. Keep in mind, after this initial potential tornadic storm in Hot Springs, we have a second one farther south near Amity, near Glenwood, moving up, looks like Highway 70 and 270 right now as well. Potential tornado warning right there. And then farther north, 2 other ones. This one, a pretty impressive hooking storm near Opelo, moving towards Plumerville and Menominee. And then farther north towards, it looks like Greens Ferry as well, another circulation. What we'll do right now, if we can actually switch on over to the Mac Mini Unity one, we'll show folks a broader look at what's going on across the entire area. And again, folks in the back, let me know when we have that switched over so I can show people at home what is going on with the overall high risk area if we can switch that. If someone would let me know when we can switch that, if at all possible, that would be great. For the time being, I will stick with the iPad, but please do, people in the back, switch on over. That would be very much appreciated. And again, we are monitoring several tornado warnings across Arkansas right now. They're all very concerning. The one moving into Hot Springs, arguably the most concerning right now. And if I pause right here, I'm going to back up just a little bit, a couple frames. Earlier on, this cell had what we called a BWER, or a bounded weak echo region, basically a donut hole commensurate with strong upward velocity. What's happening in the middle of the donut hole is that rain is being suspended by the upward moving winds, which oftentimes kind of shows you where potential tornadic circulation is. Right now, I'm showing that it looks like we have switched on over to the correct graphic system. That is awesome. So I want to show folks at home what's going on here. And we're seeing, obviously, the severe weather risk for today. 2 high-risk areas, one over the Route 50, Interstate 50, and Interstate 40 corridors in parts of eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, northwestern Mississippi. This again in that pink zone. And then farther north with a secondary one for parts of the Corn Belt, including southeastern Iowa, including the Interstate 80 corridor, northwestern Illinois, and northeastern Missouri. So let's take that off for a moment. We'll show you something else we have going on right now. If I can just go to the layers menu real quick, we'll get rid of the convective outlooks. We'll take off the high def radar and do the per station radar. Here goes the convective outlooks. And now we're going to more closely zoom in farther south. We'll put on the Little Rock radar right here. And this is what we are carefully monitoring right now. It'll take just a second to load as we switch on over to a different radar. And once it does, we'll be able to get to better data and hopefully show folks a good perspective as to what is going on. So again, let me just switch on over to our per station radar real quick. Here's the icon for Little Rock. We are clicking that, and it should take just a second. Awesome, KLZK. So here's what we have going on. This is velocity, showing you which way the winds are heading inside the storm. Again, what we're seeing right here is a couplet, changing winds with a short distance. Blue and green are winds, both strong in the same direction towards the radar, but when we have different wind speeds over a short distance, the inference of course, there could be rotation right there. So that's what we're seeing right now, moving into downtown Little Rock. Again, or rather downtown Hot Springs, of course, right here. The circulation is directly over Hot Springs. It was rather impressive a moment ago. It did intensify about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a brief touchdown in the city of Hot Springs. Again, we are checking right now to see what is going on with the tornado warning. On the right side of your screen, you can see there's no confirmation yet of a tornado, but we are watching that regardless because it could produce one at any time. And then watch what happens. Farther west, 2 additional warnings for different potentially tornadic storms. This one near Amity, not super impressive, but on days like today, things can and oftentimes do pulse up very quickly. So you're watching that quite closely. And let me see if we can go farther north and see what is going on with a couple additional cells, like this one, for example, near Opolo. This is near a pretty busy highway intersection too. Looks like along Interstate 40 west of 65. And we're seeing the red and green over short distance, soon to exit the warning polygon near Plumerville or Plumerville, a little bit north of Menifee. Again, that is pretty concerning right now. If you're in that area, want to seek shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows, mobile home, vehicle outdoors, get to a site-built location and put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. And keep in mind, mobile homes are death traps. They really are. The tornadoes put the word mobile in mobile homes. There's a reason why only about 5.6% of the U.S. population lives in mobile homes, but roughly 54% of tornado fatalities occur in mobile homes. So you're way more likely to be killed in a mobile home than you are in a ditch. One other potentially tornadic storm farther north is this one near Fairfield Bay, and looks like a little bit south of Shirley. Has a good circulation right now, but keep in mind, radar coverage over Arkansas is not great. That's why this storm. The inference is, of course, if there's rotation up high, there's likely rotation nearer to the ground. We just don't know how strong that rotation is. But again, this is for parts of Stone, eastern Van Buren, and western Claiborne counties. That goes until about 2 o'clock local time today or 3 p.m. Eastern time. So we're watching that, of course. 17 more minutes with this warning. I do suspect this circulation right here will likely exit the warning polygon before that polygon is set to expire, and subsequently will likely be extended downstream. So if we broaden out a little bit, we'll see what's going on across the rest of Arkansas. Again, anytime you see white, that's a sign of a lot of moisture commensurate with either very heavy rain or perhaps hail. And in this case, we are likely seeing storms tall enough to get pretty big hail, perhaps to the size of, I'd say, quarters, maybe about $50 in a few locales. Here's the biggest storm of the day right now, right over downtown Hot Springs. This is the one we are especially concerned with, the one that may be producing a funnel cloud, if not a tornado. Again, you have to keep in mind, if it is a radar-confirmed tornado or just an indicated tornado, you have to treat it equally seriously, because in the case you have something on the ground, it is very difficult to get the right people to see it, know who to call, get that to the Weather Service, and get that turned around to the public as quickly as we can. So regardless, there very well could be something on the ground. We just can't know for sure right now, but you want to treat this equally seriously. No confirmation yet of a tornado with that. And then we'll zoom again farther south and west with the one towards Glenwood. Moving along looks like 270. Circulation is a lot more broad, a little bit more diffuse right now. I'm not seeing too much of a couplet with this circulation, but the fact that we have multiple storms training along what we call this confluence zone, or essentially this band of sort of convergent air near the surface, that shows you that they will likely have some training with the storms today. And unfortunately, one storm after another looks likely. Let's broaden out a little bit more. I'll take off our per station radar and put on our high def radar, just so we can show you a broader picture, a broader perspective as to what is going on. If I take a look at the layers menu, and here's the deal. All across the area, up and down the Mississippi Valley, we have these yellow boxes. These are what we call tornado watches. A watch means conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including hail, winds, and of course, tornadoes. When we talk about tornado warnings, they are more targeted warnings that generally connote a storm that is either imminent or occurring. In the case of a tornado that has either been sighted via Doppler radar or is expected to touch down soon or has been sighted in person. What we'll do right now, again, we take off those watches, we'll put them back on, and let's see if we can highlight them a little more. Yeah. So all the little red and yellow boxes, those are warnings. All the big broad ones, those are watches. One thing that is especially impressive with this system, it is so large, such a sprawling cyclone, that there's actually cold side to it, delivering snow to the James River Valley of South Dakota. Over here, there's some convective snow, essentially air moving upwards in the atmosphere, which could give a bit of thunder snow. So it looks like the Interstate 29 corridor points west towards Huron, Pierre, and the direction of Platte and Lake Andes as well. Yankton's a little bit south, but I think Brookings in the next little while, we'll see something too. Been to the bowling alley there a couple times. It's a nice place. I love Brookings and Watertown. So anyway, farther south again, we are watching multiple areas of severe weather up and down the Mississippi Valley. We'll zoom in over here in Missouri, and we see a number of cells really getting going. And notice how they're all discrete. They're all isolated. They're not quite near each other. That's the issue with today's setup. A lot of these will be lone, discrete, rotating supercells that don't have to compete with neighbors. In other words, they can tap into the full volatility, the full hostility of the atmosphere, really channel that and become powerhouse storms. There's less competition because the neighboring storms aren't too close. They're not competing for the same resources. So this one right near Trenton, Missouri, this one's kind of getting that look. In the next little while, it could become kind of problematic. And a big hail core with this one too. Again, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect with this one. The National Weather Service indicates golf ball sized hail has been sighted by trained weather spotters, and rotation is beginning to climb upwards as well. We'll take a look farther south along the line towards looks like a little bit east of Liberty and Independence in Missouri. We have this other one near Sedalia. This one's rather impressive right now too, at the intersection of 50 and 65 southeast of Lamont. This one is taking on a hook echo, or kind of a kidney bean shape, showing rotation within the storm. As these storms grow taller, they feel changing winds with height in the atmosphere, and they begin to rotate, which is of concern today. Farther south, this one near El Dorado Springs is a little bit strung out east of Fort Scott, so doesn't have an immediate tornado concern, but all of these are rotating. They're rotating quickly. They will continue to increase in the rotation later on today. This is the main batch of storms that is moving into a more favorable environment where we'll see a better chance of tornadoes later on, especially east of Des Moines, along Interstate 80 and into northwestern Illinois as well. I want to quickly revisit those trio of tornado warnings in the greater Little Rock and Hot Springs area. Again, the unfortunate issue is that this populous corridor of Little Rock is kind of where the storm is tracking right now. We'll put back on our per station radar here at Little Rock, and we'll see that rotation has increased over the past couple of scans. A little bit east of downtown Hot Springs. This is near Fountain Lake. So again, north of, looks like Route 70 right now, which is good news, a slightly less populous corridor. But regardless, right now, it's over kind of a more rural area. In the next little while, though, it is heading right for, looks like Little Rock. So Little Rock, you are not in the clear yet. In fact, concern is definitely increasing in Little Rock. We'll pause real quick and see what we can see on another radar product.
Capucci, for people that are tracking along, by the way, looking at the app, if you'd like to see the latest and most current radar scan as it comes in, all you need to do is drag that animation slider all the way to the most recent time and leave it paused. And then at that point, you'll see the latest radar scan as it comes in.
Beautiful. So in fact, come on, pause. You got this. Pause. Well, in any case, there we go. Folks at home know I'm a little bit technologically challenged, but at least I know weather, so I'm 1 for 2. In any case, we are seeing...
Speaking of which, Capucci, not to cut you off again there, we've got a lot of folks watching here in the chat from all over the United States. We've got Asheville, North Carolina, Panama City, Florida, Knoxville, Tennessee. We've got Noel asking about Memphis, and I know, Capucci, that was something that you and I talked about prior to all this getting going, that Memphis, Tennessee looked particularly rough. Coincidentally, there's another town named Memphis in the high-risk area to the north. So I've got to imagine that that's got to be pretty unique to have two communities both named Memphis, both under high risk for severe weather. But I digress. We'll talk about Memphis here in a minute. Noel, go ahead, Capucci.
Yeah, let's definitely put on the convective outlook real quick, just so we can address our friend who is worried about Memphis. You can see Memphis is kind of in the core of that severe weather zone. When you see the purple, that is a high risk of severe weather. These things are not issued often by the Storm Prediction Center. They're reserved for days when either a very high impact or very widespread event is likely. And today, unfortunately, we have both high impact potential for strong and or violent tornadoes, many of which may be long track, and these storms will be widespread. Just about everybody in the Mississippi Valley will either see them in their county or nearby. Not necessarily tornadoes, but at least some impact in the form of damaging winds, hail, or of course that tornado risk as well. So Memphis is in the zone. Anytime you see a purple, that happens very rarely. Last time was back on March 25th, 2021, when 20 tornadoes touched down over the southeast, including one in Alabama near Greensboro that tracked about 80 miles. An EF4 that night hit Noonan, Georgia, killing, I believe, 6 people across the entire outbreak. So a very unfortunate situation last time. Not to say this time will be a repeat, but the atmosphere has that look. Today's one of those days. And unfortunately, we're seeing things cook up in real time right now with this trio of tornado warnings in central Arkansas. So I'll take off the convective outlook real quick, just so we can kind of see more clearly. Again, MyRadar has so many different things that we can put on, so many different layers. We've heard it compared to a candy store before. Every piece of data a meteorologist could want is in the app. So whether you're a hobbyist, whether you're at home trying to learn weather, whether you're a professional meteorologist as we are, this app has something for everyone and has the real deal data. Like this, for example, this is velocity, shows you which way the winds are heading inside a storm. Red and green are winds in two slightly different directions. When you see those two colors near each other, that is rotation. Again, not super strong right now, a little bit northeast of Hot Springs, northwest of Little Rock or southwest of Little Rock, but that rotation is beginning to perk up, so something we do have to watch. We'll put back on our reflectivity, kind of the one we are used to seeing with the reds, the yellows, showing you how heavy the rainfall is by going to our layers menu down here. Looks like a stack of cards. And actually, let me see. Oh, select product, reflectivity, beautiful. Awesome. So this, again, kind of that classic hook echo, the shape of a C, where the apex of that right down here is where that rotation would be, a little bit west of Salem, west northwest of, it looks like, Interstate 30, west of Benton. So again, this thing is riding east northeast. It is set to ride directly into Little Rock in the next little while. So I'd say Little Rock, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but begin taking your tornado precautions, because in the next probably 30 to 35 minutes, if not sooner, this storm will be over you. We can't necessarily know what this storm will do after a half hour or so. We know right now it is potentially tornadic, but we can say in an environment like this, where the atmosphere is fully primed, you have a lot of cape or juice to get upward motion, and you have a lot of spin with height, such that any clouds that span multiple layers begin to rotate. On days like this, the atmosphere is locked and loaded, and there's a good chance anything that goes up will remain tornadic for a while. So again, this storm is moving towards Little Rock right now. Little Rock, don't go to your shelter quite yet, but begin kind of having one foot in there, so to speak. Start making your precautions, start gathering the kiddos, gathering the family, your loved ones, your friends, whoever you need to, and have a plan to step into your shelter in the next 30 minutes or so if need be. And keep in mind, after that cell, there's another one here. And in today's environment, things could become tornadic in a hurry. Keep in mind, we've only been broadcasting for about 20 minutes, if that, and these things are very quickly developing. So more could and likely will be in the offing later on today, for which reason we need to watch this. Farther north, a couple additional cells we're watching in northern Arkansas, north of Hot Springs along Interstate 65. There's this one northwest of Wooster, a little bit west of Greenbrier. Again, kind of strung out right now. It's tough to see exactly what is going on with this due to slightly poor radar coverage in Arkansas. We'll put on velocity and see if we can kind of dig under the hood, so to speak. And wow, that's exactly why we did that. It does not look at all impressive on reflectivity, looks kind of strung out, but on velocity, it looks very impressive. Red against green over short distance. This is obvious rotation just west of Wooster, west of Greenbrier. I think it'll pass between Greenbrier and it looks like Twin Groves, heading right for Guy and eventually down the road in the direction of Kitman. So again, anyone in this polygon, you have to be in shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. As you saw on screen just a moment ago, you want to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you possibly can. Again, this tornado warning is in effect for Van Buren County, Cleburne County, Conway County, and Faulkner County in central Arkansas until 2:45 p.m. Central Time or 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time for the folks on the East Coast who are watching right now. So red against green, It's a Doppler effect. How do we know which way the raindrops are going and where the winds are going? Well, if you ever sat at a railroad crossing, you heard the train whistle go by, it went neum, and the pitch changed as that train crossed a crossing based on your location. The reason being, as the train was coming towards you, these sound waves were compressed, kind of squished towards you, and as a result, the pitch went up. As the train is pulling away, those sound waves get stretched out and the pitch goes down a little bit as that object is receding. What Doppler radar does is use the same technique with radiation, with energy that is super duper sensitive that we can't see or hear, but it hits the raindrops, bounces off, and comes back giving us information about which way the raindrop or the hailstones or whatever is heading. So in this case, we know green is towards the radar, green is south, red is north on this side, counterclockwise circulation. The red side represents warm inflow winds on the eastern side of the circulation rushing in to fuel that storm. The green on the backside, that's a cool air wraparound on the backside, the rear flank downdraft, which will bring cold winds, tighten the circulation, and potentially bring gusty winds of, say, 45 to 60 miles per hour, even after the potentially tornadic circulation passes. So we'll look on reflectivity right now. And one thing I want to point out as this moves right towards 65, this donut hole in the middle of your screen right here, this is what we call a BWER, or a bounded weak echo region. Essentially, that's an area in the storm where air is moving upwards and suspending precipitation, causing that void on radar. When we see rotation commensurate with an updraft, kind of coincident and sort of co-located at the same area, that shows you not only is the air spinning, but it's also spinning and moving upwards to such an extent that some rain isn't able to fall. That's an indication of a strong circulation that may become tornadic at any time. We can look at something called correlation coefficient to show the shapes of whatever's in the atmosphere. Red, it's just kind of normal shapes like rain, like hail, like whatever. If we saw a splotch of blue, that would be a sign of irregular, jagged shapes that would, of course, be tornadic debris. We don't see that right now, which is good news. So it looks like there may not be a tornado on the ground yet, but out of a circulation like this, one could develop at any time. It looks to me right now like there may be a slightly tighter area of rotation trying to get going right there. So we're watching that closely. And again, one additional tornado warning farther north of, it looks like Shirley, and I believe Fairfield Bay is this one right here towards the center of your screen. By now, you know what you're looking at. You know this is a couplet. Two areas of wind heading in slightly different directions over a short distance, commensurate with a potential tornado or tornadic circulation. But here's the thing. This is so far from our radar that we're peering higher up into the storm. So even though the couplet may not look quite as impressive, we don't know what's going on at ground level. And as a result, we can't necessarily say with confidence that there is or there isn't a tornado. But regardless, if you're in Stone County in southwestern Izard or Izard County, Van Buren County, Cleburne County, you want to be in shelter now. This goes until about 2:15 p.m., maybe longer as that moves northeast. Again, multiple different tornado warning circulations. The last one on the southwestern side has dropped off. But again, we'll quickly return to this one that earlier on was near Hot Springs, now is midway between Hot Springs and Little Rock. The fact that it's moving so quickly in between the two cities shows you on days like today, you have these storms with rapid storm motions. They're moving swiftly, they're moving quickly. That is a big concern. So oftentimes, by the time you get the warning, you might only have 5 or 6 minutes to be in your safe place before the circulation moves overhead. These things are trucking along at highway speeds. And keep in mind, they don't have to wait in traffic. They're not stopping at traffic lights. They're not stopping to go to the grocery store. They're not stopping for stop signs. These things are riding right through. So again, they'll be here before you know it. They'll be here before you expect it. That's why on days like today, if you get the warning, whether it be on the app, the MyRadar app, of course, a buzz on your cell phone from the wireless emergency alerts, whatever, you have to already have your plan in place. You don't have time to think. You have time only to act. So here's one circulation right here, this kind of hook echo right here. This is rain being wrapped back around that area of spin, which is right here at the tip of the hook echo. There's another circulation, another kind of storm trying to get organized right here. It's not doing so quite yet, but it is, of course, concerning. And then here's our other circulation farther north with the impressive storm, a little bit north of Worcester, moving towards Interstate 65.
And
one
Capucci,
last time before I toss to you. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, for people that want to follow along as well, I've got it pulled up here on my version of the app, Matt, if you want to take it. But if you go into the layers menu here and turn on the video/storm chasers layer, here you'll be able to Here you'll be able to watch chasers as they are live right now in the moment, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studio. So this storm that Capucci's talking about here that is right now over the top of the Conway area, just to the north of Little Rock, we can tap on this little box here. I believe that is Eric Corin here, who is, again, streaming live through our partners from Severe Studios. And this is totally free in the app for you to be able to follow along. We'll have some of the chasers up on camera here as they come into us. We've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall out there as well. He's stationed in and around the Peoria, Illinois area. But these chasers are going to be all over the map, really. All you have to do is look for them. Here you go. You got some that are stationed behind this particular wave, just to the west of Joplin there. But again, this is the area that we are watching with the 3 tornado warned cells. You can also see at the bottom of the screen here, we've got a rolling list of all of the active warnings, from tornado warnings to severe thunderstorm warnings. So we certainly got you covered from there. We're going to bring Capucci back in a moment, but again, I encourage you all that are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever we happen to be streaming. Of course, we're in the app as well. Get involved in the chat. You can ask us any questions as we are live. If you want us to put your minds at ease, if you have any questions about, as Capucci talked about before, the Bounded Week Echo region, if you have a question about the app, or if you just want somebody to talk to, we are here. So I've got Noel here in the chat that is saying here, and this comes to us from YouTube, how often are these 5 out of 5s? Of course, he's talking about the high risk. How often do they actually produce tornadoes? Without having that information in front of me, I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number, but just better to be prepared than to not be, particularly on a day like today. As Capucci touched on, these storms don't have to wait in traffic. They've got no one holding them up, and they are discrete, meaning they are off by themselves. When you see a collective kind of line of storms, your general squall line, yes, those could still bring heavy rain and, of course, bring with it damaging winds, but it's those storms that are off by themselves that really can be the nastiest, as they don't want to share the available energy, all that juice in the atmosphere. They don't want to share it with nearby storms. So that's why these are really worth paying attention to. But in terms of taking a 5 out of 5, the high risk, seriously, you absolutely should. Today is not the day to kind of figure out your tornado plan. I would imagine for folks that live in this part of the United States that they are very well prepared, particularly across the Deep South, where there have been a lot of tornado warnings, of course, over the short term. But this is not an event to take lightly. Make sure that you have your notifications turned on from the MyRadar app. Of course, if you are watching TV and local media, that's great as well. You want to try to have multiple ways of kind of knowing what's going on today. Not a day where you want the weather to sneak up on you here. Again, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings all right now pushing through the greater Little Rock area, but I've got turned on in the app the weather outlooks. Whoa, a lot of chasers now starting to gather here up near Iowa. In fact, let me go into the layers menu here. We'll turn on the high def radar so we'll get an idea of what's going on. So yeah, we've got a couple of storms here firing up just to the south and west of Des Moines. As it stands right now, nothing tornado warned, although there are several severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, here just on screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And this little purple bullseye here, that is that high risk. Again, the 5 out of 5 in terms of the Storm Prediction Center scale. This is as high as it goes, folks. Someone's saying that the radar zoomed in a little too close. There you go, zooming out just a little bit. Not seeing any particular tornado warnings here just yet over the Iowa, Illinois area. But let's zoom on down. Let's go back and look at this risk area here. Again, we have 1, 2, 3, a 4-pack of tornado warned storms. We'll go back to per station radar. And within per station radar, we're able to take a really in-depth look at what is going on in the atmosphere. Again, hope that you are all doing well. We've got someone on YouTube says they're traveling from Montana to Florida. Holy moly, that is a trek. How do things look between Birmingham and Tallahassee? Well, we'll get to that as the evening progresses there, but as it stands right now, we are trying to keep a close tab on the active weather here. So again, if you are tracking these storms at home and you want to see the latest radar scan, all you need to do, see how at the bottom of my screen here, I have this little animation slider here. Just make sure that it is dragged as far to the right as possible. That would be the most current time that a radar scan was available, and just leave it there. As long as it's not running through, you'll pull in the latest information here. So let's switch back. We're going to go to this Little Rock tornado warning here. The one passing by Greenbrier. Certainly concerning, where you can see, again, on Doppler radar here, the velocity scan where you have winds going in opposite directions. Of course, one of the ingredients that you need in order for tornadic development is wind shear. And in fact, I'll show you how that wind shear is working today. Let's go to the layers menu here. We're going to go into wind. So I've got jet stream turned on. That's good. Let's turn those on. Just going to zoom out a little bit for you here. Now, jet stream is representative of the air upstairs, right? Way high up there here. This is at 500 millibars. Now, you can see the winds aloft are coming out of the southwest, if not straight up out of the west there near Lubbock. I'll go back into winds. Now I'm going to turn on the winds at the surface, right? Remember, jet stream, the air upstairs, the winds at the surface. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's almost straight out of the southwest. So you absolutely have winds acting at two totally different directions there, enough that you are getting that spin in the atmosphere. And that is, again, a big reason as to why we are dealing with two high-risk areas. The first of which we have seen this since 2012. Okay. Zoom in a little tighter here. We'll turn the composite reflectivity back on. Okay. So let's keep an eye on this storm here. And that is right over Greenbrier. Again, for more information on the particular storm cells, you can tap on the weather alerts, and this will tell you everything you need to know. So this is a tornado warning that's in effect for roughly the next 40 or so minutes. It says 2:45 Central Time. Of course, I'm here in Eastern Standard Time. As it stands right now, this is just radar indicated rotation, so we can take a look at that for ourselves here on the velocity scan. And I mean, it doesn't really take a lot to see where that potential rotation is. So again, for the folks that live right here along Guy and Quitman, I believe that is on Interstate 65, you need to be in your safe place. That, of course, is a centrally located area of your home, away from as many windows. If you have a basement, that is ideal. That is absolutely ideal here. We do not have basements here in Florida because of the water level being so high. Okay, so we've got someone here from YouTube asking if there's an actual tornado in Little Rock. We have yet to hear of any ground truth, but let's take a look here at Little Rock. Of course, we've got the radar site just north of the metro proper, to the west of Sherwood there. A lot of requests coming into old KLZK here, so give it a moment. Let's switch it over to composite reflectivity. Stand by, the radar scan's coming in a little slow, as I would imagine there is quite a bit of traffic from people accessing this. Okay. And this is going to be a rapidly evolving kind of situation today, folks. So we are here with you for the long haul. Meteorologist Erica Lopez, you can't see her, she's behind the scenes, helping out with things and with social media. Of course, we've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci coming to us live from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And then, of course, we are here in the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. So there we go. Let's push that out as far as we can go. We're looking now at the tornado-warned storms here over Little Rock and just to the west. It's really going to be this hook west of Benton and Salem that are, as it stands right now, the most concerning. So you can see that there is... Let's pause it and push it forward. So right here, right, is where you can see that spin. That's just to the west of 430 and 30. And as it stands right now, I don't have any confirmation whether or not that is a tornado on the ground. But for the folks that live just to the west of Little Rock and west of Route 430 there and the 630 interchange, Kamek Village. You certainly want to be in your safe place right now. This is kind of the day where the expression "better safe than sorry" that totally applies to today. Erica on YouTube asking about Kokomo, Indiana, how that is looking. So we'll jump back to this in just a moment. Of course, cool feature in the app is the ability to just type that location right on in and go to it. So there's Kokomo. Zoom out just a little bit. That is under that moderate risk. Of course, that is just to the north of Indianapolis. Let's switch it over to, we'll go to this radar here, just to the west of Fort Wayne. I mean, as it stands right now, nothing to be concerned of in Kokomo, but you are in that moderate risk. Things will get going for you much later into the evening. But right now, we're going to jump back over to Little Rock. Of course, that is west of that high-risk area proper. Only a matter of time until it ventures into the purple there, which, of course, is quite concerning. Let's switch it back over to velocity. There we go. Go to the most recent scan. Of course, this is going to become a little problematic here in Little Rock, being that it's so close to the radar site. But that is what we are watching right now. Okay. So we're still watching this tornado warned storm. We've got a ways to go on this particular warning. This is until 2:30 local time, so another 16 minutes. And we'll likely see this get extended a little bit here. We've got some chasers out ahead of that. That's Eric Corin. When I was talking to Jordan Hall earlier today, again, he's in Peoria, Illinois. You'll be seeing some video from him later this evening. But when I was talking to him on the phone, this was maybe 2 hours ago, he had remarked that the skies were beautifully blue and bright sunny skies. When you're talking about, moderate and high risk days and the sky is sunny, it's really not a good thing in that instance. If you're seeing clear, beautiful skies, effectively that is the canvas of which for Mother Nature to work on, being that, you can have those storms rolling right on in there and get nice and tall, and that's where the problems lie. Certainly something that we will be watching here as the evening rolls on, but we're still very early in the day, right? It's 3:15 Eastern time. Of course, this is mainly a centrally located severe weather risk day, and of course they are an hour behind, so 2:15 local time, likely to be a very, very long day and evening for the people of the southern United States and the central United States. Again, zooming on out here, gonna have to zoom on out on the app here. Let's turn off the chasers for a second here. I've got the weather outlooks. I'm just going to turn the opacity up. So, look how gigantic this risk area is today, right? Here, we'll go back to high def radar. This is an absolutely gigantic risk area. As Capucci touched on before, the cyclone is ginormous, right? You have cold air on the backside of this, bringing snow over South Dakota. And you have severe weather stretching from Austin, Texas, all the way northward, close to Milwaukee and Detroit, right? Bear in mind that that yellow color there, that is a slight risk for severe weather. That is a 2 out of 5 on the SPC scale, and it only ramps up from there. Of course, you have the enhanced risk, which is the orange, the red color, which is moderate, and then the 2 high risk areas that are as high as they go on the scale, right? Pink, purple. You let us know in the comments what you think that is. We've had some debate over what color particularly that is, but it certainly does stand out, if anything. So let's go back here. We'll go into the weather outlooks. I'm just going to turn the opacity down because it really helps with getting a real good look at where those bullseye areas are today. As I showed you, the area for severe weather is very large. This is the first high risk that has been issued since 2021, but it's the first time we've seen two independent high risk areas issued since 2012. So 11 years in the making, but here we are. Let's take a look at those two risk areas. This stretches from Pine Bluff into spots like Forest City, of course, Memphis, Tennessee being the biggest city there in the risk area. Helena and West Helena, rather. Clarksdale, Oxford, Mississippi, which of course is where the University of Mississippi is located. New Albany, it's also in Mississippi. This is right there on that Tennessee and Mississippi line here. There's a small portion as well in Arkansas. It's touching multiple states, that one. And then to the north, we've got this risk area here, which stretches from Mount Sterling through to Quincy, Burlington, Bettendorf, Galesburg, into Iowa City. As it stands right now, the storms in that risk area, the one that encompasses portions of Iowa, those are just severe thunderstorm warnings. Or severe thunderstorms, I should say. Of course, very important and worth paying attention to. But as it stands right now, it's the tornado warned storms that have our greatest attention. Now, there is a tornado warned storm here, a new one here to the west, and this is going to get confusing, I think, all day today. Is that Memphis, Iowa? No, that's got to be Memphis, Missouri. Woo, that is going to be confusing today. right there, of course, with Memphis in two risk areas. So let's take a look here at this tornado warned storm. We're going to pick the Des Moines radar. This should get us in close. And for those of you that are just joining us, what's going on? I'm meteorologist Mike Linden with MyRadar. We'll be joined by meteorologist Matthew Capucci as the day rolls on. So here's a look at this particular storm. This new tornado warning is in place until 2:30 Central Time, so we've got another 10 minutes or so in this. It's just radar indicated as it stands. Today is going to be a really fast-moving day where we have tornadoes kind of all over the place, really. A very busy day for our app servers as well. So you can see that there is some weak rotation here on the eastern side of the storm. Of course, that would be the spot as to the way it is moving, right? But as it stands right now, nothing that jumps out at me in terms of anything on the ground. Again, that's for folks that live in Ravenna, Newtown. You need to be in your safe place right now. Again, that's going to be the central location of your home. A basement would be ideal. So this is a little problematic here for the folks that live in Ravenna. Again, the time is of the essence on a day like today. Let's look at the velocity here. So again, if you want the latest radar scan in per station radar, this little slider bar at the bottom, just bring it all the way to the right and make sure that the data is not looping. At that point, we should get the latest radar scans as those come in. And there you go. Okay, just give it a moment there. Yeah, so there is... Let's take a look at another product here. We'll look at correlation coefficient, which shows you objects that are being lofted vertically. It's tough. It just might be where this storm is in relation to the radar. It is quite far away. Let's see if we can switch to a better one. We're kind of caught in between a couple of zones here. I hope that you all are doing safe and doing well this evening. We will be here through all of it. Let's watch this one here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in here that is giving off anything significant in terms of velocity. It looks to be a really nasty storm, though, off on its own, so we will keep watching that one. It is, of course, the storm that I'm looking at right here. Yeah, it looks like we're in a bit of a radar hole there. So I think we'll have to switch back to Des Moines. Yeah, this is an awkward part of the map here in terms of grabbing a good shot at this storm. We'll look at velocity. Yeah, so you can see the area of rotation here. Yeah, there you go. So those are going to be some fairly large hailstones from this. So this is a product here at the bottom of the per station radar features. It's called vertically integrated liquid, or VIL as it's called. This is effectively showing you hail core, right? Where you have ice that is being trapped in the upper portion of the storm. And this would be indicative, of course, of some big time hailstones. So for the folks that live in near Ravenna, you are likely seeing those falling as it stands right now. Let's switch back. That is a big old storm moving on its own. So we'll keep a look on that one. Okay. And for the folks that are watching in the chat, I will try my best to answer your questions as they come in. Hart says magenta in terms of the color, purple or pink. I mean, I guess that would be like a blend of the two, right? So magenta, probably a good shout there. Here, let me turn up the opacity on the radar just a little bit here. Okay, and we'll keep watching this particular storm. Again, for the folks in Ravenna, yeah, this is the part that has me. Okay, let's keep going here. Eric on YouTube asked, how late will we be going live? We'll be here for as long as it takes. I hope that's not a vague enough answer for you there. Okay. Someone asks, is Indianapolis safe? So Indianapolis is under risk for severe weather today. It just depends on what it is that we're going to see. You've got plenty of time until that occurs, though. So again, best to be prepared rather than to not be. How does the expression go? Yes, Capucci.
Yeah, so we got some new radar scans for the Little Rock cell, and it's becoming increasingly concerning. Yeah, if we take a look, I have it pulled up on the Mac Mini. And I got to say, it's looking pretty disconcerting right now to see what's going on with that. You can see the big, obvious hook echo moving really into the heart of downtown, if not just north of the river, a little bit north of Clinton National Airport. So again, you see the hook echo right here. That shows you rotation within the storm. If we put on velocity, I just looked off screen a moment ago, and I'm pretty concerned about just how quick the rotation is really beginning to mature. And look at that, red against green, actually red against blue, showing you there's a pretty strong couplet right there of winds heading in two different directions over a short distance. The inference, of course, rotation right here, just a little bit west of Canwick Village, a little bit west of really downtown Little Rock. It's just right here, I'd say about 8 or 9 miles, if that, due west of the city, moving east-northeast at close to 50 miles per hour. So picture you're commuting to Little Rock. You got to stop at traffic lights, traffic, stuff like that. This storm doesn't have to do that. It'll be here within 10 minutes. Little Rock is under a tornado warning, so we have to be in our tornado safe places right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, you'd be better off in a ditch. Really, on days like today, you cannot trust that you'll be safe in a mobile home, especially because in even strong winds of 80 plus miles per hour, tornado warnings aside too, you can very easily flip the structure of a mobile home. And so when you're talking real deal tornadoes, as may be the case today, a mobile home will just not do it. So again, there's the circulation right there. We'll zoom out just a little bit, see if the Weather Service has any update as to their text.
It's on the ground, Capucci.
It is on the ground.
It's on the ground.
All right. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado moving through the western parts of Little Rock right now, about 8 miles west of downtown. It's going to stay north of the airport, but could pass very near or just north of the downtown city area. Here it is right here, red against green. I'll zoom back out and show you our reflectivity to show exactly where that is. Again, red against green is that couplet of winds opposing each other over a short distance. The inference, of course, rotation. It is right over 430, north of 630, moving towards Canwick Village, right here at the tip, at the apex of this hook echo, moving east-northeast at close to 50 miles per hour. Once again, I'll put the weather alert back on just so you can make sure you see where that warning is. Everybody in the red box, which you'll see momentarily has to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Really, you want to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world, if at all possible, because in instances like this, it is obviously very concerning. Here you see we have multiple different warnings, multiple different watches going on. But for the immediate Little Rock area, you have to be in shelter now, lowest floor of your building and avoiding windows. Again, one more time, some warnings are not populating on the map right now. We'll switch back over to velocity. Here you see, wow, very strong circulation. Obviously, tornado on the ground, seconds away from hitting Kamek Village. Kamek Village, you got to be in your tornado safe place right now. Mobile home won't do it. You want to be in a site-built location and protecting yourselves from flying debris. Now, downtown Little Rock, you have about 5 minutes until this thing is right over you. 5 minutes, no more than that. Due to that, I would say right now, if you can, go to the bathtub on the lowest floor, ideally a basement. But if you don't have a basement, bathtub, lowest floor, grab a blanket or the bike helmets from the garage for the kids. Put those on your heads because most tornado fatalities and casualties stem from head injuries. You want to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. And the best part, we're a streaming service. You don't have to watch us on a TV screen. Take us on your tablet, take us on the phone with you, and get to your safe place. Do not delay for a single moment. We'll switch over to correlation coefficient, looking for debris. Again, it's a messy signature. You're not seeing too much yet, but I do suspect you'll see a big blue blob as this thing moves into downtown and lifts debris into the air. We're not seeing that yet, but believe me, this thing is on the ground near Kamek Village, just west. It looks like right along several really busy roads, right along 10, a little bit north of Evergreen Drive, southwest of Kamek Village, south of Repserdon, looks like a little bit farther west of Canthill Trail. So again, this red against green, it's taking a second to populate, but really, this is a life-threatening situation when you have a storm this powerful, a tornado potentially this powerful, moving through a downtown area. And ultimately, this is what we're afraid of today. This is in Little Rock, Arkansas, the biggest, most populous city in the state. There is a tornado on the ground just west of downtown, moving north to east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. It will be in the downtown area very soon. It's moving really right over the river. So Interstate 40, if you know folks on Interstate 40, west of Little Rock, got to call them right now. Tell them to get off the interstate to a site-built place. Really, nobody should be going west of 440. This thing's going to move just like this, actually pretty darn close to one of the airports on the north side of town, which is not Clinton Airport. But again, there are a lot of really busy areas. We're talking MacArthur Drive, Fairway Avenue, Pike Avenue, Retmount Drive, Remount Road, a little bit southeast of Caddo Road, Arlene Lehman Drive. You guys are all in that zone. These are populous areas. Look at all these neighborhoods soon to be impacted. We're talking Allen Street, like we said, Parkway Drive, Camp Robinson Road, JFK Boulevard, Keir Drive, Remount Road. Ultimately, it's a very busy area. The north side of Little Rock is soon to be impacted by a confirmed tornado and potentially a powerful tornado at that, which is why we're coming to you right now. It is just north of Kamek Village. There's kind of a little messy spattering right here of a different color showing you winds heading in different directions. It looks to have crossed the river moments ago. And ultimately, you have to be in your tornado safe place. We're going to look and see if we see debris. We do see what appears to be a debris signature, kind of messy, but right here towards the center of your screen, this blue blob, that is what we see as debris. Basically, irregular shapes the radar is detecting, commensurate not with rain or hail, but instead tornado debris lofted into the atmosphere. It's a messy signature. We'll back up just a little bit. I do believe right here that may be some debris. So ultimately, this is a very disconcerting situation. Obviously, folks have to be in their shelter right now. This thing right near Kamek Village, about to cross the river, probably has already. This radar frame is just a couple moments old, but it's just about to reach Arlene Lehman Drive, soon to cross 40.
I've got it 40. Pulled up, Capucci, on if you can see it there. There's a look at it from the KATV television station in Arkansas.
Yes.
Just goes to show folks, right, that tornadoes can occur anytime, any place, anywhere. You can be flat, it can be mountainous. I mean, it's hilly in this sense, right? There it is, right? You can see it on the screen. Can we take that full
to the folks in the back, just so we can see that a little bit better on our end?
Yeah, go ahead, take it full, Matt, if you can.
In situations like this, we love to make sure folks can see whatever's happening right now. And of course, radar's great. We love that we're a radar app, but ultimately, very few things are as compelling as that. My goodness, look at that. Obviously, a very strong circulation right there. You can see that wedge tornado on the ground, a beaver's tail on the right. That is where you have moisture being pulled into the storm, being cooled off a little bit, condensing, showing you where air is spiraling inwards. You have a second one on the left, those two kind of tendrils marking air rushing into that storm right there. And this thing is churning really into the heart of the northern downtown area. You have to be in shelter now. It just crossed Interstate 40, heading for MacArthur Drive. 365 Remount Road, the airport on the north side of town. You guys are next in line. You are seconds to roughly a minute to 2 minutes away from really the impact of a devastating tornado that will cross Interstate 40. It is crossing Interstate 40 as we speak, and it's right soon to cross over Joe Pock Road, Parkway Drive, 365. Ultimately, this is pretty much as violent of a storm as you can get in a major metro area. And what we're seeing is incredibly disconcerting. So one more time, if we can take our either radar or that graphic full, just so we can show folks what is going on. And Mike, I'm going to drive for a moment. I'll kind of narrate some of the places being impacted by this. But ultimately, it is moving into the heart of downtown Little Rock. It is just across over, looks like 430 and Interstate 40. And one more time, just so I can get my bearings, we'll check and see what is going on as I pull this up on, let me see. We obviously are multitasking quite a bit with this, but Mike, I know you have it pulled up on your end too, but it's just about to hit the bend in 365.
It's pretty much going for the radar site, Capucci. I mean, it is right there. I've got it pulled up here. I think they're about to grab it. Yeah, with the velocity. I mean, it sticks out like a sore thumb, right? It's right there, just to the west of MacArthur Drive. I mean, literally, if you're hearing me speak and that is where you live, you need to be in your safe place right now.
Oh my gosh, can we keep that graphic up? That is incredible. That is oh wow.
It's right near the radar.
Yeah, that is about as powerful of a circulation as you will possibly ever see on radar. And one of the craziest parts of this is we're sampling it in such a detailed way because it's so close to the radar. So we can tell you right now, this is at least, I'd say, an EF3 tornado. We don't like to give you strengths in real time, but really when we see something like this, it is impossible not to be incredibly concerned. Can we switch over to my iPad for just a moment real quick, just so I can show folks a different perspective of this as it moves into the downtown area? If we look at my iPad real quick, we're zooming in right here. You'll be able to see a little purple splotch. That is not hail. That is debris being lofted into the atmosphere. So again, we're seeing debris right now in Canmac Village, and a little bit west of Rebsamen Park Road, about to cross the Arkansas River towards Arlene Lehman Drive and Interstate 40. It has apparently since crossed, and right now we got a new scan. It is directly over the radar site. Mike, I think this is hitting the radar right now as we speak. It looks to me, yeah, it very much looks to me like this circulation is directly on top of the radar. And this is a powerful storm, obviously a strong tornado, one that is unfortunately capable of producing injuries, if not fatalities. And really, Mike, when we talk about a circulation this powerful moving through a downtown metro area, you immediately think about the potential loss of human life. And in this case, when we have a circulation this powerful with a tornado emergency in effect now for Little Rock, a tornado emergency in effect for Little Rock, it's hard not to think that something incredibly tragic could be happening with this if folks aren't taking their precautions. It is hitting the radar site right now. And I lost my radar data. Do you have anything on your end?
I do. I'm not seeing anything as of the most recent scan here, so we'll have to see whether or not it knocked it out. I mean, folks, that's kind of the game that you play here with placing these Doppler sites, whether or not they're going to take a hit from severe weather in the same way how your home could as well. So, Capucci, we're working on as well the Windows version of the app that you have as well. We're working on updating for you, but I've got it pulled up here on the iPad. I don't have anything beyond the 333 scan.
Yeah, let's keep that scan up and just I'll try to narrate where it likely is right now, just because obviously there are so many things going on right now. But I would say for folks who are near Indian Hills, Sherwood, the Sam's Club, McLean Mall, McAlmont, the Old Mill, you guys have to be in your shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. I would say looking at the radar, the last scan that we had moments ago, as this loads, I would say it is dangerously close to Indian Hills. The Kroger, the Starbucks, right off of the JFK Boulevard intersection with Nils Road, North Hills Road. It's likely right over there. So the Goodwill store, the Indian Hills Apartments, the Taco Bell, the Greens at North Hills. I do think the tornado is likely right over you right now, and will be heading momentarily to the east northeast near Apple Valley. So Apple Valley towards the airport, towards the Northbrook subdivision. You guys are all under immediate tornado danger for a life-threatening tornado. Next in line will be Stonehill, then Austin Lakes in the Bay, Sherwood, East Keel Avenue. And ultimately, anyone in that area, this is a life or death situation. This is the one that you train for every tornado drill, every tornado practice you've had. This is why we have kids in schools practicing for this, because on days like today, if you don't know what to do, it could cost you your life. And the unfortunate reality is, in a situation like this, Mike, where it would appear as though the tornado has knocked out radar data, at least based on everything I'm seeing, in a situation like this, there's not much else that can be said other than we hope folks took the warning. We hope folks are doing what they're supposed to be doing right now. And next in line will be Jacksonville, Little Rock Air Force Base. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Anyone along 67, Interstate 67, Cabot, Austin, Ward, you guys are next in line too. If you know folks at the Air Force Base, I'm sure they have their own meteorologists there who are leading folks there in what to do. But if you know folks really traveling along 67 or towards Jacksonville, have them get off the highway right now and seek shelter in a ditch, because if they can't get to a building in the next moment or two, they need to be in a ditch, because you're safer in a ditch than you are in a vehicle. Are you okay? So, Mike, I see you have the latest radar scan up, or the
Yes.
last that we have.
Yes. I mean, it certainly is a concerning area. It's a really tricky spot too, right? Being that it's effectively on top of the radar. I'm still seeing information coming in from the radar, so that means that it didn't knock it out completely. But I mean, it's pretty much right here, which of course the radar isn't able to give us. The one thing I can do here, we're not going to get super detailed information, but I'm going to switch to the high def radar for a moment in the app, and we should kind of get an idea just based on filling in those gaps what is happening here. So again, here is that storm in high def, but you can see that again, it's sitting pretty much right on top of the radar site. Let me switch back to it here. It's right here.
Yes. So it is working for me now on my Windows.
You got it. Yeah, we were just doing some updating for you. You should be good to go.
Awesome. Yeah, so if we take a look at the Windows device right now, then obviously it is clearly still there. It looks like it is just east of the radar. It is in the Sherwood subdivision right now, moving towards the intersection between 67 and 440. So 67 and 440, y'all are next in line for this potential tornado. It's not a potential tornado. I mean, it's obviously on the ground. It is causing damage. It is causing injury and perhaps fatalities, just given the magnitude of the circulation we're seeing, likely an EF3 plus tornado right here over East Keel Avenue. East Keel Avenue moving towards Warden Road. Everybody there has to be in their tornado shelters right now. It is likely passing near or just over Austin Lakes on the Bay, soon to head towards the Homer Adkins Pre-K School, the LSL liquor store in the direction of the Hook Catfish. If you know that restaurant, it's a good restaurant. Towards Liam's Tire Shop, they're next in line too. London's Place Incorporated, Superior Auto Repair and Transmissions, right near South Redmond Road. You guys are next in line for this tornado, which is on the ground. And really, you want to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. We'll take one more look at radar, and then Michael, toss back over to you. We're going to look for, looks like, debris real quick. And the signature is messy. Trust that this thing is on the ground still, lofting debris. But when we have a tornado pass this eerily close to the radar site, it's amazing to see the signatures we get, and it's heart-sinking to know what's happening beneath this, because we're meteorologists. We know what's going on here. Folks at home might see this as a bucket of spilled paint, but trust us when we say this. There is a monstrous tornado on the ground carving through a major metro area right now. And unfortunately, there will be human impacts to this. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, Capucci, that's kind of the name of the game when you're talking about severe weather such as this, right? Where every day is practice until it's a live game. Today is unfortunately one of those days in which it is a live game. Again, a tornado emergency continues for the city of Little Rock. Here you can see on the radar scan, it's now kind of moving away from the radar. Let me pause it here. 176 East Keel Avenue, Johnson Drive, right along Warden Road and I-67 there. You need to be in your safe place. Put as much of the outside world, put as much, I should say, interior walls between you and the outside world as possible. Not a day in which you want to be driving around Little Rock as well. We're going to take you to in a moment as well, show you what's going on up north. This, bear in mind, this is a really, really active day with a high risk for the southern United States and yet another for the central United States, impacting Iowa, Illinois. We just before, you might have seen on Storm Chaser Jordan Hall's chase camera there, you might have seen a wall cloud, which of course it's par for the course with today. It will not be the last wall cloud that we see. Of course, that's the abrupt lowering at the base of a severe thunderstorm where you typically see rotation and eventually a tornado. So we're still watching this tornado on the ground. This is a tornado emergency in effect for Little Rock, Arkansas, just to the west of Jacksonville, Arkansas, and South 1st Street, Southeastern Avenue, 294, and Route 161. You need to be in your safe places if this is where you live. You can see it up on the screen here. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We showed you before what that looked like. And stand by here. Holy cow. Okay, so stand by. I'm going to share a video.
All right.
On our, holy moly, I'm going to share this on our Twitter account, and I'm going to switch over to that real quick. Stand by.
We should mention this tornado is still on the ground moving towards Jacksonville. So again, it's still on the ground moving towards Jacksonville. We have debris in the atmosphere being carried aloft by this tornado. Folks north of Jacksonville may also be noticing a debris fall right now. But wow.
Can you see the video, Capucci?
I can. So for folks on the left, if you look, obviously there's a funnel, but on the far left, you can just barely see what we call the ghost train or the rear inflow jet. Kind of that corridor of extremely strong winds just above the ground feeding into the tornado. So there's like a kind of a highway of wind near the ground that rushes up into the circulation. So multiple features that we're able to make out very clearly from that video, but clearly violent motions with this tornado. And there it is tearing directly through the heart of a major metro area.
Look at the beginning. Look at the beginning, Capucci.
Yeah, so, you can see the ghost train. Yeah, you can see it extremely clearly right there on the far left.
And the power flashes.
Blowing, power flashes. All the things that you don't want to see in a major metro area is exactly what we're seeing right there. And this is just the start. It's 2:44 Central Time. We are not even at peak heating yet. And we now have tornado warning for Peoria, Illinois, or the southwestern suburbs too, one north of Columbia, Mississippi. So it's, today's going to be one of those days where it'll be tough because we'll be jumping around so much. But everybody in this area has to take this incredibly seriously because you've seen what it can do. We saw this once. We're going to see it again. And I unfortunately feel that there will be many scenes like this later on tonight. Little Rock, the biggest city in Arkansas, just got hit by a massive tornado. And we'll have more like that later on today, unfortunately.
Capucci, this hook echo up near Peoria looking really nasty on radar here. This was that, as I just touched on before, from Jordan Hall. You can see his video in the corner there. So he is watching this storm. So it's very likely that we may see a tornado occurring here on his camera. So big shout out to Jordan Hall. You can see his camera there in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. We'll work on getting that full as well. But he's on this storm. If you guys are watching here, we've got a couple of instances of the app pulled up here. So let's take standby. There you go. All right. So there is a look at this particular tornado warned storm. Jordan is just near Peoria, so he's out ahead of it here. Let's look at velocity. So it meets all of the criteria that at least we are looking for, right? Where you can see that V notch, that overshooting top on the reflectivity. You're seeing within the radar where you see the greens and the reds going against one another. Of course, that is indicative of rotation, wind going in one direction and wind in the other, or at least acting upon one another. In this instance, red is representative of winds going away from the radar. Green is representative of winds going toward the radar. So this is, we're not seeing an incredibly strong area of rotation here, something that would indicate that there is a tornado on the ground, but this will definitely be one worth watching. Oh boy, seeing a lot coming in regarding this Arkansas tornado in Little Rock. So this is gonna be a really fast evolving day, folks, where we are jumping literally across state lines. I just shared a photo on our Twitter feed. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at that photo here for just a moment. Again, you can follow us on Twitter at MyRadarWX. So this photo here, I mean, you can see right where that tornado went through. I mean, trees snapped. It looks like we lost a roof over here. It looks like at least the homes are standing, at least that we can see in this photo, but certainly not an ideal situation for the folks in Little Rock, Arkansas. I know Capucci is keeping an eye on that particular storm, but right now we are watching this guy here to the southwest of Peoria. This is in that high risk area, so this would be the first one of the day to potentially get going in an incredibly fertile area for storm development. This is right along Kingston, Mines, Glassford, and Banner, that being Route 24. Bellevue, Norwood, Hannah City, Hollis, you are all kind of just ahead of this tornado warning, so it is definitely worth keeping a close eye on here. In fact, Matt, if we want to take Jordan Hall's video in full for just a moment here, I really want to get a good look at that. He, of course, did capture a wall cloud just before, which of course is indicative of, again, that abrupt kind of lowering that you get just before a funnel cloud does arrive. Okay, so they are working on it here behind the scenes. It looks like we potentially lost Jordan's stream there for just a moment. But one thing I want to show you guys that you can do is, and I don't have it turned on, is if you go into the layers menu here and we scroll down to video storm chasers, if we turn that on, wherever there are available storm chasers that are streaming through our partners at Severe Studios, you are able to watch a live feed from any of those chasers. As it stands right now, it looks like none have their streaming on. Today, super active day, let alone for the world of weather, but in the world of data, my gosh, there's so much data moving around, and holy moly, look at all these severe thunderstorm warnings. I mean, it's seemingly too many to count, right? Stretching from Des Moines all the way into Indiana, pushing south into Columbia, Missouri, and there's another tornado warning for us just north of Jefferson City. Let's take a good look at this one here. In fact, just for right now, we're going to go into the weather outlook, so I'm going to turn that down just a little bit. So this tornado warning here, we've got Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It is right over top of you right now. Whether or not there is a tornado on the ground remains to be seen. Today, fast moving day, folks. I'm using a radar site that's too far away. We got to switch. Go to St. Louis. There we go. Yeah, I mean, so right near Hattiesburg. So Hattiesburg, Sturgeon, Clark, along Route 63 there. I believe that's State Route 63 in Mississippi. You need to be in your safe place, particularly for the folks that live in Harrisburg. Apologies, not Hattiesburg. That is just to the north of Columbia, Missouri. So the home of the University of Missouri, the Mizzou Tigers. You need to be in your safe place. Again, along Route 63. Let's switch back to the composite. Yeah, I mean, it certainly has that look. Remains to be seen whether or not there is a tornado on the ground, although right there you can see the rotational couplet. Okay, holy moly. Yeah, let's switch over to Jordan Hall's camera. Do we have Capucci too? Matt, can you hear me?
Yep, I can. I'm here.
Okay. Do you see the screen? Do you see his camera?
Yeah, I'm able to see that on the left. Obviously, we are looking at the circulation associated with the storm on the left right there. Well, actually, now the right of the screen, that's a wall cloud. And then we're seeing ahead of that what appears to be the leading edge of the updraft. So if I had to guess, I'd say right now we're in what's called the vault of the storm, kind of that notch of the hook echo, looking west-southwest the circulation. Obviously, now it's changing directions. If we pull radar up once again, just so, and if Mike, you want to drive, been having some issues on my end real quick. If you want to show folks sort of which storm we're looking at right now as this pulls into obviously a populated area where Jordan Hall is driving through right now. We'll show folks why it's so important to be in shelter. And if we could switch on over to radar real quick, just so we can get a perspective. Editors in the back, if we could switch over to radar real quick, which Mike has, that would be great. Awesome. In the meantime, you can see wet roads. We don't want folks driving fast on wet roads. But behind the scenes, we can tell you there are a lot of storms going on. Jordan Hall, remind me where Jordan Hall is.
He's in Peoria.
Okay, awesome. So he is in Peoria, Illinois, which is where one cell is moving through right now. We have a tornado warning in effect for the city. Last radar scan I have was a few minutes ago. And again, this thing's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So on days like today, it's almost like you're not storm chasing, the storms are chasing you. And Mike, what we see right there is obviously a very prominent hook echo. We can see purple, commensurate with hail, probably to about a golf ball size, maybe a little bit bigger, especially because they're beneath the core of the upper level low up there where the temperatures aloft are very cool. So supportive of even bigger hail. I'd say perhaps up to about lime size maybe with that storm. And so keep in mind, if you're in downtown Peoria, you could see hail on the north side of town and a tornado on the south side of town from that circulation. Everybody is going to see something out of this. And Jordan Hall's video showed the obvious wall cloud churning ever closer to the ground. A very disconcerting situation right there. And we have multiple different tornado warnings. We're watching 4 simultaneous tornado warnings and a litany of supercells really all over the place today. We have another one north of Columbia, Missouri, another one near Brookfield, Missouri, and then, of course, the one near Little Rock, Arkansas that just spawned the massive tornado that went through town. And that tornado is actually still on the ground. So we can actually revisit that Little Rock cell.
Yeah, let's do it.
And Mike, I apologize if you wouldn't mind driving, just because things have kind of gone kaput on my end, and I'm working to troubleshoot right now. But we're obviously seeing that circulation still ongoing right now. Mike doing a great job pulling up where that is. You can see the red box right there. That's our tornado warning. And we zoom in right towards the center of your screen, the little ball at the southern tip of the hook where Mike's zooming in right now. That's not just the tip of the hook echo, that's the tornado. That's what we call a debris ball. So much stuff being locked into the atmosphere that you're able to see not only a debris ball on reflectivity, but now you're seeing that little blue splotch right there towards the last radar scan. Yeah, it's kind of messy right there, but that blue splotch is debris being lifted into the atmosphere. It's a radar saying, hey, what we see are weird jagged shapes, not necessarily rain, not hail, but instead jagged things, shrapnel, debris. That's what we're seeing right there. And on velocity, just a hellacious signature showing winds over an extremely short distance in 2 different directions, showing you strong rotation. Very sad to see, especially considering what just happened in the city of Little Rock. And Mike, I got to say, the tornado is still on the ground. It's still strengthening. It is south of Austin, southeast of Cabot, moving east-northeast at about 55 plus miles per hour. So keep in mind, that's faster than most folks can drive. This thing doesn't have to wait in traffic. It is still churning onwards. It just crossed over, it looks like Barnhill Orchards are near there, passing over State Highway 89, Forbes Road, Mount Tabor Road. Dana's Antique Doll Studio, Mount Zion Methodist Church. You guys are all next in line. There are several neighborhoods here. Again, not a super populous area, but regardless, there are still homes in the path of this as I head towards Oak Grove and Woodlawn, eventually in the direction of Bethlehem too. So folks, between there and it looks like Butlerville, under a tornado emergency right now. And at this present moment, it's about 4.5 miles south of Austin, Arkansas, moving east-northeast at about, looks like 55 miles per hour. Again, it is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This thing is still ongoing, and it's unfortunate to see, but it's going to leave quite the mark right there. That debris ball, very obvious on radar. So Jacksonville, Cabot, Beebe, Ward, Austin, and Lenoke County. Again, different Austin. Thurman, Old Austin, Parnell, McRae, Sylvania, Garner, Vinity Corner, Butlerville, Hickory Plains, and Woodlawn. You have to be in your tornado safe place right now. The radar signature there is getting a little bit messy. You see two different blobs on reflectivity. I wouldn't be too worried about that. The tornado is the western one. That's a little bit of rain ahead of it. So that says to me, maybe, just maybe, one of two things could happen. Either the rain will obscure the tornado, so you wouldn't be able to see it, which would make it even more dangerous anyway. Not that you should be waiting to see it. You should be in your shelter anyway. Or if that rain that is just ahead of the circulation in the inflow notch can cool the air, it might briefly weaken the tornado, which, per my latest radar scans, does not appear to be happening yet. But in any case, there is a tornado on the ground with this. It is moving east-northeast at 55 miles per hour. It will next hit, it looks like, southeast of Austin. And so I'd say kind of red line, center line for this is going to be right around Woodlawn. So Woodlawn, Butlerville, Hickory Plains, and 4 Mile Corner, right along State Highway 38. Y'all are next in line. This thing is moving right into your neighborhood. And unfortunately, there is no end in sight with this. Mike?
Yeah, Capucci, it's definitely a troublesome situation. I'm going to switch over to Twitter for a moment here so you guys can see another image here that just came in. So here is a look from the air, a bird's eye view of some damage in Little Rock. Certainly concerning, especially when you look at the back end here. I mean, these look to be businesses here in the foreground of this shot here. Bear in mind, look at some of the vehicles that were tossed around here. Right, so it seems as if this car down here was parked in a parking spot, might have gotten pushed by some debris, whatever fell right there. But this is what's potentially a little more concerning, let alone the fact that the roof was just peeled back from this business plaza here. But on the back side, you can see what looks to be some damage to area homes. So that is definitely not a good sign here as this tornado emergency continues for Arkansas. There's a lot going on today, folks, in terms of active weather. We've got a tornado warning in effect for Peoria, Illinois, that Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is on right now. You can see his camera in the bottom right-hand or wherever side it is, the bottom right-hand side of the screen, working on bringing his shot up there. We've got 2 tornado warnings as well in effect for portions of Missouri that we'll touch on in a moment. We talked about that one near Columbia not too long ago. But this is kind of, if you want to call it, the storm of the day, at least thus far. Very concerning. We've got it pulled up here on the app. I've got the latest radar scan. We should see another here in just a moment. This is that confirmed tornado that did touch down in Little Rock, Arkansas. I'll show you that video here in just a moment. We're working on pulling Capucci back into the stream as well. Again, for those of you that are just joining us, what's going on? I guess it is almost the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Mike Linden here with the MyRadar weather team, streaming live throughout the course of this incredibly active, severe weather day. Thank you so much for joining us. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you happen to be watching, like the video, click that thumbs up. It really helps us out a lot. And of course, get in touch with us. You can reach out to us in the chat, and we will try our best to answer the questions as they come in. We've got a lot of people asking about Memphis, Tennessee. We will talk more about Memphis, Tennessee, but as it stands right now, we've got to stay with a tornado on the ground, that being this particular storm right now tracking northeastward along State Route 67, about to cross over to 64 in Arkansas. This is a confirmed tornado that just pushed through the largest city in the state, that being Little Rock, Arkansas here. This tornado warning in effect at least until, or for the next 15 minutes or so, but being that this has touched down at least at one point, you can likely see it here on the ground still in reflectivity. Let's switch over to velocity and see if we can still see that couplet. I mean, there it is. It sticks out like a sore thumb, right, in the latest radar scan right there. So to the south of Austin and Cabot. Let's look out ahead of this here for any of the communities. Again, Griffithville, Garner, McRae, is that Beebe, Ward. You need to be in your safe place right now. You can take us with you, mind you, and watch on your mobile phone. Now is the time, again, if you have that tornado plan, it is time to enact that plan, particularly for people that live within this polygon here. You can see what is very likely the tornado that is potentially still on the ground right there in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Let's switch over to correlation coefficient, and it looks like a mess, right? But right here, right where we're seeing that velocity signature, just to the north or to the east of Campground Road and State Highway 31, that is very likely the tornado on 321 South near Mount Tabor Road and State Highway 31, Butlerville Road. Any of these areas that I'm calling out, this certainly applies to you. Again, in the correlation coefficient, that blue that you're seeing there, those are objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that don't belong there. That very well could be debris, whether it's pieces of a roof, if it's parts of a tree, a car, you know, whether or not that's going to happen remains to be seen. But you get the point, right? It's objects that are being lofted vertically that don't belong there. So this is very likely the tornado on the ground. We'll zoom in a lot here on Mount Carmel Road and Mount Tabor Road. We'll stay with it here as it continues to push its way eastward. So I've got the latest radar scan in place. Let's zoom in a little more so we can see the names of the roads. Cool. Route 38, 321, Mount Carmel Road and Campground Road here, just to the east of Little Rock, Arkansas. Okay. A tornado emergency continues for Arkansas. In fact, while we're looking at this, let's jump on over. I'll show you the video from earlier today, right here from SPC Andy. So you can see what's called the ghost train on the back side, kind of wrapping around the rotation at the base. I mean, that person up on the roof, that is crazy. I would certainly not be wanting to do that at this moment in time. We're working on pulling meteorologist Matthew Capucci back into the stream here. In the corner, you can see Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. This is a big event, folks, that is impacting a lot of the United States. Gosh, look at that tornado in Arkansas. Holy moly. All right, so that's just one, right? There will likely be more today, and there could be some that are potentially even stronger. Of course, tornadoes are not classified in the midst of the event. That is done after the fact by survey meteorologists from the National Weather Service that go out and take a look at the damage. Of course, tornadoes occur very, very quickly, so you're not able to really get a good idea as to how fast it's moving, the winds that it possesses in that moment in time. That's why you need to see the damage that it leaves behind to look at kind of clues. So we're going to continue looking at that storm there over Arkansas. We've got a trio of tornado warnings here in the northernmost zone. This is the northern high risk zone, that pink, magenta, purple, whatever you want to call it, color. So let's take a look at these storms here. I will switch over to the Arkansas storm in a moment. So we've got, again, 3 tornado warned storms. One in Iowa, another crossing into Illinois, and then another in Illinois near Peoria, just to the northwest of Bloomington. And you can see that magenta color there. Let me brighten it up for you there. Right there. That is the high risk zone. I mean, look how large the moderate risk zone is, mind you, and that does cover Indianapolis, Springfield, Evansville, Paducah, Jonesboro, Little Rock. Bear in mind, Little Rock not even in the high risk area, and we just saw what perhaps is a very, very strong tornado push through that area of town. So don't necessarily go by the lines of the risk area so rigidly. This is a rapidly developing situation here with a lot of available juice in the atmosphere. And notice as well, you're seeing a lot of these storms here east of Des Moines off on their own. Not a good thing when you're talking about the setup that we have described for you today. You want, in this instance, if we're gonna have to deal with severe weather, right, you want them to all be kind of as part of the line of storms, that general squall line. At that point, they're sharing the available energy with the other storms that are part of that line rather than remaining discrete and individual. So think about it when you wake up in the morning and you're able to stretch, right? Let's just say you had a roof over you and you couldn't necessarily stretch. It's kind of capping your available growth there when you are part of that general line of storms. But as it stands with these storms that are by themselves, that's where it's concerning, right? It doesn't have anything to share, particularly this tornado or this tornado-warned storm over Stronghurst, Biggsville, Kirkwood, Monmouth, Coldbrook, and Cameron. This is passing by the 34 and 67 interchange here. Let's take a look at velocity. This is, again, a day where things are going to be happening so fast for us. I'm going to have to switch to another radar site. Let's go here. There we go. So some fairly weak rotation there. It remains tornado warned. And we're very likely watching that hooking right here happening on the backside near Terre Haute, Stronghurst, Raritan, and Media. Let's look back at this storm here. Of course, if you are just joining us, a confirmed tornado passed through Little Rock, Arkansas about an hour or so ago at this point. And this is the new tornado warned storm that we are keeping an eye on here. Centerville, Unionville, and that is in Iowa. All right, so let's go take a look
I'm
now.
back.
Oh, I hear Capucci in my ear.
Yeah, look at that. I got let out of timeout.
The waffle gods shine down upon us today. Can we see him? Oh, I see him now. How about that? Technology at work, folks.
Beautiful.
All right, so Capucci, I don't know how much you were just able to hear here, but as you well know, a rapidly evolving situation. It seems as if all of the tornadoes that we are watching, tornado-warned storms, I should say, are not at present moment putting a tornado down on the ground. But yeah, that Little Rock storm that you were just alluding to on Twitter looks to have a new tornado warning. So we've got this one to the northeast. That was the tornado that did pass through Little Rock about an hour ago, but now we have a new tornado warning in place for Little Rock once again. Capucci, you want to walk through what it is that we're looking at here?
Yeah, most definitely. So if we pull up, what I'm going to do is have velocity on the Mac Mini, and I'm going to have a reflectivity on the iPad. If we pull up the iPad real quick, we can see there is a brand new tornado warning for Little Rock, which is just extremely distressing considering this area just saw an EF3 plus strong to violent tornado. So guys, we can make the iPad big. I believe I'm sharing screen. If I'm not here, let me share it real quick. All right, there we go. I'm sharing my iPad. For the folks back home, let's see if we can take the iPad full. Let me know when we have that up and running. And once we do, I'll be able to show folks that tornado warning that is in downtown Little Rock. It covers areas that just saw the tornado. The Interstate 40 corridor, it is moving, honestly, maybe a half mile south of the first tornado, if that. Honestly, it is almost virtually the same exact track. Going to take it extremely close to Highway 67 440. If we can, I'd really very much appreciate it if we can take my iPad full. If we cannot do that, somebody please let me know so I change course. But for the time being, everybody in the red box, you have to be in shelter now. Here we go. iPad is full. Awesome. So we're going to pause it real quick. Here's the hook echo right over downtown Little Rock. It is moving over the interchange of 40 and 67, a little bit west towards Pike Avenue and Fairway Avenue, the same places that just saw a tornado move through less than 1 hour ago are now seeing a second tornado move through. It is likely a tornado on the ground. If it's not yet, it may be any moment. So if you know folks there who might be out recovering they unfortunately have to get back into their safe places, assuming those weren't destroyed. This is really the worst possible case scenario you can have. A tornado goes through a major metro, it tears up everything, causes major significant casualties, if not at least structural damage. You have folks out being rescued, folks out trying to clean up, and then, oh, wait, here comes another one. So this is the worst possible thing we can possibly see. And unfortunately, that same area is under a tornado warning once again. So what we're seeing right now is that entire thing hooking. Here it goes towards North Little Rock, soon across Interstate 40. The Park Hill Historic District, the area north of Walmart, Hobby Lobby, Indian Hills. You guys are next in line for, again, that second tornadic circulation. It is moving just north of the river. It looks to me to be right near, I would say, the Quality Inn and Suites, Little Rock North, near the North Little Rock Public Library, the Best Western Plus, JFK Inn and Suites, near Railroad Ave and Percy Macon Drive. So folks there, soon across I-40, then it gets into the Park Hill Historic District, the same areas that were just hit. And this thing might be only a half mile to a mile south of the initial tornado. So again, Hobby Lobby, the Old Mill, Lakewood. Unfortunately, if you are there hearing us right now, you might be out, you might be trying to get things picked up if you can at all, because of course a major tornado just went through there. And unfortunately, you have to see to the best of your ability if you can get to a safe place once again, because this tornado or this potential tornado is moving right over McAlmont and near Sherwood. Actually, that's the second tornado, but the first one is now, we have a new radar scan on the iPad. This new one is right over the interchange between 40 and 67. Again, 40 and 67. That is right near the Foothills Apartments, right near the, looks like David's Burgers, the Baptist Health Medical Center, North Little Rock, near the ABF Freight, Cracker Barrel, right off, looks like the Interstate 40 exit there. Walmart, Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's, Chicken Finger. I mean, that whole complex right there on the north side of town is about to be impacted, just north of the rail yard. So if you know where that one is, just north of the rail yard on the other side of I-40, north side of I-40, where the Walmart is, the Home Depot, the Chick-fil-A, that is exactly where that potential circulation is. Actually, the potential tornado is right now, and it is moving towards McAlmont. So again, I guess we did have it right a moment ago when I read that warning aloud. It's almost a duplicate of the previous warning because this thing's almost taking the exact same path as it moves towards McAlmont, then East 46th Street. It is soon to pass over Round Top Drive near the New Dora Baptist Church and Harris Elementary School. So again, when we're talking schools, when we're talking neighborhoods, we're talking about shopping centers, we're talking about highly populous areas that are really about to be impacted by this potential tornado. And let me see if I can get our new radar scan once again. It seems to have sort of timed out, unfortunately. But here's where the old one went. Look at that. That's the track of the old supercell. Now look at this second one come in, and there it is right there. So the last radar scan we have, it appears, is 4:08 p.m. We're waiting for an update. If we can get an update, that would be great. But in any case, we're watching this thing move through the same areas that saw it moments ago. And we'll see if we can switch on over to our splash top, the Mac Mini Unity one. And that one appears to be having a few glitches. But regardless, we'll see if we can get some more information. We're going to put velocity back on. And you can see a broad red against green. It looks like it's a little bit diffuse right now, but still obvious circulation in North Little Rock. We'll put on correlation coefficient, see if we can get some load some data in. It is a messy signature there. We'll stick to reflectivity. And here we see it. Yep. Obviously, right near the interchange between 40 and 67, moving right towards 440. That's where that circulation is. Again, it looks a little bit blurred. So if there are some settings that I'm not aware of that I need to tweak, if somebody could let me know, that would be great. But in any case, that circulation, an extremely dangerous one. We'll go back and we'll see if we can refresh the iPad. For the time being, it's going to take just a moment to do so. But folks there who are cleaning up from that last tornado likely were impacted by a second severe storm, and there may be more on the way. We'll zoom out, see what's behind it. For the time being, nothing yet. But here's the thing. This tornado was riding along something called a confluence band. Essentially, both tornadoes rode the same band. Confluence bands are areas of converging winds or kind of gathering air near the surface. And when one circulation moves along, when one storm moves along it, its outflow or exhaust can reinforce that boundary, making like a railroad track for a second storm to ride along. That's exactly what happened. We'll back this up. Here goes, whoops. Well, We'll back it up. There goes the first tornadic storm northeast, and here comes the second one. That one's pushed through. It is now almost out of Little Rock Metro, or at least the heart of the metro. It's crossing over 440 right now. And we now have multiple other tornado warnings off to the north and east. One is for Woodruff, Prairie, Lenoke, and White counties. The one behind it is for that first tornado, and that one is near Sylvania right now. It's a 415. The first storm was producing a radar-confirmed tornado near Sylvania. That is, I believe, this one right here. And then we have this one right here, the one that is in Little Rock once again. This one does not have a confirmed tornado with it, but it may produce one at any time near or north of Interstate 40. So ultimately, we are dealing with quite a bit. And Erica's saying we cannot fix the map committee in terms of resolution. That's all right. We'll do what we can. And we're going to see if the iPad will roar to life. Let's see if we can do that. Indeed, it has. So let's switch back over to my iPad if we can. For the folks in back, we'll switch back over to my iPad. That'd be great. And what we're seeing right here, obviously, there's that circulation right over the 4067 interchange. It's just 1 or 2 moments behind, which is all right. And then we have another tornado with this cell off to the north and east. So ultimately, it is incredibly distressing to think that a major metro area is picking up the pieces from one tornado. They have a new tornado warning issued less than less than an hour later, and back-to-back circulations hitting the same city multiple times. Those are the kind of things that happen in a high risk. It brings shades of Tanner Crossroads, Alabama, back on April 3rd, 1974 in Limestone County, when you had one circulation, one F5 tornado moved through, destroyed Lawson's Trailer Park. Folks got out, they started picking up the pieces, and about an hour later, another one hit that same area. And sometimes things like that happen. And that's what we're seeing right now. So this second circulation does not have a confirmed tornado with it. But again, you see that very prominent hook echo, a classic rotating supercell. It looks to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, North Little Rock is now out of that tornado warning. The tornado warning is farther to the east. It is not populating on this map, which we'll fix in just a moment. But again, that second potential tornado is near Jacksonville, moving east-northeast. But everybody on the east side of Little Rock should be in shelter right now. And on the west side of Little Rock, you have a little while to start picking up the pieces before these next rounds of rain come through. Again, even if you're a rescuer, even if you're working in, unfortunately, recovery missions, you want to make sure you are inside anytime lightning threatens. So again, these are 2 circulations out of many, a litany of supercells. Fortunately, it appears those are the only tornado warnings right now. Even though things are quite active farther north, it looks like, actually, this data may be flawed. There
are 3 tornado warnings up north.
They're not populating in this map, so I'm going to go through and fix that in the layers menu real quick and see why those aren't showing up. And for folks who want to see how the app works, we can do this all together. We're in the weather alerts section. We tap the little flower type thing, thunderstorm and tornado. Instead of some, we want to map all. So tornado warnings are now on, which is good. So we see the multiple tornado warnings for Little Rock. Here's the one just east of the city. Again, the resolution having some issues, but take our word for it. Anyone in the red box who want to be in shelter now, Lenoke, Interstate 40, same areas as before, if not just a hair south by 1 or 2 miles. This thing is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Tornado not necessarily on the ground, but could pop up at any time. And then farther north and east, this second tornado warning for a potential tornado 7 miles northeast of Thurman or 12 miles northwest of Des Arc. That one's moving east at 50 miles per hour. That's for central Woodruff, north central Prairie, and southeastern White counties for the next little while. We'll zoom out once again and see what's going on farther north. We have 3 tornado warnings for parts of Missouri, a little bit south of Iowa, and it looks like northern Illinois. The circulation near Peoria is the one that Jordan Hall was on earlier on. We'll switch our radar site if we can using the per station radar. So I'll go back in the layers menu and toggle on per station radar. Sometimes you have to zoom out and see where the nearest radar site is. All these little dots are radar sites. We'll get KLOT, which is in Joliet, Illinois. And you can see on the east side of Peoria near Eureka. Couple things. Number one, the hook echo, the shape of this represents the hook. That is the circulation of the storm. Again, the inflow notch is this little thing right here on the south side of Eureka. That's where warm, moist air is rushing in to fuel the circulation. Cold air, rain, hail, everything like that wraps around to the backside, hits the ground, tightens that circulation. The potential tornado would be the apex of this. But this whole thing right here, that's big hail to about lime size. We call this a rear flank downdraft. The cold air wraparound can bring winds gusting to about 60 miles per hour. Notice this spiky thing right here, this kind of radial spike. That's what we call a three-body scatter spike or a hail spike. Basically, there's so much big wet hail right here that a lot of the radar beam is being bounced first towards the ground, then back up towards the radar, causing it to look like there's an object, a target farther away, making this little spike. So again, this is what we're watching right here on the east side of Peoria. This tornado warning does remain in effect for the next little while. And again, we'll see if the Weather Service has any updates. Hail 2 inches in diameter, and of course, that tornado potential near Deer Creek or near Eureka. Let's move on to the next tornado warning near Kirkwood. I believe this is in northeast Missouri. Let's see. Kirkwood near Monmouth. That's for Warren County. Tornado and quarter-size hail. The hazards, this could move towards Armand around 3:15. And again, we're watching that right there. Again, we're kind of far from the radar. But what you're seeing still is that hook, that kind of kidney bean shape. We'll put velocity on right now and see if we can see the spin. You know, green and blue, that shows you that even though we're far from the radar, we are still seeing changing winds with distance over a short area, commensurate with rotation. Let's switch to a closer radar. The colors will change, but we'll still see important things. This is from Davenport. And again, yeah, so we can see, you know, it's what looks to me to be happening here is this kind of broad strip of changing colors, kind of light blue on one side, light green on the other side. That shows you there's convergence or gathering of air. There is some broad circulation right here, northeast of Kirkwood, between Kirkwood and Galesburg, but there's nothing overly tight. Let's go to the last circulation off to the west. We're going to use the Des Moines radar to see this one. And this one is a little bit of a different structure one. So let's actually go back. I'm going to make sure I select the radar. Bear with us. We are driving and talking at the same time. And this one is for a very strong circulation that is soon to cross over Highway 63 near a little bit north of Drakesville, west of Agency. And this is in, I believe, south central Iowa. South central Iowa moving towards Ottumwa. My apologies for that, along Highway 63 and State Highway 34. And we have baseball-sized hail possible with this storm in addition to a tornado. So keep in mind, baseball-sized hail will shatter your windows anyway. You want to make sure that even aside from a tornado, you're on the lowest floor of your building away from windows because those could shatter, those could become glass projectiles. And then in addition to that hazard, you have a potential tornado. So we're dealing with a lot of stuff here, a multifaceted threat. That's why it's best to be in shelter. We'll switch back over to reflectivity, and you can see, wow, that is a very chunky storm. And then notice this little tiny area right here, this kind of donut hole in the green. That is a BWER, or bounded weak echo region, basically air moving upwards in the storm thanks to that potentially tornadic updraft, suspending precipitation, preventing it from falling, causing a void on the radar. That's what you're seeing right here. So again, this is a sign of a strong upward area, updraft in the storm, kind of overlapping that potential rotation. So there could be a little something, something buried in there. We don't have spotter reports or confirmation yet, but it's moving right towards Ottumwa, my apologies. Again, we are juggling quite a bit in terms of actual location, but Ottumwa and northwest of Agency next in line for that potentially tornadic storm. And ultimately, before I toss it back to you, Mike, let's go back one last time and look at our Little Rock circulation. That second tornado warning to impact the city of Little Rock after one devastating tornado moments ago that at least caused widespread serious damage, some destruction, and likely some injuries, if not worse. That is moving to the east at about 55 plus miles per hour. Right now it's near South Bend or near Jacksonville, a little bit southeast of Jacksonville, staying north of Interstate 40. I think if you're driving on 40, you should be all right, but don't get off the highway and go north of Lenoke. That would be bad. So it's east, southeast of Little Rock Air Force Base. But for the time being, Mike, a lot of circulations we are watching. And with that, I'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a tornado warning storm to the east of the one that you were looking at, pushing east of Peoria and approaching the northern Bloomington area. As it stands right now, it is a bit of a mess here. You can see the red outline here. That is your tornado warning that's in place for another 20 or so minutes Central Time here. Let's take a look at the velocity scan here. And within the velocity, you can see again, there's right there, if I jog it back just a moment, passing over the Eureka area near Secor. Can you guys see that blue kind of splotch? That's very likely something there in terms of the rotation within the storm here. So we will continue to monitor that. I mean, a fast and furious atmosphere for today. We've got this one to the west that Capucci was watching. This one back here near Ottumwa. And it wasn't too long ago. Yep, Little Rock, we have the pair of tornado warnings here. I'll show you in just a moment some video that we saw from Little Rock. Really troubling. That storm already pushing north near Griffithville and Georgetown near West Point and Augusta. Yeah, I mean, again, you're going to have tornado warnings kind of getting issued as this storm continues to track, being that it has a history, right? That is very important. Okay, so a quick zoom out here, and I will show you the area of which we're dealing with today, folks. It is quite large. I'll brighten this up for a moment. So the SPC has outlined a pretty wide swath of real estate under severe risk today. Of course, you have the two high-risk areas, that magenta color, Memphis, Tennessee included in one of them. And then to the north, you have just outside of Cedar Rapids, Quincy included in that. This is the first time we've seen two high risks issued independently of one another at the same time since 2012. I mean, that is pretty staggering, folks. Mind you, the last high risk day was in 2021, so it's been a little bit, right? But here we are. Something to really pay attention to, though, is ironically not those two high-risk areas. If you live in that red color there, you need to take it just as seriously. That's a moderate risk for severe weather, a 4 out of 5. Really, if you're at risk in any of these places today, particularly with the way things are set up in the atmosphere, you need to have a way of receiving weather alerts, whether that's from us or, of course, alerts that are going to come through your phone from the National Weather Service. You just need to be prepared. Fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, right? That's how the expression goes. So let me jump back into weather outlooks. We're also hearing reports of a blowing dust in Colorado. I can hear you, Capucci. It's just a big mess, really, as this storm pushes eastward. I really like how at the very top of our stream here, Capucci just talked about how large of a setup this is, right? You have on the back, in fact, here, I'll show you. Let me turn on the fronts. You have the low pressure center, which is roughly here over northwestern Iowa. And look at how on the backside of that low pressure center, you have cold air wrapping in behind this that is bringing quite a bit of snow to South Dakota, even stretching close to Rapid City there. Snow as far south as parts of Colorado even, where we're actually, again, seeing that blowing dust. But out ahead of this low pressure center, you can see we have this frontal boundary just to the east of Memphis, and we have the cold front coming in behind. When you get wedged within those two fronts, it's called the triple point, if you will, where they all kind of connect at that low pressure center. This boundary kind of off on its own a little bit, but needless to say, if you're wedged in between the cold air coming in from the backside and you're in the midst of the warm sector, if it will, right? Because that line is just showing you the front, the leading edge of the air mass. Of course, look at that front. You have the half circles, the little pips on the eastern side of the front. That shows you that the air is moving from west to east. Behind it, you have the cold air getting up underneath that warm air. As we know, warm air does rise, and this cold air is getting wedged underneath it and forcing that warm air vertically as well. So you're getting, of course, likely storms right here in this region, in the warm sector of the storm. Go figure, that's where one of the high risk areas is. And then we have this one here kind of caught between that triple point, that stationary front to the north stretching from Fort Dodge all the way near Grand Rapids and Lansing, Michigan, and then the cold front coming in on the backside, sweeping from west to east. Just a big mess of severe weather today. It looks like we have a new tornado warning in effect for just north of Texarkana here. Let's turn off the fronts just for a moment. Okay, and we're going to switch to the Perth Station radar so we can get a real tight look. We got to zoom out just a little bit to find which radar we want to use. Let's use Shreveport here. We should reach in. Okay. So something that we've talked many, many times about, but we'll continue to mention because it is important, are when these storms are off by themselves, you're going to hear us use the word discrete quite a lot. Not discrete as in they're, quiet and they're not worth paying attention to necessarily, but discrete in the sense that they are alone, right? That they stand alone. And when they do not have any other storms nearby to share the available energy. I don't have a way of showing you here in the app. That could soon come with updates, but it's called CAPE, Convective Available Potential Energy. It's a fun Jeopardy question for you there. CAPE is effectively measuring the juice in the atmosphere. When you have CAPE numbers that are, above 2,000 or so, up near roughly 3,000, and we're measuring, again, that available energy in the atmosphere, that is when you are, really threading the needle, if you will, in terms of the vertical, again, sorry here. Right, so when you're dealing with CAPE, especially working its way as far north as parts of Indiana, where I saw some CAPE readings up near roughly 3,000, you're setting the stage, right? The front coming in from the west, definitely pushing in that colder, drier air, but you have this rising, wet, warm air coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Let's take a closer look here at this. I want to go to the latest one. This is for Tillette, Mineral Springs, Blevins. Let's read off this tornado warning just a little bit here. So this is, got 42 minutes left here in this tornado warning until 4:15 local time. This is in Arkansas, where earlier today a strong tornado did push through Little Rock, Arkansas. I'll show you some video of that in just a moment. Ooh. So for the record, when you're talking about CAPE numbers, anything above 2,500 or so joules per kilogram, because we're talking about, again, energy here, convective available potential energy, right? Anything above roughly 2,500 joules per kilogram, up near roughly 3,000, is certainly worth paying attention to. Tipping the scales, right? If you recall in 2011, the severe weather outbreak that, brought that big tornado through Tuscaloosa, Alabama, I'm sure you remember. CAPE readings in that situation were up near 5,000. Really, really wild stuff. All right, I'm seeing a lot of questions coming in on the chat from Twitch. What up? Someone's asking how the weather is in Ohio. As it stands right now, there aren't any severe storms pushing into the Buckeye State, but you certainly could be looking at a threat as we get into the latter portion of the evening. Hope that answers your question. Okay. Remember, if you guys have any questions for us, get it in the chat. I've got it pulled up off to the side here. All right, so let me zoom back out. So we have 1, 2 tornado warnings in the southern zone and 1, 2, 3 in the northern zone. We've also got storm chaser Jordan Hall, who is out chasing near Peoria. Matt, if we can pull Jordan up, I'd love to see what his stream looks like here. I've got the storm chasers layer turned on in the app here. We may just be running into some technical difficulties, but you are able to watch live chasers in the app. So yeah, let's pull up Jordan. There he is. Can we take that in full for a moment, Matt? Because I know that he's tracking the storm near Peoria. And of course, you can see at the bottom of your screen all of the active severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. It wasn't too long ago that we saw on Jordan Hall's shot there, we did see a wall cloud, which of course is the abrupt lowering at the base of a severe thunderstorm, typically where you see the beginnings of a tornado. So we'll peek back in on Jordan here if we are developing or seeing something develop. But yeah, Matt, the view that you just had there, if you want to take that so we can look at the storm that Jordan is chasing. Yeah, that one right there. Let me pause it. So that is for Benson, Roanoke, Eureka. You're starting to see the hook echoing happening here. I've got Capucci standing by if something else develops out of these storms to the south. But right now, we're going to keep a really close eye on this storm near Peoria. That, again, you're starting to see that wrap around near Eureka. For folks that live in Roanoke, Benson, likely dealing with some big hail at this moment in time. We had reports earlier this afternoon of baseball-sized hail. Not fun to be out driving in, mind you. And not fun for your windows, mind you. But we are going to keep a close eye here on this storm. Again, this is just to the north of, that is State Route 39 near Eureka, Roanoke, Benson, and El Paso. This is here. I'll tap on it here because we're not talking about El Paso, Texas. We are talking about, where the heck is this here? Clean counties. Let me zoom out here. Right, Illinois. I was getting confused earlier because there's two Memphises dealing with severe weather today as well. We've got Memphis, Tennessee. I got folks in the chat asking about Memphis. Someone in here asking about St. Louis, Missouri. Well, you guys are a bit on the backside of this here. If I zoom out here, we just want to do this quickly because, again, we are watching that particular storm. You guys are, at least in St. Louis, not dealing with anything at present moment. But it is certainly worth watching. I mean, pretty much anywhere here in the central and southern United States is at risk today. Starting to lose a little bit of that hooking shape here for this storm in Illinois. Again, things are moving so fast here, folks. And again, you can get that information if you read here in the tornado warning, typically how fast things are moving here. Let's switch over to velocity. So yeah, Capucci, I don't know if you're there, if you can hear me.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, this storm in Peoria here, the one that Jordan is chasing.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell here because the last radar scan is not coming in. Yeah, it moved pretty significantly far. Okay, so disregard. It, of course, is still tornado warned. It seems like today, Capucci, we're just going to be running into a lot of these storms that are really going to try their best. I mean, it seems like they're having no issue getting spinning, but in terms of the end result, the only one that we've seen thus far, or at least with confirmed reports on the ground, was, of course, in one of the most populated areas here in the midst of this moderate and high-risk zone, that being Little Rock, Arkansas. In fact, let me pull this up for folks that are just joining us here. So, Matt, if you want to take the iPad here in full, just look at some of the, here's a video from Little Rock. I mean, you can see, again, that's a well-built brick building with some pretty major damage to it.
I mean, I'm sure we're going to see EF2, rather at least EF3 damage confirmed with this. I'm sure winds were at least in the 160-plus mile-per-hour range. That was a potent, absolutely fierce tornado.
And it happened really quickly, mind you, right? I mean, we were watching it pretty much as it began to twist up and touch down. In fact, I have some of that video here. Let me scroll down. We've got a couple of videos looking at it from downtown Little Rock, but this is the one that really, this is the one from the medical towers here at Little Rock Baptist. As you mentioned, Capucci, you have that ghost train on the bottom left-hand side of the rotation there. I mean, and for folks that are watching this video thinking, oh, it's hilly, I didn't think tornadoes could happen where it's hilly. Tornadoes can happen anytime, anywhere, in any place, really. Of course, there are environments that they favor more, but I mean, the guy on the roof, that is just wild. But it just goes to show you that they can occur really in places where you wouldn't expect them to. Here's another video here from the western edge of Little Rock here. Today is going to be a day where we are doing a lot of jumping around. We've got the 2 high-risk areas. My gosh, there are a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there today. Let's go up here. There's another look at that damage. How about that? That's a look from above. All right, so we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's jump back here. Got Erica Lopez here in the back, keeping me updated. It's this one here. Capucci, this is the storm that you were watching earlier today near Ottumwa.
Yep.
And the National Weather Service saying this is a life-threatening situation to seek shelter now. Let's take a look at this storm here. Of course, Ottumwa agency. This does extend northward away from you. Again, a baseball-sized hail. There would be the area of rotation that has the concern near the Ottumwa Regional Airport, about to cross over 63 near Martinsburg, Ollie, pushing northeastward towards Sigourney, Harper, Delta, and Kyoto. Yeah, there's another area of rotation. Again, these are 2 tornado-warned storms.
Yeah, and one of the tricky things with this is that it's so far from the radar site that we're scanning higher up into the atmosphere that it's tough to tell what's going on down to the ground. But on a day like today, as you were saying earlier on, when the dynamics are what they are, it's pretty easy to get a tornado down to the ground. And obviously, if folks are in, for example, Washington County, Cuyahoga County, or Jefferson County in southeastern Iowa, they want to be in their tornado-safe places right now. So like you were saying, that one is definitely showing some pretty concerning signs of strong rotation. And the fact that we have that second one over towards the Peoria as well. Actually, the Peoria one did appear to lose its tornado warning, which is good.
That is good.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks to me like the one east of Peoria that earlier on Jordan Hall was chasing no longer has a tornado warning on it.
Correct.
For the most part, the only one that has an active tornado warning on it right now across the Corn Belt is this one in Ottumwa. So, Mike, earlier on, you were mentioning a really good point, and that's that a lot of the storms up there are spinning, but they're not necessarily producing tornadoes. And here's my guess as to why. I think down south, we have better low-level helicity or spin over like Arkansas, Western Tennessee, Northwestern Mississippi. That's why we saw that one already overachieve in Little Rock. But I think farther north, we have what's called speed shear, but not directional shear for the folks at home. So basically, winds are changing speed with altitude, but they're not necessarily changing direction much. You're kind of out of the south at the low levels, the south-southwest at the mid levels, and south-southwest at the upper levels. So there's not much of a change in wind direction with height. As a result, the change of wind speed fosters rotation within storms, but it doesn't say spin clockwise or spin counterclockwise. So the storms are left a little bit confused. They're like, we got this energy to spin, but do we spin this way? Do we spin this way? And so resultantly, it's tough to get one mesocyclone, one kind of robust rotating updraft within a storm that will maintain its rotation for a long time, be decisive as to which way it spins, and as a result, can track on to produce a strong tornado until eventually it sort of figures itself out, which won't happen for the next little while. I do think in the next 1 to 2 hours, as these storms move into eastern Iowa and particularly northwestern parts of Illinois, I'd say by about 6 o'clock local time tonight, we're going to see a world of difference. Autographs are going to enlarge, meaning we're going to have more of a change of wind direction with height, especially in like northwestern Illinois between Peoria and roughly, I'd say, Macomb, Burlington, Moline. Suddenly, we're going to see an uptick in tornado activity about 2 hours down the road, mark my word. So don't let this relax, folks. Don't let this relax you into a false sense of security. There will be more later on tonight. This is just the appetizer ban. All the stuff that just moved through Peoria and Galesburg, the fact that we got mumbo hail out of that to like baseball size shows you if that's the appetizer, imagine the main event. Little Rock saw their first main event. There's more going on down south, but for the time being, up north, it's mostly the appetizer. The other thing, too, we broaden out a little bit. And the biggest thing, and Mike, as you're shown on screen right now, everything is discrete. Everything is isolated. There are no big squall lines yet. They're all individual rotating cells. That's a big concern because as you have the wind dynamic strengthen later on tonight, any cell that is alone and doesn't have to compete with neighbors will have a better chance of quickly strengthening, quickly tapping into rotation, really taking full advantage of the dynamics and the hostile dynamics of the atmosphere and becoming a rotating tornadic supercell. I want to, if we can, jump south real quick back to Arkansas. And if we can take my iPad real quick, and I'm sorry to keep sort of jumping around. And Mike, I know we've been
I'm watching the storm near Ottumwa. It looks like it's really trying. It's really tightening tightening up, as I should say, right now, just to the east of Ottumwa Regional Airport. Again, that's working its way north and east toward Hedrick. Apologies on the pronunciation today. We are certainly trying our best, folks. Martinsburg, Ollie, Packwood, Richland, Sigourney, Delta, Harper. You all need to be in your safe place. Poochie, I don't know if you're looking at this particular storm here, but it is really tightening up on the latest velocity scan that I have, just to the east again of the Ottumwa Regional Airport and State Route 63. So sorry to cut you off there, but I'm going to keep a really close eye on this one.
No, I think you're exactly right. Looking at it right now, I think one of the key things that will sort of determine that storm's fate is whether or not it can produce before that line to the south catches up, or if it's going to merge. Because here's the thing, you see that kind of junky stuff, I shouldn't say junky stuff, but that severe storm near Pella, northwest of Oskaloosa. And then you see more south towards Centerville, Unionville. And so this is one sort of renegade cell ahead of a main line. And as long as it's sort of isolated by itself, it stands a better chance of, as Mike was saying, producing a tornado. Whereas if it starts to merge, that's when it kind of becomes more damaging straight line wind threat and a lesser tornado threat. It will be a race against the clock. These next 15 to 20 minutes will be crucial. I do think, right now it's beating the main line. If it can stay ahead of the main line, it stands a better chance of producing a tornado. We'll have to see. Let's see if we can take my iPad real quick and hop way south, because once again, I'm concerned about Little Rock. I hate saying this, but I am concerned about Little Rock. So folks in the back, let me know when we have my iPad up on screen.
We've got it up. I can see it. Both, by the way, those tornado warnings up near Ottumwa, those are both observed at this moment.
Oh, gotcha. So we have two confirmed tornadoes. It's at least one confirmed tornado.
Fast-moving situation tonight. As you mentioned, this is just the appetizer, right? Imagine the main course.
I'll be very quick with Arkansas then. And
no worries.
We have it up. Okay, awesome. So what I'm seeing right now, obviously, east of Little Rock, you see this one east towards a little bit north of Interstate 40.
Moly.
This was the one earlier on. Yeah, you see that crazy hook? Very impressive stuff there moving towards Des Arc. So again, no confirmed tornado yet. But if you're in Des Arc, near Cotton Plant, you guys are next in line. That's for folks right along, it looks like, this highway right here, Highway 38. Obvious hook echo, obvious spin. You don't have to be a meteorologist to know a swirly twirly on radar is a bad thing. That could produce a tornado or a strong tornado at any minute. That's the second cell that came through Little Rock. Now, here's the thing. Just west of Little Rock, we have more gathering. There are additional cells back there, in this one near Fountain Lake. Mike, anytime we talk about the tail end Charlie, the southernmost in the line, there are reasons to be concerned. Here, right here, a little bit north of Hot Springs, that's basically the same track the cells earlier on took. And ultimately, I could see in like an hour, this cell near Hot Springs pushing towards Little Rock and again causing at least severe thunderstorm challenges, if not another tornado challenge. It's not often before a storm is even warned that we can call it as a potential tornado producer, but in today's environment, we know it could be. We also know there's a stalled boundary or a stalled sort of, air mass shift near the surface somewhere between Hot Springs and Little Rock, because that's been like the train tracks that all the storms have been riding along so far. The first cell that produced a massive tornado in Little Rock, the second cell that rode along that first boundary. So there's some sort of localized enhancement between Hot Springs and Little Rock. Near the ground, there's also probably something called streamwise vorticity, basically a little subtle horizontal overturning like this along that wind shift line, that little boundary we're talking about, probably some horizontal overturning. So if there is a cell near Hot Springs, which there is, that's moving towards that direction, it could theoretically take that horizontal vorticity, that streamwise vorticity, and tilt it into a vertical area of spin that it would then inherit as a potential rotating updraft and use later on to perhaps produce a tornado. So something we are really watching there.
Poochie, we have an observed wedge tornado near Martinsburg, Iowa.
Oh, gosh.
Yep. It's that same one that we were watching that was tightening up. Today moving fast and furious, right? In fact, here, let me show you the tweet here that I just shared from a chaser there on the ground. Stand by. Here it is. Right? So if there is any silver lining here, it looks to be away from a city center here. Yeah. You can see the photo up here. Let me make sure that we're giving proper credit there. That's from Spencer Dant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely one worth watching. Let me go back to the app here. This was that same storm that we talked about that was really tightening up here. Again, big shout out to meteorologist Erica Lopez behind the scenes, keeping me. There's just so much happening, right? So everyone is is doing a great job. So we have Martinsburg, Ollie. You are all kind of in the path of right now this really nasty looking wedge tornado. Again, near impossible for us to tell you whether or not this is EF1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. You can kind of guess just based on things, but that's really all it is, just a guess. You need the National Weather Service survey team to go out the next day. It will take some time to determine what that storm is ultimately classified as, but regardless of its size and intensity and strength, you need to take all tornadoes observed very, very seriously, and this is one of them here, so we will keep a close eye on that. Okay.
Okay, so many things going on all at once. You know, it's,
yeah.
And I think this one you're talking about near Ottumwa is sort of the first of many with this batch of storms. I mean, the upper level winds are strengthening. The core of the upper level support is beginning to work overhead, and we're going to quickly see anything that spans multiple layers of atmosphere start to rotate, and that's unfortunately exactly what we're seeing right there. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that we got that big nasty tornado on the ground near Ottumwa. And that is moving a little bit west-northwest of Washington towards Kyoto, eventually Wellman. And for folks near Ollie, as we talked about, you want to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. This is about 11 miles south of Sigourney, but it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So distances like that in the country, you might think, oh, it's a long ways away. Oh no, this thing will cover that ground like this, especially because it doesn't have to thread the grid. It doesn't have to take roads. It can just barrel right through whichever way it wants. So that's what it's doing right now, moving northeast at about 50 plus miles per hour. So folks, for example, in Hayesville and Ollie, it's coming to you right around 3:55 Central Time. So moments away. Sigourney, Lancaster, Cuyahoga County, Expo right around 4 o'clock. That might be a little bit early, but regardless, that's when the core of the heavy rain will be arriving at your location, and the tornadic circulation will follow that pretty quickly. Let's, if we can, bounce back south for just a moment. We have a new tornado warning for the Interstate 40 corridor in eastern Arkansas. And if we can take my iPad again, that impressive-looking storm, that crazy hook echo one, now has a new tornado warning all the way out east towards Cotton Plant. So the fact that we can't confirm a tornado on the ground yet, but the fact that there is a warning that far out to us says the Weather Service is confident this thing could very well be a tornado producer soon. We're also seeing that cell northeast of Hot Springs begin to intensify right here near Fountain Lakes. That's moving east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour, could skim the north part of the Little Rock Metro. And keep in mind, they've been through a lot already. The first tornado missed the actual radar site by less than 1.5 miles. Then, over southwestern parts of the state, we have this tornado warning circulation near Washington. That's for parts of Hempstead County. It is a tornado in ping-pong ball-size hail producer, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So in Blevins, yes? Yep.
Capucci, if I may, for just a moment here, this tornado here for Martinsburg, Ollie, Sigourney, Harper, Kyoto is now a particularly dangerous situation. They are continuing that tornado warning here. So a PDS tornado warning, only reserved for really as bad as it gets, mind you. PDS standing for particularly dangerous situation. That is for the storm. Matt, if you want to take the shot here of my iPad. Stand by, guys. A lot of moving pieces. As you can see, we have like a million different instances of the radar because there's so much to chase right now. There you go. This particular cell right here, Martinsburg, Ollie. This pushes northward toward Kyoto, Harper, Sigourney. This is in Iowa. This is a large and confirmed tornado, a particularly dangerous situation. We'll have to jump back to that storm in Arkansas in a moment. I mean, as you saw, the hook that Capucci showed was totally nuts. But meanwhile, this thing really tightening up here right near Martinsburg. Ollie, you need to be in your safe place. Again, that is centrally located part of your home. If you have a basement, that would be ideal. If you live in a mobile home, I mean, if you live in a mobile home right there in Martinsburg, it is a little too close for you to get out and really do much, but good advice for future tornadoes. You certainly mobile homes, I'm dancing around this, got to be careful here. Mobile homes become mobile, right? It's in the name. It's very easy for a mobile home to get tossed around in an event like this. So somewhere that has a firm foundation into the ground, that is where you need to be. If you live in a mobile home, just know nearby where one of those storm shelters, where a local supermarket or what have you, somewhere that is firmly built into the ground. That is the key in instances like this. Again, a large and confirmed tornado on the ground here in Iowa. I showed you an image of this not too long ago. Here, let me switch over. It's, whoop, hang on, right here, courtesy of Spencer Dant. That is what we are looking at right now. At least that was, what time was that? That was about 10 minutes or so ago, if that. It was the beginning of the tightening up of that storm. But right now, looking at it here on my radar, you can see where it is at this moment in time. This is the latest radar scan that I have available to me, just pushing east of Martinsburg. Again, for people that live in Ollie, you need to be in your safe place. You're running out of time here. There you go. The newer scan coming in. It is pushing its way eastward here. There's so much data coming in today. And there you go. It's just to the west of Ollie. Keota, Harper, Sigourney, Westchester, you are all in the midst of this tornado warning, although the center of circulation is away from you. So you still have time to get to that safe place. Just give it a moment here and it should load in for us. Yep, there you go. You know what? We'll read off the information. So there you go from the Storm Prediction Center here. At 3:55 Central Time. Oh, that just updated on me. Yeah, there it is. A confirmed and large extremely dangerous tornado is located near Lancaster, Sigourney, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Now, 50 miles per hour, pretty fast, right? There's no traffic up in the atmosphere for this thing to push through. But that being said, it's moving really quick. Man, look at that twist. Let's stay right here. Okay. Quick check on the chat. What's up, Sandy Rose says, I don't remember you guys ever updating so many tornadoes at once. That's kind of the name of the game today, Sandy, just being that, let alone we are dealing with high risk to the south. We're dealing with another independent high-risk area over the Corn Belt of the United States. We touched on this at the very beginning of the stream, but it's certainly worth mentioning. It's a really wild statistic. This is the first time that we've had two individual high-risk zones in place since 2012. It's the first high-risk, regardless of having two of them, it's the first high-risk area since 2021. So 2 years since high risk, 12 years since we had a pair of them independent of one another. We're going to be doing a lot of jumping around today. And again, if you guys are watching us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, what have you, and if you have any questions for us, you can get them in the chat. We will be with you as the evening progresses here. Oh, we've got a video here. Erica, the video that you just shared here, is that good to put on the MyRadar Twitter account? Okay, so Erica's about to retweet a video here. Capucci, if you can see my iPad here, I'm going to pull it up in just a moment. We've got some video from that confirmed tornado near Ottumwa, the one that we're watching here on radar, which is still wrapped up nice and tight. One thing I didn't check here is the correlation coefficient, which of course would show us whether or not there's anything being lofted vertically into the air. And you can see, oh my gosh, holy moly. Yeah, I would say there's certainly something there, right? Of course, the correlation coefficient to the untrained eye, you're looking at this going, really, what the heck am I looking like? This is just a mess, right? But really what this is showing you is objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere, objects that do not belong there. So you kind of have to look within the mass of colors. And if I zoom out just a little bit here, right, and I jog it back and forth, you can see an area that really stands out, right? If I go to the velocity, you can see that that kind of is the same area, right, which would be indicative. These are kind of all of the tools that meteorologists use at their disposal to confirm whether or not there's a tornado present. Bear in mind, we are not there. We're not in Iowa, nor are the folks sending out these warnings, or at least on the ground, I should say. This is why ground truth, storm chasers, emergency officials, this is why it's very important to have that ground truth. They kind of fill in the last gaps toward confirmation, right? So let me go back to velocity here. And then, Erica, just let me know when I can share that video, because I would like to show people. Oh, it's good? All right, let's take a look. We're going to jump over to it real quick. Capucci, I don't know if you can see this. Take a look at this.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Iowa City down the road, too.
One thing that really stood out to me earlier today when I spoke with Jordan Hall, chaser out in Peoria, Illinois, he just spoke about how bright, sunny, bright blue the skies were, right? And of course, we know what's coming down the pipe here. So that's certainly not what I wanted to hear. Ideally, I would have loved for him to say, hey, it's overcast skies, doesn't look great here. That was, I mean, much earlier today, short of noon. And unfortunately, this is kind of the reality that we are looking at here with a lot of active weather to talk about here. So there's that tornado. You said that you were looking toward Iowa City, Capucci?
Yeah, so if this thing continues in the current path, it could very well end up a problem for Iowa City. And especially when we see a debris ball as prominent as we have thus far, that debris signature, I mean, this thing is showing no signs of weakening anytime soon, especially with that uptick in the upper level wind dynamics. There, we pulled up right there. I mean, that blue we're seeing on the stream is
pronounced.
The radar, yeah, pronounced. It's the radar showing, hey, we got irregular shapes in the atmosphere, not rain, not hail, things that are jagged, things that are spiky. And we know that raindrops aren't jagged or spiky, so we know this is probably sheet metal, probably all sorts of stuff being lofted into the atmosphere. And the concerning thing about this is 2.5 miles high, 2.5 kilometers rather, in the atmosphere. So that's what, about 8,000 feet? So, you know, I'm looking at where the radar beam height is. This is a very strong tornado. We're far from the radar. And the fact that we can still see this with debris to about 8,000 feet tells me at least that it's a very powerful situation, a very powerful tornado that is moving in the direction of Harper. I think Harper, Mike, correct me if you see something else, but I think Harper and Kinross, both small communities, could be direct hits with this tornado. And anytime we see a rural community, we never want to see anything like this.
Bear in mind that debris ball, as you brought up there, I mean, it looks larger than these communities, right? So whether or not it passes nearby, right over the top of you, these are days to not mess around, right? Every day is practice until it is a live game. Well, folks, batter up. Today is a live game for you. If you live in Keota, Sigourney, Harper, as Capucci touched on, Harper is kind of right here in line here. We're talking minutes. Minutes matter in this instance. Seconds
and the town
matter.
only has 107 people. They all live in the same area. It's Main Street, Hutchinson Street, German Street, Laffer Street, Archer Street, and Lafayette Street and Yerger Street. Those are the 7 streets in town. If we called your street, guess what? You guys are red line, center line for this. And unfortunately, that entire town of Harper is next in line for this storm. It's in Keota County, has about 118 people, like we said at the time of the 2020 census. And then after that, it has, well, probably about 8 miles. Then it gets to Kinross, and Kinross has about 80 people. It's 3 or 4 city blocks, Grove Street, Pleasant Street, Ives Street, and Broadway Street. And the unfortunate reality is that both of these towns could be seriously impacted by this tornado as it moves north and east. The amount of debris that is being lofted right now tells us this is a powerful tornado. The height to which it's being lofted tells us this is a powerful tornado. And Mike, when you see something like this, it gives you shades of Greensburg, Kansas. Obviously, a completely different situation, but just the fact that we have large tornadoes heading for kind of postage stamp towns with thick population densities over a small distance is very concerning.
That's why we're going to stay right here. So Capucci, if you see anything else popping up on radar, let me know. I've got Erica as well sending me alerts here. I mean, holy moly. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the one worth watching right now. This is the storm of the moment, if you will. So we are going to keep close eye on this. Again, Harper, Keota, it's worth mentioning many times here, as Capucci said, very small communities, ones of which infrastructure-wise may not be necessarily set up the best for an event like this, but this is why that we are in the business that we are in, to try our best to let even just one person know what they could be facing here. So again, this is an active tornado warning, confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now, advancing toward Harper and Keota, Iowa, passing just to the east of Sigourney. Sigourney, you are in the tornado warning, although likely not to see direct impact here from this tornado. It is on the ground, confirmed. Okay, just, yeah, Capucci, I'm seeing from our good buddy on Twitter, Craig Cece. Big shout out to Craig. He's the man. Certainly worth a follow if you are a Twitter user here. He is confirming that debris on that correlation coefficient, as we just saw, 20,000 feet. I mean, folks,
I'm
that
looking
is
at right now on our app.
way high up there, folks. Mind you, what gosh, I mean, what is that? It's impossible to know, right? What necessarily that debris is. Holy cow. Ironically enough, could be a cow. Okay. And again, folks, if you have any questions for myself or for Capucci, get it in the chat. Here's a question from Twitch. How bad will Mississippi be affected? It's going to be hard for us to do kind of these hyper local forecasts, at least as it stands right now, being that we have something active like this. But we will try our best to address those. You call out an area and we'll give you a forecast. But one thing I will say is that you need to know where that safe place is in your home. If you don't have a basement, it's going to be the centrally located, most centrally located area in your home. Like, for example, I live in Florida. Here, I don't have a basement. The water level's too high. So for me and my family, it's underneath the stairs, which, hey, we're getting nice and cozy in there with my 2 kids, wife, and 2 dogs. But hey, you got to keep those that you love safe, right? And in this instance, mine would be right underneath the stairs. In fact, safe place selfie day is like next week, I think, right? So you'll be seeing a photo of me and my family in my safe place, and from all of us here next week. But mind you, you need to know where that safe place is. Another question from Twitch. Big shout out to our Twitch viewers. How bad will Joliet, Illinois be? So again, one thing I will say is we're dealing with 2 independent areas of high risk, one to the north, one to the south. You're of course talking about the one to the north that we are looking at right here. Again, a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground approaching Harper and Keota, Iowa. Just going to zoom out just a little bit. Iowa City, you are not in the tornado warning just yet, but you got Matthew Capucci here keeping a very close eye on that to make sure that we let you know well in advance of anything approaching Iowa City. But zooming out, I mean, you have just got a ton of severe thunderstorms stretching from Iowa all the way eastward into nearby Joliet, where you live. I see you right there near Chicago. So you are in the moderate risk. Mind you, folks, even though you are outside of the high risk, you need to kind of treat it all the same, just with the way that the setup is today. If something gets going and gets spinning, especially with the way that today has been thus far, particularly close to those 2 high risk areas, it is quite possible that we see something get spinning and stay on the ground for a long time. The real key wording, and Capucci, you can tell me maybe how you kind of broke this down, but for me, when I see the Storm Prediction Center, let alone talking about violent or strong tornadoes, when you're talking about long track tornadoes, that means that they can have a greater impact on these smaller communities for a much longer period of time, where sometimes you might see a tornado kind of dot the landscape a little bit, kind of hop up and down. Today, with the way things have been, as we saw in Little Rock, as we're seeing right now, these storms are having no issue whatsoever at getting to the ground and staying there for a good while. So that is why, again, knowing where that safe place is, very, very important.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the biggest things with these is that the fast motion is twofold. Number one, you get a storm moving at 60, 70 miles an hour. That's highway speed. You can't outrun that, nor should you be. But that means it's going to arrive at your location so much more quickly, and the environmental cues are going to be compressed. By the time the sky gets dark at your location, you start seeing the scary looking clouds, you might only have 5 or 10 minutes. That's how quick these things move. If a supercell, the average supercell is, let's say, 7 to 10 miles wide, it's moving at 60 miles per hour. It might be 10 miles away. You look out the window, you think, oh, no big deal. Suddenly, it's at your place within 10 minutes on top of you. So you get the rain, the hail, everything like this. They won't last long, but they will pack a punch. That's why oftentimes on days like today, you want to make sure you can be near your shelter within 5 minutes or in your shelter within 5 minutes, no matter what you do all day long. Basically, have one foot kind of halfway in, be ready to go in at a moment's notice, because on days like today, with things moving and evolving so quickly, you might not get much more than a moment's notice. Now, let's review that situation right now in Iowa one more time. We see the obvious couplet on velocity, couplet showing winds in two different directions over a short distance. When the red and the green are flirting next to each other, kind of touching each other, that's a sign that you have opposing winds over a narrow area, i.e. rotation. This thing is a confirmed tornado. You want to go back on radar real quick. I know you had that pulled up a moment ago, Mike, just to show folks what's going on. This is for that situation with the one in, I believe, Keokuk, Johnson, and Washington counties. That's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Sigourney, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up here. It's a big one.
Tornado. Awesome. And once again, you see the obvious circulation there, the orange and the green right next to each other. And if we flip on over to correlation coefficient, we'll be able to show folks one more time that bullseye of blue. What you're seeing there when Mike pulls it up, awesome. That bullseye of blue, that is debris being lifted 20,000 feet into the atmosphere. Picture being in an airplane, looking out the window and seeing canceled checks. That's the kind of thing going on right now in Iowa. I mean, it's happened before. Back on June 9th, 1953 in Massachusetts, big F5 tornado hit Worcester in the central part of the state, killing 94 people. But they found a piece of frozen mattress in Situate Harbor about 130 miles away. They found a French music box on the south side of Boston's Blue Hill Observatory. So that debris can be carried a far distance on those jet stream winds. And the fact that it's 20,000 feet high tells me this is at least an EF3 tornado, perhaps more, moving over rural areas. Now, we talked about a couple small towns, one of them being Harper. Mike, if you want to pause the radar real quick, just so I can see a little bit better, it looks like it is on the doorstep of Harper, very close to Harper, just a few miles to the south and west, and unfortunately hasn't deviated pathwise. So Harper, you are next in line. It's a town of about 118 people in Keokuk County. They have just a couple city streets, and ultimately those 118 people all kind of live in the same area, and they're sort of red line, center line for this storm. So Laffer Street, Yerger Street, German Street, Hutchinson Street, Main Street, and Archer Street. That's every street in town other than Rose Street. You guys all next in line for this storm, and unfortunately kind of red line for that potential tornado. Actually, the tornado we know is on the ground. And then about 8 miles after that, Kinross. It'll cross State Highway 22 near Kinross. It's about 80 people in that city. So rural towns, but even if you have not too much out there, once a tornado is out there, the unfortunate reality is that if you have a kind of dense target like this, if the tornado passes just outside of town, you're great. If it hits town, you kind of wipe out most of the structures there. And that could be the case with these two small towns. So hopefully folks are heeding their tornado precautions and in shelter. Mike?
Capucci, when you saw the outlook from the SPC earlier today and you saw the descriptors, the language, right? Language is very important when it comes to issuing these severe weather outlooks and reading into like the mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. When you start seeing, long track and you start to see strong, violent popping up, what are you expecting more so than, what could come out of those words? Looking at the setup in place, of course, you had been covering this in the days leading up to it, and then you start to see that language getting used here. What are the expectations for the rest of the evening?
Most definitely. So the SPC, like many of us forecasters, is a very measured organization. They don't sort of go with the windshield wiper effect. They don't throw out buzzwords. They're a government organization. And so they're very careful with their phrasing. When they use terminology like violent, which corresponds to an F4 or an F5 tornado, that's a very rare situation, showing they're both confident in the forecast and they're confident in these high impacts, which we don't see all that often. Oftentimes we forecast significant tornadoes, EF2s plus, but to use this verbiage to suggest several long track and or violent tornadoes shows this is a high-end situation, hence the issuance of these high-risk zones that the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has drawn on their maps. We got two of them, one in southeastern Illinois and southeastern Iowa, northwestern Illinois, and the other over parts of the Mid-South near eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, and northwestern parts of Mississippi. We haven't seen a high-risk issued since March 25th, 2021. And on that particular day, there were 20 tornadoes, 6 fatalities, and a tornado that carved an 80-mile path through Greensboro, Alabama, and much of the central part of the state. And so last time we saw obviously significant impacts. The fact that we're seeing it again this time shows that, it is matching what we expect with a high risk. By the way, this is the first double high risk issued, and actually, first since 2012, and only the second time it's ever happened. And so this is an event that we'll remember and study for a long time. But for the time being, we got to get through it. We got to get people through it. And the only way people can do it is by making sure they keep themselves and their loved ones safe by having a sheltering plan throughout the entire day and the night.
Capucci, some perhaps really troubling news here, and this comes from local media there in Little Rock. There's reports of roughly 600 injuries in and around the Little Rock area. Not great. I mean, we would rather that number to be 0. That would be great. No words of any fatalities. As it stands, that number is at 0, which let's hope that continues to be the case today. Yeah, not great to hear that already. I mean, the sun is still up, right?
The sun is still up, and news takes a while to break. If we have 600 injuries, and that's after an hour and a half, I would not be surprised to unfortunately see a number of fatalities with that circulation. Just having seen how quickly it came in, how quickly the entire storm evolved from sort of a lesser impressive storm to suddenly producing a large and potentially violent tornado. We never want to speculate, and that's why we won't give out official numbers yet until we have them. But we can say that there's a likelihood of a number of casualties. Already Mike confirmed 600 injuries. And just looking at that, it's hard to imagine there wouldn't be fatalities from a situation like that. It pains me to say it. It pains all of us to be covering it. And yet that's why we place so much emphasis on advanced preparation, getting folks aware in advance of something like this. And, this event is ongoing. It is only 4:16 Central Time. Peak heating is kind of ongoing right now. And most of the storms dynamically don't really perk up the most until 6, 7 o'clock. And so we are still sort of in the early stages of a very long duration event. And Mike, given that there will be multiple rounds of severe storms, it'll be difficult for people to maintain a heightened state of awareness all tonight, but they can't let their guard down. Just as we can't as forecasters, they can't as people. And obviously you're pulling up some very impressive photos right there. Lots of media circulating. I mean, my goodness, that looks like, I'm just pulling it up so I can see it a little bit better.
2 of them.
Yeah, there was a brief time, so we can go back in the radar display. There was a brief time when it looked like one circulation. So I think the circulation we see in the foreground, it's tough to tell. I'm not sure if they were true twins or if one was a satellite. I mean, obviously they're twins, but I'm not sure if they were 2 independent mesocyclones or one was sort of a satellite of the other.
Capucci, look at this video. This is from Sigourney.
Wow. I mean, that looks like the Rockford, Illinois tornado.
Again, like, this when we saw that debris signature, right? You don't really see a debris ball like that unless you're talking, at least like EF3, right? I want to give the proper credit, of course, to the video. It comes from Tim Jones Weather on Facebook. Yeah. I mean, holy. So this is about that's that PDS, folks, the particularly dangerous situation. That is a big and powerful tornado that was on the ground. That's that storm that we are tracking that, as it stands right now, is working its way toward Iowa City. Whether or not it will arrive there, again, if you saw the wording from the SPC, long track was key to pull out of that, right? We're not talking a tornado on the ground for a minute or two. These could be on the ground for a while. All right, let's go back to the radar here. And let's watch that particular storm, because as it stands, you can see the tightening of it, if you will, is starting to kind of loosen up a little bit as it works its way past Keota and Wellman. Harper, you are now out of the tornado warning, but again, if you listen to Capucci and I or any of your local media to get to your safe place, well, that's fantastic. The benefit of us, if we can, toot our own horn for a second, is you can take us on your phone to your safe place, and we can try our best to guide you through the worst of the worst as it arrives. Going to be tough for you to bring, your television with you. Mind you, we are still watching this tornado as it works its way through Keota toward Wellman. Now, Iowa City, you are getting real close here to entering that warning polygon here. So the Iowa City Municipal Airport and University Heights, all not in the tornado warning here just yet, but we will keep a very close eye on that as things get going here. So again, I still can't get over, Capucci. We've seen just the sheer variety today. I mean, you saw that massive debris ball, that hook echo that you just showed us earlier over Arkansas was like picture perfect, right? And then, of course, earlier today, we had a catastrophic tornado go through a populated city in Little Rock. And again, the sun is still up. We got a ways to go.
It's 4:20 p.m. It's 4:20 Central Time. I mean, this is stuff that if today ended right now, this would be a historic outbreak. And we are just on like hour 2 of what I'd probably say will be an 8-hour event, if not more. It's insane.
Right. So another image here. We're not forgetting about that tornado in Iowa. I want to bring you guys another some more reporting from local media. Of course, now all of the TV reporters. You know, big shout out to the hardworking folks in local news. This one comes to us from TVH 11. Capucci, can you see this in Little Rock?
Let me see. I mean, that's solid EF3 damage. It's impossible to know how the homes were constructed, but I'd say high-end EF2 to low-end EF3. Winds there probably 130, 140.
Yeah,
and that's a conservative estimate. I mean, this could have been an F4 tornado.
Right. So credit to Sam there, who provided this TV reporter with these photos. So now, of course, the local news, again, going to provide that ground truth, as I touched on before. Very important to get that ground truth from trusted sources, chasers, trained spotters, emergency management officials, police officers, fire department, and, of course, television reporters as well.
Yep, and I'm seeing it. So, yeah, I'm seeing a picture of the twin tornadoes near Kyoto. So, actually, if we go to the live storm chaser Twitter, see if you can pull that up real quick, and you can clearly see really dual tornadoes, one massive one that we've seen media of on the right, and then a secondary one on the left. If you pull up looks like the live storm chasers. And the Weather Service now says, quote, at 4:15 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Kinross, or 14 miles northeast of Sigourney. So again, we've been talking about Kinross for a while. And there remain reports of 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. Not one, but rather 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. Damaging tornadoes, really, unfortunately, over Kinross. And Harper is seeing them right now, too. So we're seeing multiple tornadoes affect small rural communities. And it's incredibly distressing to see that is continuing to be the case. Again, let's see if we can flip back over. I'm going to try to pull up MyRadar again on this side, on the Mac Mini. In the meantime, Mike, I know you're pulling up some of that media. Yeah, look at that incredible photo. I mean,
let me switch back. Let me switch back. I didn't know you were looking at it. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that's a it's hard to say good, right? You know, good being a super relative term in a situation like this, but boy, that is a photo that I think a lot of folks would be pretty envious of capturing that. I mean, that is the force of Mother Nature on full display right there. For folks that aren't seeing it, well, here's one. That's your wedge tornado, right? That's roughly the same length from the top to the bottom, or width, I should say. And then over here, you've got your rope. I mean, really, it's just a staggering photo that is definitely worth studying. Pay close attention. Can you guys see here at the base of this tornado, right? That swirling kind of mainly just dust where it's moving here around it. Well, that could be where, again, that correlation coefficient is picking up on the debris that you're seeing for some of these storms. Let's go back. So they've shrunk, Capucci, this polygon here for the storm that we were just looking at here in Iowa. It looks like there are, again, 2 areas of rotation in this near Kyoto and Wellman. Can you see that here?
Yeah, can we actually take my computer real quick and see if we can take that, well, actually the Mac Mini, and I went back and found on radar where that sort of dual circulations are evident. So let me know when we have that up.
You got it. I'm looking right at it.
Okay, awesome. So you're looking at my monitor right now. This was about, I'd say, 4:53 Eastern time, so 3:53 Central time. Here's that main circulation west of Ollie, south of Sigourney earlier on, that produced the massive wedge tornado that we saw. Now, over here, you see kind of a secondary blip on the radar near the periphery of the storm. This ordinarily would look to be something called side lobe contamination. Basically, higher velocities in the storm that are mistakenly mapped to a lower part of the storm, resulting in what looks to be a secondary vortex. And so when I saw that, I was like, nah, probably not. But we fast forward a little bit in time, and we see, look, Now our main circulation, a little bit southeast of Sigourney, is this one right here. But the second one is kind of moving closer into the storm and appears to have a couplet of red against green. So this likely was either a satellite tornado or a secondary tornado about 2 miles off the main funnel. Then we fast forward one more scan. We'll see what happens. It's unclear what exactly did transpire. I'd venture to say one tornado is right here. The other dominant one is right here. This obviously the much stronger one. And then we can go even further. And actually, something else that may be happening right here, it's impossible to tell. Either one is right here, or this clearly is a biggie, but then this might be an anticyclonic tornado with red away from the radar, green towards. So without knowing which way the other tornado was spinning, it's impossible to say if it was a satellite, if it was an anticyclonic, what it was. But you saw two couplets, and then we zoom forward again, and yeah, I mean this looks to be two different tornadoes: red toward the red away from the radar, green towards, and clearly there were two couplets for a little while. Now, obviously, we're tracking this. Yep.
I'm sorry, I have to show you a close-up shot of this here. Check this out.
Sure,
if you guys want to pull up my Twitter account here, or the iPad again that has the Twitter on it. Can you see this, Capucci?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that's as close of a call, I think, as you can get. I believe this was Storm Chaser Vince Willetti, who you might have seen streaming in the app from time to time, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios. I mean, holy moly, that is that tornado near Harper. You can see the debris flying around it there. Sorry to cut you off there, Capucci, but again, this is that same tornado that we are watching that's still on the ground, mind you. We've been talking about this one for a while now. It's still on the ground. If there is any silver lining to take out of this, is that it has kind of gone through not super populated areas. It seems to be kind of off away from people. Of course, it has gone through some smaller communities, that being Harper, Keota. Still too early to know whether or not there's been any damage in those locations. But as you saw from the images that we've just showed you, this is a very strong, violent tornado that is still on the ground here. At one time, actually, as you just saw from Capucci, did spit out two little tornadoes. I mean, Mother Nature's angry, folks. This is a very upset day from a severe weather perspective here. So Wellman, you are in this tornado warning as it stands right now. It is just to your southwest. Kelowna, you are not in the tornado warning, but gosh, you are as close as you can get. And we are seeing whether or not, Capucci, that we are going to see this polygon get extended to Iowa City. It's still on the ground, right? So it's going to be a super close call, it seems.
Yeah, it's tough to speculate on what this will do over the next 30, 40 minutes. Ordinarily, I'd say the line behind it would probably catch up to it, but on a day like today, you kind of got to throw the regular rule book out the window. In situations like this, when there's just so much energy in the atmosphere, so much spin, so much cape or juice, and you're maxing out all the different ingredients, it's tough to picture a scenario in which things don't overachieve. So the fact that we have multiple tornado warnings, here's a new one right here that appeared to have just been issued, now includes the western side of Iowa City. That was issued just a moment ago.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
For Johnson, Washington, and Iowa County in east central Iowa. We have this large, extremely dangerous tornado over Amish, or 16 miles southwest of Iowa City. This is a PDS tornado warning for Iowa City, for western parts of Iowa City, or a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for western parts of Iowa City. So again, it is moving in the direction of western Iowa City, moving towards Mount Vernon. And I mean, we've seen the obvious circulation. It's moving west of Kelowna. And this thing will be in Iowa City before we know it. It's moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour, actually 65 miles per hour here. I mean, this thing, even if it was moving parallel to a road with beat traffic, this thing's kind of cutting diagonal. So it will be in Iowa City in the next, let me time it out here.
As you're doing that,
it'll be in Iowa City in 20 minutes.
So, oh my gosh, holy moly. For the record, folks at the bottom of the screen, you've probably seen the tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warnings scrolling by. We are at the point now where we are no longer showing the severe thunderstorm warnings popping up on the bottom. There are that many active tornado warnings. In fact, I'm just going to zoom out here for a moment on this one computer, on the WSI computer. Matt, can you take that for a second, or potentially even just make it full here? I just want here, I got it. I want people to see. I mean, do you see how many tornado warnings there are? I mean, we can count them here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 10? 10, 11, 12, 13 active tornado warnings right now. And
I feel like I'm on a morbid episode of Sesame Street.
Credit to the 13. Credit to the folks at the Storm Prediction Center. Again, the Navy SEALs of severe weather forecasting. I mean, these are like dead on right where the high risk areas are. Can you see I've got it layered on the top now? I mean, it is really darn close. I mean, they are the best of the best for a reason here. But again, back to the active tracking here. Matt, if you want to pull that up here. Before we do that here, let me show you another photo here. Social media. I mean, there's a lot of negatives about social media. Let's be real here, but there's a lot of positives in the sense where you can see this stuff. I mean, so fast. I mean, look at this, Capucci. This photo here from it seemingly. Yep. From this chaser here says that this tornado hit this home here. The elderly couple, where did they go? The bathroom. And look at the walls of the bathroom here in this photo. They are still standing. The folks that live in this house are alive. I mean, look at this photo here. I mean, really, really staggering photo. It's hard to not get like emotional looking at a photo like this where, you know, you can... I mean, I've gone through it only once in the midst of a tornado. Nothing on this level here. Scary stuff. And these folks are still alive. It looks like the fur baby made it out as well, which of course is fantastic. But Capucci, as you touched on here, a particularly dangerous situation for Iowa City. That's that same tornado that we were just looking at in photos.
Yeah, so let's actually take that, if we can take a Mac Mini radar one more time, show folks the tornado warning does extend into the western parts of Iowa City. Let me know when that is actually up on screen, because we have obviously the 2 red boxes. If you're in the red box, you want to seek shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoid windows. You know the deal. Mobile home, vehicle, outdoors. You want to get to a site-built location, something with a foundation, and try to protect yourself from flying debris. Again, it's mainly the area between, I'd say, looks like Keota and Iowa City that is the biggest risk right now. Kelowna, really, in Iowa City, right along State Highway 1. But if you're in the western parts of Iowa City, you want to be below ground if at all possible. Let's flip on over to our velocity image and show you where that is. Here's the couplet, green against red, 2 different colors showing 2 different winds over a short area. They go in opposite directions. Green is towards the radar, red is away, counterclockwise circulation. That is the tornado. And right now it is due west of Hills, northwest of Kelowna, west-southwest of Iowa City. And I do think it may just barely clip the western parts of the Iowa City metro, may wind up closer to like Coralville, Tiffin, right along Interstate 80, 380, Klein Quarry, and the Coral Ridge Mall might be impacted. Costco, Come and Go, the Fairway grocery store as well. So if you know folks who are either in that area or maybe heading towards that area on the interstate, have them get to a site-built location right now. You only have about, I'd say, 10 minutes, if that. If you're in those areas in a home, run to the garage real quick, grab the bike helmets for the kiddos, run back inside to your lowest, most safe place in the interior room of the lowest floor of your home or building. And if you cannot get to a basement, bathroom, or bathtub, run inside, grab the blanket or pillows real quick. Remember, most tornado fatalities come from head injuries. Something like this can protect your head, even if just a little bit. Any added protection will be beneficial to protecting your life and maximizing your chances of survival if you do receive a hit by a tornado. And on days like today, these are not little weak sky noodles. These are big wedges that move along, scour entire neighborhoods. We saw that in Arkansas earlier. We saw that to the southwest with this same system. We've seen structural damage, and unfortunately, this is a particularly dangerous situation and on the precipice of becoming a significant issue for Iowa City. Again, the box right here includes the western parts of Iowa City, but I do think, I'd say, really, this will be a big issue for like Tiffin to Coralville, and maybe even as far west as Kent Park. But I'd say this area right near the 380 and 80 interchange on the west side of the highway will be the worst. Let's take a look and see if we're still seeing any debris in the atmosphere. And indeed we are. Wow. All right. My goodness. Okay, so this is concerning for 2 reasons. Number one, this right here, this little blob of blue, that is debris being lofted to 20,000 feet by this tornado. This is correlation coefficient. The radar is showing you there are spiky shapes that it's detecting, not rain, not hail. Instead, jagged things like, for example, sheet metal, shrapnel, insulation, building supplies, 2x4s, shards of people's lives being lifted to 20,000 feet. That's what this blue blob right here is. That is the tornado. That is as clear as day as it gets. Now, what you're seeing off to the north, this whole kind of weird, lesser, more diffuse area, that's debris falling from the atmosphere. So really, if you're 10, 15 miles plus north of this tornado, you might look out the window and see debris raining down, little tufts of insulation, canceled checks, small debris, perhaps vegetation, stuff like that. That's what's coming down right now. So in addition to the rain and the hail, if you're driving west on Interstate 80 between, I'd say, roughly Homestead right now, or actually Tiffin to Oxford, right along 6 or Interstate 80, south of Kent Park, south of Greencastle Aero Club, you guys are seeing actual debris fall. This is not speculation. This is live on radar right now. And obviously, here's the big tornado moving northeast towards really the area between Oxford and Tiffin. So ultimately, the 380 and 80 interchange, the 380 and 6 interchange, this is very concerning. The Belisol Event Center, Tiffin Soccer Fields, Tiffin City Park, the Western Hills area, U.S. Foods, off-campus auto repair, Just Dogs Play Care, right off looks like West Core Drive. You guys are all next in line for this potential tornado circulation. The rest stop at I-80 westbound in Tiffin, same thing eastbound. You guys, if you're there, get into the shelter if there is one there. If not, a ditch would be better than your vehicle. A ditch would be better than your vehicle, and a ditch would be much better than a mobile home. Mobile homes won't do it. With a circulation like this, with a tornado as strong as this is, you cannot possibly be in a mobile home. A mobile home is going to go mobile. And unfortunately, tornadoes put the mobile in mobile home. So it's going to stay west of downtown Iowa City. We hope, but the western suburbs, Coralville, Tiffin, that interchange right there, you guys are next in line for a serious situation, and one that unfortunately, if folks don't take their tornado precautions, could result in casualties. So again, it's kind of buried beneath this murky red. Heavy rain, heavy hail, you might not see it. We do have spotter reports of it though, and we know it is moving directly into the Tiffin area. So Mike, with that, we'll send it back over to you, but for the time being, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, prompting a PDS tornado warning. And let's actually take a look. It sounds.
Oh, my mic. You can hear me now, right, Capucci?
Yes, now I can. There
apologies. I was talking to myself there for a moment. Of course, Iowa City is home to the University of Iowa. So all you Hawkeyes out there, you've got a particularly dangerous situation really knocking on your doorstep at this moment in time. Again, a good 10 to 15 minutes away from you. Something else I want to mention, I'm seeing this flying around on Twitter, and it is a very good point. It was announced a couple of days ago that a lot is changing on Twitter. I'm sure you've seen a lot changing here over the past couple of months, but of course, the timing for this, not really ideal. Beginning tomorrow, a lot of these automated Twitter accounts that have automated information, a lot of them from the National Weather Service, mind you, that send out severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings or what have you. These automated kind of tweets are going to be limited in a drastic way. So it is imperative that you have multiple ways to receive warnings, because it's very possible that we go past midnight tonight. And again, I don't work for Twitter. I don't necessarily know when those changes will take effect. But if that is how you rely on getting your information from one of the many accounts that do the automated kind of triggered tweets that are published when new information comes in by pinging Twitter's API, that is going to be greatly affected, I would imagine, by midnight tonight. Again, I have no way of knowing, but Twitter did announce that a couple of days ago. I'm seeing a lot of people talking about that. Certainly worth mentioning. That's why, another reason why you should have MyRadar. It's totally free, and of course, we will keep you up to date with any and all new tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings that are coming your way. Just be sure, of course, to have your notifications turned on. So we are watching again this storm, a PDS here. Oh gosh, Capucci, is there looks like there's another one here in Arkansas, another PDS here near Wynne, Arkansas.
Okay.
Here, can you jump to that one? I'm going to keep an eye here on this one approaching Iowa City.
I'm also uploading some stuff to our Twitter stream. If we can take a look back at the Mac Mini real quick as we switch back over to...
It's there.
Okay, awesome. So here's the thing with Wynne. We have two tornado circulations, two tornado warnings right now in Arkansas, one southwest of Little Rock, right down here, the other one northeast, north of Forest City. This one is closing in on the Memphis area. It's going to pass north of Memphis, but it's closing in on that area. Here it is right now. It's near Wynne, Arkansas, and this just absolute menagerie of colors is not even worth me deciphering. Just basically, let me tell you, it is maxing out the charts, maxing out the wind readings, if you will, on data, how we can visualize this data. It looks like a bucket of spilled paint. Let me tell you, it's awful. There's a strong tornado buried in there, and it is moving east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. It is right near Wynne, soon to pass near or just north of Colt. This is a tornado warning for St. Francis and southwestern Cross counties. It is confirmed large. It is confirmed extremely dangerous. It is on the ground right now. So folks in Wynne, Village Creek State Park, Colt, Fair Oaks, Vandale, McElroy, Rosenbaum, Fitzgerald Crossing, Ellis, Chapelle, Levesque, Hamlin, and Whittsburg, you have to be in your tornado-safe places. It is soon to pass Colt, Arkansas. So let's give you some intersections to get your bearings, just so folks know exactly where it is. Again, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And I do think, if I had to look on radar right now, I mean, it's ominously close to Wynne. It's going to make a direct hit on Wynne. So Wynne, Arkansas, let me actually pull up our screen real quick just so I can make sure I'm screen recording and posting to Twitter too. But Wynne, Arkansas, you guys are next in line for a potential large, violent, and potentially extremely dangerous tornado. So Wynne, Arkansas is next in line. It's going to move directly over town. So really, everybody in the city of Wynne along Route 1, you have to be in shelter now. Route 1, also known as South Falls Boulevard, it is red line, center line. I'm going to hit the city of Wynne in just a moment or two. After that, I'm going to travel along Highway 64 towards Parkin. So if you're in that area, you have to be below ground. Above ground won't do it. This is a bucket of spilled paint on radar. That's how intense it is. Now on the west side of the city of Wynne, entering downtown. I do suspect it'll impact especially the north part of town, right near the interchange between 64 and Route 1. So again, Coachman's in, Nationwide 9 in, days in. You guys, hopefully if you're watching from the hotel staff have evacuated everybody to the lowest floor on the most interior room, because honestly, with a circulation like this, you could easily shear off the second floor. Tractor Supply Company, that's on the north side of Wynne. That could be seriously impacted too, right near the Sonic. Keep in mind, big box stores like that, not safe. The ceiling comes down, everything comes crashing down. This would be a life and death situation there. Meanwhile, the tornado warning has been extended now to include Parkin. This is a new tornado warning, and it is a PDS tornado warning for Crittenden County and Cross County in eastern Arkansas. PDS meaning particularly dangerous situation. Essentially, that is kind of a souped-up tornado warning. We'll see now if there's been any update. We just know this is moving into the city of Wynne. And let's look for debris if we can real quick. And we see nothing yet. I suspect in just a moment or two, there will be an upgrade to that. So again, Wynne right now, the rain has backed off. You're in the inflow notch. Basically, the warm air rushing in to fuel the circulation. Over here at the tip of the hook, that's where the tornado is, just north of Colt. So you have about 30 seconds, if that, in Wynne until calamity strikes. And we just hope and pray that you are taking your tornado precautions near or below ground, because there's no way to adequately survive this above ground. This is a day where, oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it's over the city of Wynne. Wynne is in the middle of this circulation. Wynne is in the inflow notch of the circulation. Wynne is at the tip of the hook. Every bad metric you can possibly imagine from a radar standpoint indicates disaster in the city of Wynne. It is directly over town along the intersections of Falls Boulevard and Highway 64. So Route 1 and 64, it's passing over the main business district right now. We can't necessarily know what's happening at the ground, but we can tell you it's not good. And we can tell you that all we can do is hope and pray the folks are in shelter right there. And we don't see debris on radar yet, but believe me, I'm sure we will in just a moment or two once this updates. So Mike, with that, I'll send back over to you, but we are waiting for updates out of Wynne. I suspect they won't be pretty. And unfortunately, next in line, we have Parkin, and that'll be in about 10 minutes. So Parkin and eventually Earl, 10 minutes down the road. Folks along State Highway 64, you're in trouble. Mike?
It's not often, Capucci, that we see the yellows and oranges in the velocity scans. Troubling, to say the very least. Again, there is a lot going on. You can see all of the tornado warnings being issued and that are currently active at the bottom of your screen right now. So pay very close attention to those, because there's it's just Capucci and I. We're jumping around to kind of the storms of the moment, the ones that are really the most troubling, those that have confirmed tornadoes on the ground. This is the one we've been tracking for a while in Iowa. And for folks that live in Iowa City, students at the University of Iowa, this is now on your doorstep. The center of circulation is still kind of off to your west a little bit, just west of the Iowa City Municipal Airport, approaching the 218, 380, and 80 interchange right there, just to the southeast of Tiffin. But needless to say, you're more than likely dealing with, of course, heavy rain and strong winds. I would venture to guess that if we look at the vertically integrated liquid, that you're dealing with hail. Nothing super big like what we saw before. We're talking baseballs, but still some rather large hail in that system. But this is that same tornado that earlier today, you can see just here. I can rotate it all the way back. In fact, let me zoom out a little bit more for you. You can see where this began near Ottumwa. Just give it a second for all the gaps to fill in. So there it is near Ottumwa. We advance it out, and you can see in this moment here, it actually put down 2 tornadoes. We shared that photo to our Twitter account. I highly suggest you check it out. We keep advancing. You can see, again, long track. Those are the words of the day today. Still on the ground, pushing north here. Again, still looking a little messy, but nonetheless, the tornado warning is still in effect. Again, for folks that live east of University Heights in Iowa City, this is right there near on your doorstep. Of course, we're tracking that additional tornado near Wynne, Arkansas as well, that seemingly has taken a direct hit. So the National Weather Service office in La Crosse, that is in Iowa, just tweeted the tornado threat is increasing over, and that was all caps, increasing over, over northeast Iowa. Seek shelter immediately if warnings are issued. Again, today is not the day to play around, right? Holy moly, look at all of those tornado warnings. Looks like the next area that we've got to watch, oh my gosh, there's so many of them. The next area we've got to watch for, just really where my eyes went immediately, is right here near Vinton and Mount Auburn. I mean, really anywhere here from Cedar Falls, Iowa, all the way down near Iowa City is at risk right now of a tornado warned storm. We know, at least for now, there is one, or has been one, on the ground. I've lost my bearings right here near Iowa City. This is the one that worked its way through Ottumwa earlier today. There's plenty of video of this tornado out in the world. Again, on our Twitter account, you can see it. Good gosh. I mean, I've got off camera here our director, Matt, who's been putting in a marathon shift this week. He's standing up. He's just off camera. There is a camera. Maybe we'll show Matt here at some point. There's 2 cameras over there, in fact. Matt is standing up, stretching his legs. But holy moly. This one as well, this is that same tornado that moved through Ottumwa and Harper not long ago. You can see on the back end of it here, trying to tighten back up again. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Again, think of this like a debris tracker, if you will. I mean, look at, let's bring this back here. Okay, what this is showing you, this data here is showing you objects that are being lofted vertically into the air, objects that do not belong in the air, right? This can be really anything. Do you guys see just that big increase? I mean, that's not the size of the tornado right there, but very likely kicking up a lot of dust. And this is another reason why right here within that tornado warning, that is likely some spin right there. We'll track it northward. That looks to be that area of tightening that we just looked at not long ago. Yep, right there. So we are going to keep a really close eye on this. Again, for the folks that live near Highway 218 or Interstate 218 and 80, you have a tornado, a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground south of Route 80 in Tiffin, Coralville, University Heights. And for anybody that lives near and around the Iowa City Municipal Airport, you need to be in your safe place, that being the centrally located area of your home. If you do not have a basement, that's fine. You want to go to, again, that central location. If you have windows in the room that you are in, that is the wrong room for you to be in. The garage, also not a good idea either. That is the largest opening to the outside of your home in your home. So if the door were to fail, not a fun place for you to be. Again, it could even be a closet if that's the best you got. What's up, Capucci?
I'm so sorry. I'm seeing I kind of want a second opinion on this, but I'm seeing what I think to be something remarkable on radar near the Cedar Rapids area. And this is how you're talking about right now, correct?
You're talking about the one to the west of Iowa City?
Yeah, near Tiffin?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way we could real quick switch on over to the Mac Mini? And I'm very curious your thoughts on this. So let me know when it's up on screen.
You got it.
Okay. We flip on over to correlation coefficient, and it's going to take a sec to load. Oh, don't fail me now. Don't fail me now. Well, in the meantime,
there's so much data coming in.
There it is. Okay. So is this outdated at all? It's 5.
No, that should be the latest. That's the same one I have too.
So if we switch back to, so there's the correlation coefficient. We switch back to reflectivity. I think the rain stops right here. I think what Cedar Rapids is seeing right now is debris fall, because when we switch back over to correlation coefficient, we see it's all light blue. I mean, Cedar Rapids is about to see debris fall from the sky. Earlier on, there's that tornado right there to the south. I think the tornado may have briefly weakened or just kind of dropped most of its debris. But I mean, look at all that. That what goes up must come down. That's all debris about to fall in Cedar Rapids. So Cedar Rapids, in addition to rain and hail, you might see pieces of homes and stuff start falling down. They won't be big, but you'll still see stuff to about, I'd say, a couple pounds. I mean, it's remarkable that a major U.S. metro is about to see a debris fall.
We're going to keep a close eye on this one, folks. I mean, as you're seeing that kind of tightening of that storm occurring right here, it seems as if, again, Iowa City and University Heights, you're really on the... you're still in the midst of this tornado warning, I should say, but boy, it's going to be a close call. Anywhere between Tiffin, Coralville, University Heights, that's kind of the area right here in which that tornado is heading to. Again, that's near the 8380 and 218 interchange, just to the southeast of Tiffin, west of Iowa City and University Heights. The Iowa City Municipal Airport, you can see on the map, is just outside of the tornado warning, but it's fully surrounded. I mean... Well, no, I'm getting confused here. Yeah, it's just outside of the 2 tornado warnings. There's a lot of them, folks. There's a lot of tornado warnings right now. Okay, let's keep a close eye on this here, because I think this could be a situation that develops really, really fast. Again, if I go back, as you saw the correlation coefficient to what Capucci was alluding to, that blue, as we thought, could be dust, debris, again, anything that's being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. This has been on the ground, this tornado, for a long time, right? So if I go back here, as soon as I get this to load, stand by. There we go. Okay, so I got to get a timestamp here. It's loading in for me. Stand by. So 4:16, that would have been Eastern time, so 3:16. You can see as it expands out, right there's the tornado, the blue kind of dot. Notice it expands. Do you see out ahead of this? All of that CC, again, the correlation coefficient. As Capucci alluded to, whether that's dust or, again, objects being lofted vertically and pushed over Cedar Rapids. That is wild to see on radar. Let's switch back to velocity and keep a close eye on this. Where am I? Right here. There is the area of tightening that we will keep a close eye on here. It's almost 6 o'clock here Eastern time. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome. I'm meteorologist Mike Linden, joined by meteorologist Matthew Capucci. You can see him on the screen. We have been streaming live for this high-risk day today. Still more to come, impacting the southern and central United States. Again, if you're watching us in the MyRadar app, awesome. Welcome to the family. If you are watching us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, we're on LinkedIn, Twitch, we're everywhere. I'd really appreciate it, whichever platform you are on, to like, if possible. Click that thumbs up there. Hey, you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. It's totally free. It really helps us out a lot. And, of course, tell all your family and friends. Again, really helps us out a lot. A truly remarkable afternoon unfolding before our very eyes here. We've got chasers on the ground. That would be Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who not too long ago was in Illinois. I haven't spoken with him in a bit. He is okay. He's driving, of course. Want to make sure that he's in a safe place to intercept these storms. But Capucci and I have got you. We've got meteorologist Erica Lopez just off camera here, who's been really doing a lot behind the scenes. And then just off camera as well is Big Matt here, is helping us direct the stream. He's still standing up, folks. He's stretching those legs out. Our team was in Oklahoma, Capucci included, just, what was it, 3 days ago now? I mean, you guys have really been putting in the miles. But now back at home, dealing with a worsening severe weather event. I assume that you're talking about this storm here, Capucci, just now approaching... Can't get it to go away. Coralville, right?
I mean, that one has me going, but honestly, the ones near Little Rock do as well. So do you mind if I do a quick tour south to north?
Go for it.
Awesome. So let's broaden out real quick. We'll take the Mac Mini, and let me know when we have that up.
It's up, dude.
Awesome. So for folks at home, we're taking a look at the Mac Mini right now. That's basically showing us, if we look right here, all the yellow boxes, those are tornado watches. Then within that, we see a bunch of red tornado warnings. A watch means conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather. A warning means that something's actually happening right now. It's imminent or occurring. So again, the yellow right here, these are all tornado watches. The reds are tornado warnings. Warnings means imminent or occurring, and you got to seek shelters. Let's start way south. We see a couple cells right here east of Tyler, Texas, near Shreveport, Louisiana. Another one near Texarkana, Arkansas, which is beginning to show signs of rotation, but up and down looks like Interstate 30 towards Little Rock. We're seeing more cells. Little Rock was hit earlier on by a significant tornado, likely EF3 to EF4, and now we're seeing yet another cell. The third tornadic supercell to impact the immediate Little Rock area is now northeast of the city, a little bit north of Interstate 40, east of Cabot near Beatty, a little bit northwest of Des Arcs. So again, obvious circulation right here, obvious hook. It appears that we don't have a tornado on the ground yet with this, but again, one could touch down at any point, and you see the obvious spin, the obvious hook echo there. Then there's this one that earlier on hit Wynn in extreme eastern Arkansas and is now pushing towards or just north of Memphis. This one had a confirmed tornado with it. It still does. It's a particularly dangerous situation. It hit Wynn at 4:50 p.m. We can switch and try to see if there's any debris in the atmosphere. Obviously, we're switching over to velocity, just messy colors, crazy colors, maxing out the scale, showing you changing winds with a very short distance. Correlation coefficient, yep, that blue there, that's all debris. This is debris falling from the atmosphere. Let's back out once again and take you farther north into Missouri, where we now have tornado warnings in effect near Rolla. I've driven that road before, been to Rolla. There's a really nice place there, and we're seeing multiple tornado warnings there. And one of them appears to be, we switch radars real quick, right over the highway. That's Interstate 44 right there. And this one is not confirmed yet, but that storm is also producing golf ball size hail. Then another one farther south. This one is affecting parts of, it looks like Texas County, Denton County, and Shannon County in south central Missouri. Now we go farther north to where the main action is in parts of Illinois and Iowa. Just an absolute litany of probably 8 to 9 different tornado warnings, all ongoing. Some are confirmed, some are not confirmed. Doesn't matter if they're not on the ground yet, they could be at any point. We'll switch on over to the Davenport radar and show you there is debris falling right now north of Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. So again, debris is falling from the sky. This was an earlier tornado that hit a little bit southwest of Iowa City. Velocity shows us where that tornado is, and there was one near Tiffin. Now it looks like there's one just south, actually maybe one or two south of Iowa City. Those are moving to the east northeast as well. So again, we're seeing that right here over, looks like Highway 218. Then farther north, we see a number of other circulations, a little bit north and west of the metro, curving back towards Waterloo and Cedar Falls. So, Mike, everything's spinning. Everything that goes up is spinning today, and things can evolve very quickly. We have the rare overlap of extreme juice or CAPE, convective available potential energy, and spin, shear. I think the initial lead storms had the better chance of strong tornadoes. Then this secondary line back here could produce damaging straight line winds to 70 or even 80 miles per hour as they mix jet stream momentum down to the ground, in addition to quick hitting spin ups. So once you get a break, that doesn't mean it's over. It means, oh, wait, you're gearing up for round two. And round two, this is the grand finale. Then there will be snow in the backside in western parts of Iowa that we won't even bother talking about right now. But for the time being, Mike, I mean, we're tracking a ton of tornado warnings. I'm especially concerned right now about this one that is closing in on Memphis. And it won't hit the city, but it'll stay near or just north of the city, but too close for comfort.
Yeah, this is one of the areas in which you and I chatted about beforehand, where we spoke about where we think we could see some really significant weather developing, and Memphis was certainly one of them. And for all of you watching, stay hydrated. You just saw Capucci take a big drink of water. Stay hydrated. Today's going to be the day to do that. All right, he's going to step away for a moment here, but we've got a lot that we are chasing, right? Let me show you here a storm. Just going to switch over to Twitter. That tornado that we saw out of Wynne, Arkansas. Here we go. This is from Jason Myers here. That is a big old tornado. Can you see it right ahead? A little hard to see, wrapped up in rain a little bit. There you go. Good shot of it right there. So we've got a lot happening right now. We've got that tornado in Arkansas. We've got this one here. Well, now we've got, gosh, just to the south of Iowa City now. Let's take a closer look at this guy here. Which radar am I using? This is, okay, so it's to the east, near Davenport. This one right here, south of Iowa City. So when Capucci comes back, we'll take a look at that storm near Memphis here. But this is one that is really jumping out at me. So ironically enough, we've been talking a lot about Iowa City. That previous storm kind of went to the north of it, north and west near Coralville. Now we've got another storm developing to the south and east of Iowa City Municipal Airport here. Have not seen if this is confirmed. No, it is just radar indicated. This is right here to the east of Hills, just to the south and east of Iowa City Municipal Airport, passing west of West Liberty and approaching I-80 near West Branch. Let's take a look at the reflectivity here. So you can see that it's kind of part of this greater line, but you can see what's trying to happen here is it's kind of wrapping upon itself. Okay. So this is, again, that area of rotation that we're really cluing in on here. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Again, potential debris. And yeah, there is a teeny, but it is there, debris signature. So this is certainly something worth watching. This could be a developing situation. So again, for the folks that live east of Iowa City Municipal Airport, you need to be in your safe place. Again, it doesn't look to be a super densely populated area, but this is just on the city outskirts here, approaching I-80. I-80 in West Branch, west of West Liberty, right there. If I pause it here, that's the latest radar scan I have. Again, that is just a few miles away from the Iowa City Municipal Airport, passing to the south and east. I mean, without knowing right offhand, I mean, gosh, this has got to be the most tornado warnings I've ever seen for one event, really. I mean, it is truly a lot of them across multiple states. 1, 2, 3, 4 states. We're talking Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas, all under some form of tornado warning. Just a countless number of tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings too. But this is going to be something that we are going to continue to watch here. This particular storm here, I'm not seeing anything just yet in terms of any kind of confirmation on the ground. I will let you know as soon as we hear something or whether or not this goes PDS. But that is one worth watching. While we are doing that, I'm going to take a look at the storms that Capucci alluded to before. I think he just stepped away to use the restroom. It's going to be that kind of day. Let's go down here. And this is on the northern edge of the high-risk area. So it is not... Yeah, oh yeah. I mean... You can see them clear as day right here. This is near Wynn and Parkin. This is that same tornado that I just showed you before that pushed over Wynn. Parkin, Earl, you need to be in your safe place. For folks that live in Gilmore, Terrell, this is north of Marion and Crawfordsville. If I zoom in real tight here, again, let's go to Earl here. Barton Street, Swindle Road, Russell Cemetery Road, you all need to be in your safe place. Anyone that lives off of Interstate 64, State Route 184, 149, you need to be in your safe place. Alabama Avenue, if I've named off any locations that you go, that, you know, perks your attention, go, wait a minute, that's near me. You need to be in your safe place. Or if you know people that live in that area, to let them know. This is that area that Capucci was keying in on here. Again, this is that tornado near Wynn. According to local media here, and our good buddy Craig Cece, confirmed damage from that storm in Wynn. What's truly wild is the sunny blue skies that accompany these shots, really. Sheesh. Okay. So again, this is what we're keying in on here. This area here, you can see that twist. Again, green is representative of winds going toward the radar site, at least in this instant. Red is representative of winds going away from the radar site. So when you start to see that kind of convergence, that couplet, that is a telltale sign of some rotation. Interestingly enough, you got one out ahead of this, but that's just kind of the day it's been today. Little did I know when I was growing up celebrating Hanukkah, spinning the dreidel, right? I'd be seeing a lot of this spinning happening today here in this particular weather today. What an active day, really. These storms are having no issues whatsoever spinning. It's whether or not they result in a funnel cloud tornado touching down here. Okay, let me just make sure that this is accurate here. Yep, this is a tornado emergency here. And there are two of them, as confirmed. We can see them here. You got one here and one kind of just about here. This one doesn't want to stay down, but it's this one right back here. Yes, this is a confirmed tornado emergency. We're going to stay on this tornado. Again, this tornado has a history of damage. This has been, again, on the ground for a long time. Long track, name of the game today, folks, from the Storm Prediction Center. Just to the north and east of Parkin and Earl. This is in Arkansas, approaching Gilmore and Terrell. This is to the north and west of Memphis, Tennessee. This is pretty much right in that high-risk area. So this is certainly something that we anticipated. We will see whether or not this continues to tighten up on us here. But again, there are two tornadoes that have been spotted out of this, or at least two areas of rotation. Gosh, totally wild when you consider that we kind of saw this tornado, of course, go through Wynn, really significant as it pushed through Wynn, mind you. Then it pretty much kind of lost its rotation, and now we're right back at it. This is kind of the atmosphere that we're dealing with today, where things are going to happen really, really quickly. We've got that storm to the north near Iowa City. I don't know if Capucci is back with us here, but this is the benefit to us having our team here, right? That we have can bounce off of one another, and of course, because there's so much ground to cover in this instance. Okay. Okay. Again, I hope that you are all safe wherever you are watching us from. We've got a report of a wall cloud near Detroit, Illinois. My gosh, wait a minute. Look at this. You can see both of them. Erica, are you seeing this? Do you see that there's two of them? That's the second time today, now in a different state, that we're seeing two. Pretty nuts here. Let's stay on this one here. Again, for folks that live out ahead of this, you might be dealing with, let alone the impact from one tornado, but two potentially back to back. Is Corey's camera in this system in Arkansas? Do we know? Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this. Again, Gilmore, Terrell. This is near Interstate 55 and 555. Okay, we're going to stay really tight on these storms. Let me zoom in a little bit more here. We'll get some local names of roads here. Again, I-55 and Terrell. These are small communities here near Bob White Road, State Route 42. We've got Eureka Street, Stacy Road. They're in Terrell. This is just outside of the Memphis Metro. In Arkansas, a pair of tornadoes, a tornado emergency. All right, so we're going to stay in tight on those storms. Let me take a look at the chat here, making sure I'm answering your questions here. Again, if you are watching us, wherever you are watching us, we really appreciate a follow, a like, a subscribe. We're on a million platforms right now. All right, we're going to zoom in close here to Terrell. Again, you need to now be in your safe place. The rotation is still present. It seems to be somewhat weakening a little bit. We can look at the composite reflectivity. I mean, you kind of have the hook on the back end there. It's a bit of a mess here. Embedded rotation in this. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. So again, right up in here would tell you that that's something worth watching. Let's jump back to the velocity here. Yeah, so we're starting to lose it a little bit, but we are going to keep a close eye on it here. Someone on YouTube asked again about Kokomo, Indiana. Indiana's still not dealing with this here just yet. Someone said massive outbreak underway. Yeah, you're not kidding. 13 tornado warnings, I believe, at last count. Too many to keep up with, really. Someone said, for accurate weather in your area, you can always look at your weather app. See, that's where we've got you covered, right? Not only are you looking at your weather app here, but we are giving you supplemental coverage along with it here. A lot of people talking about St. Louis, Missouri. I haven't seen anything as it stands right now from St. Louis, Missouri. We've got Corey Inman's video in the bottom right-hand corner, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios. I mean, let alone that I figured we'd see a tornado today, but we'd see a pair of tornadoes twice in two different states. So we're still, again, watching these guys here. This is now approaching Terrell. We've got the center of rotation on the back end there. Just want to zoom out a smidge here. So for the folks, yeah, that are talking about St. Louis, okay, let's go take a look here. So we've got two tornado warned cells approaching to the south from the southwest, and we've got one tornado warned storm to the north.
Time, we're 3:45 p.m. Eastern time for the folks on the East Coast who are watching right now. So red against green, it's a Doppler effect. How do we? Hi, gang, on MyRadar Meteorological.
I hear Capucci talking in my ear, but it sounds like a recording from earlier.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't know you were back. It's all good.
Hey, look, now it's alive me. I'm real.
Okay. So my multi-viewer over here, guys, is frozen. Oh, there we go. So there's Corey Inman's video. Do we know where Corey is?
I think he's somewhere in Arkansas.
He's in Arkansas? Okay, that's where he was earlier today. So let's, we can keep Corey up, but let's make sure that we have the radar up there too. Capucci, a lot of folks on in the chat talking about St. Louis, Missouri, and about these two storms or cells to the south and west. It looks like both are trying to rotate a little bit, particularly that one over Bourbon and Sullivan along, is that I-44 there, seemed to have some pretty potent rotation as it pushed through St. James. But those are two certainly worth watching as they bear down on a major metropolitan area.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we now have a tornado warning in effect for parts of the Interstate 44 corridor, which obviously is very concerning. That's for a little bit northeast of Leesburg, near Sullivan, as you just said, near, it looks like Bourbon. And that is directly for the highway. So, again, if we switch back over to my Mac Mini, we'll show folks that one right there. This tornado warning is in effect for Franklin counties, Crawford counties, and looks like those two until about 5:45 Central Time. You can see some purple in there too. Golf ball size hail is possible. We're also eyeing more tornado warnings, one to the south right here over parts of a more rural set of counties. That one is for Crawford and Washington counties in central Missouri. And then much farther south as well. This one won't affect the St. Louis metro, but east of Salem, some danger there as well. But the one that unfortunately will affect the St. Louis metro in some way, shape, or form right now is on I-44. Now, picture you're driving back to St. Louis from someplace off the west. You take I-44 into the city. That's the highway you drive in, but this thing does not have to wait in traffic. This thing is not slowing down. It's not bumper to bumper. It is going to barrel right into the city. My question is, to what extent will these two cells, this one and this one on the center of your screen, either destructively interfere? Will they kind of compete with one another, or will they both remain mature and or intensify en route into the city? The unfortunate reality is that I'm forecasting the latter. I think that, and Mike, I'm sure you're probably thinking the same thing. As it moves in the city, there's just such a rich environment farther east that it's tough to imagine that these storms would have any reason for weakening, especially given that we still have a lot of heat and energy and humidity to gobble up, and the wind dynamics will be strengthening as the upper level support moves. I think St. Louis in the next, let's see, I'd say in the next 2 hours, we'll be facing at least some tornado threat, if not, a significant one. But at the very least, they will see wind and hail somewhere in the greater St. Louis area. Mike?
Yeah, I'm still keying in on. I've got that one, those two in mind there, Capucci. But the one near Wynne, Arkansas, that's pushing north of Memphis. Again, this is kind of treading that line of where the high risk area is, right? You want to talk about a favorable atmosphere this is entering. I'm not going to show it here, but I saw oh my gosh, what am I trying to say? A skew T plot of what the atmosphere looks like, and that is a little troubling here with how deep that moisture goes. Stand by here, just waiting for the radar scan to come in. This, of course, was the confirmed tornado that we saw that pushed through the Wynne area. That's now pushing north of Memphis. Again, you can see in the app, I've got the high risk area highlighted. So stand by, that will come in here in just a moment. So it's that storm that I'm closely watching that right now is pushing toward Golden Lake. Stand by. There it is. Okay, so you can see the hooking on the back end of that, right? Near Terrell and Gilmore. Let's go back to velocity. I mean, yeah, Capucci, you can see this, right? Look at that signature here. This was earlier where we saw twin tornadoes. That circulation kind of out ahead, seemingly the weaker of the two, whereas you see this on the back side.
So right now, perhaps it's a mistake on my end, but I'm seeing only the video.
Okay, stand by. There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. Okay, now I see everything.
Yeah, so that, of course, is right there on that edge of Memphis. The Corey Inman video, we'll take it back when we've got something to show you guys. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. If we can just narrow down specifically, you can see it on your screen now, just to make sure exactly where he is. We know he's in Arkansas. I would assume that he is following this storm here, but a very ugly, scary-looking sky. Reports of trees being debarked by this storm in Wynne. And again, this is developing fast. Okay. People in the chat, Capucci, talking about how the tornadoes for the high-risk area up north. Reminds them of, what was it, a few years ago when that tornado hit the Amazon warehouse?
Mayfield, Kentucky.
That's right.
Yep. I mean, those ones up there have been, you know, what's interesting. Iowa always seems to overachieve or underachieve. And today, you know, it's impossible to overachieve with a high risk, but the images, the videos we've been seeing have been so incredibly compelling because they show not just a tornado funnel, but they've shown the entire mesocyclone on the ground, the entire rotating part of the storm. We've seen debris lofted to 20,000 feet with some of the storms. And now the threat is going from a supercell tornado to more of a series of QLCS or quasi-linear convective system tornadoes, or sort of tornadoes embedded within the main line. And that brings sort of a set of different hazards because whereas with the previous ones, they kind of be the same circulations that would last a really long time and you could kind of see them coming. These ones that we're seeing now along the actual line itself will be more quick hitting, more erratic, more weirdly behaved, more prone to bizarre movements. And so I think the tornado threat is still there. The more widespread threat will be damaging straight line winds as we head deeper into the evening. But in Iowa, it's shifting more from a supercell tornado threat with the stronger high-end tornadoes to more a significant QLCS tornado threat. These ones come with lesser warning. They hit faster, they form faster, they're more transient, and they can still do just as much damage. But it's interesting to see the dynamics at play going from one type of tornado to another type. It's, you know, sometimes when things sort of line out after a supercell tornado event, it's helpful. In this case, doesn't do a darn thing just because we're going from one type of tornado to another type, and both are equally bad.
Yeah, a tornado is a tornado.
That it certainly is. And sorry, I'm multitasking, trying to get some stuff up.
No, it's all right. We're both doing the same thing here. I mean, there's so much going on. I mean, just the sheer amount of tornado warnings that are up right now is pretty staggering.
Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center just issued a mesoscale discussion saying, quote, long track high-end tornadoes possible in the next couple of hours in extreme eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. So those same areas where we've seen time after time after time again, high-end tornado warnings issued, now they're focusing on like the Peoria to Davenport corridor. And Mike, remember about 2.5 hours ago when there was that tornado warning in Peoria and we said, you know, this is just the appetizer round? That really was the appetizer round. The main event has yet to unfold in Peoria. There are rotating cells off to the southwest and a bigger line beginning to organize near the river down towards like Quincy, all the way up towards Iowa City. But for folks earlier on who saw severe storms and tornadoes, that doesn't mean it's over. That meant they got one round. Now the atmosphere is reloading, and the atmosphere has so much juice to work with anyway that we don't want folks to be lulled into a false sense of security. This is the kind of thing where with this dynamic of a storm system, you can have multiple rounds of severe weather, each of which could bring tornadoes. And honestly, it's not over until the fat lady sings, and she has not even entered the building.
That's what we're kind of seeing for this supercell near Wynn, right? Or the one that passed through Wynn. I mean, this tornado here, for folks that may be out ahead of it that thought, okay, it was over, it started to weaken. I mean, we've literally, as I've had it up here, have watched it continue to tighten. So it's certainly problematic. Yeah, you've got the reflectivity scan up. We can see it on the screen. We've got 3 shots up. I've got the WSI radar there in the top right. In fact, those are looking at the storms near St. Louis. We've got the storm that you've got up, the reflectivity above it, that hook echo that is super de-duper pronounced. It looks, I mean, Arkansas has today produced, I think, the most potent looking hook echoes, right? That's up there compared to that one from earlier. And then we're looking at the velocity scan right there in the middle. But problematic to say the very least. All right, so here's Corey Inman's video, who is tracking that storm down. He looks to be kind of wrapped up in some rain. Not much to see right now, guys, if we want to just kind of keep that up. We definitely want, well, it's hard to see. Capucci, can you see his video here?
Let me double check. I was actually looking at the Memphis tornado. My apologies.
There's a ton going on.
Okay, yep, I'm seeing his video right now. Wow.
Can you see it?
So what am I looking for in there? I see the video, but I'm not seeing a tornado, at least an obvious one.
It's not. Oh, well, we're pointed in the direction.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep rolling on this shot here, guys. But let's switch back to the radar here. worth keying in on here. Oh, his camera
When
fell
we have
down.
a sec, could we actually take the Mac Mini just when we have a sec?
Yeah, go for it.
So I can, awesome. So for folks who are watching right now, we have a pretty significant tornado northwest of Memphis. Will not impact the city proper, but will impact areas off to the north of Memphis. So for starters, you see this obvious swirl on radar. This is our hook echo. It shows where the rain is being literally swirled around the mesocyclone or the rotating part of the storm, causing this kind of stinger-like wraparound just south of Terrell along Interstate 55 north of Marion. So here's where the tornado would be right now, kind of at the apex of this hook. And indeed, we have a new tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service as this closes in on the Mississippi River. And they're saying, quote, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Gilmore, or 9 miles west of Meeman-Shelby Forest State Park, moving east at 50 miles per hour. And again, at 5:22 p.m., it was confirmed on Interstate 55 south of Terrell. So we're watching this right here. It has just passed east of the interstate. Now let's take a look at velocity and see what's going on with that, a little bit south of Terrell. And obviously, red against green, very clear, very prominent circulation right there. Blue is sort of towards the radar, red is away. When we have a aberration like this with the two colors over a very short distance, that shows us winds kind of going in opposite directions, right next to each other, i.e. rotation, and a very strong area of rotation at that. If we switch on over to something called correlation coefficient, we can look for debris, and we're not seeing obvious signature yet, but what I will say is this circulation is extremely pronounced, extremely prominent, and now is going to be moving in the direction eventually of Millington, Atoka, and Munford. So it has a little while. It may accelerate a little bit more and kind of intensify slightly in crossing over the waters of the Mississippi, just thanks to reduced friction of the inflow. Basically, air from the south, and you can see the wind streams right here coming in from the south, paralleling this stretch of river. They're going to accelerate a little bit more thanks to reduced friction over the water, which will help feed this beastly storm as it pushes east. So, it shows no signs of weakening anytime soon. It's in a steady state environment, meaning it's balanced. It has nothing around to interfere with it. And ultimately, this sail behind it off to the west is going to kind of trail in its footsteps and cause issues down the road too. But for the time being, this one north of Memphis is a nasty storm with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Mike? I think you're muted, but I can keep going if you want. So yeah, we have obviously that one near Memphis. Let's take a look. Pine Bluff, Arkansas now under a tornado warning as well. We've been tracking a lot of activity in parts of Arkansas today, and unfortunately, Little Rock got ravaged earlier on by an EF3 plus tornado, and perhaps my IFB is a little bit off, so I'll try to tweak that if I can. We are waiting for data to load from Little Rock, and obviously it will take just a second, just because of how much demand there is for that data today. So while it loads, we'll talk about what to do if you're in the red box. Tornado warnings are signs that you have to be below ground. Basically, a watch says conditions are favorable. A warning says something is imminent or occurring. And I got my IFB fixed, so my apologies for that. But if you're in the red box right there, you can see, obviously, Pine Bluff is on the southeast side of this circulation. The whole thing kind of shaped like a kidney bean, showing it is rotating. The rotation would be right here on the west-northwest side of town. So it does look like it'll miss downtown Pine Bluff to the north, but that said, Pine Bluff does, like many areas out there, have kind of a sprawling urban center that peters out with time over distance. So let's take a look and see what areas will be impacted. Again, those areas near Pine Bluff are under the warning. I'm more concerned about like Sheridan, Center Point, and Midway rather than Pine Bluff proper. Also, folks along State Highway 530 near Jefferson, Kearney, and Redfield. 365 as well, a little bit northwest of Whitehall. You have to be in shelter right now, lowest floor of your building and avoiding windows. And ultimately, that is true for, let me see. Yeah, the greatest concern exists for Grant and Jefferson counties in southeastern Arkansas. And you want to take these seriously. Earlier on, the one that was near Little Rock didn't look that bad until suddenly it pulsed up extremely quickly. The same thing could be true here. The same thing likely will be true here. And on days like today, things pulse up rapidly. Mike? I think you may be muted.
I'm back. Just went to grab some coffee. Apologies. I'm here.
My apologies. Sorry, I could have kept going.
Okay.
But yeah, we're talking about that tornado in Arkansas right now, or tornado warning in Arkansas right now near Pine Bluff. And it seems Arkansas has been so hard hit. They didn't look to have that bad of a threat until last night when our high resolution models began showing discrete supercells. So many times, Mike, and we've talked about this before, you can have all the ingredients in place. You can have the shear, the spin, you can have the juice, the cape, the convective available potential energy to get storms going. But if you don't get supercells, you get messy lines. The ingredients just don't come together to produce a tornado outbreak. Whereas last night, it became clear that we we're going to see supercells, lone discrete storms that can tap into the full volatility of the atmosphere and really get what's happening here right now. So unfortunately, we're seeing that. We're seeing multiple supercells really ongoing, and they're tapping into the full energy of the atmosphere. And some are getting going. They don't even have warnings yet. For example, this one right here, this will become a problem down the road as it heads towards Interstate 40. It's not a problem yet, but it likely will be soon. Look at that prominent hook. We have more off to the south and west. Little Rock is probably just about finished for now. They're still under a tornado watch, but they get a break for now. But look, after this one goes through Pine Bluff, there are more off the west, which is concerning. And then obviously here's the one near Memphis that is causing all the issues on the north side of town. It is just crossing the Mississippi River as we speak. We'll switch over to the KNQA radar, which gives us a better perspective. And look how tight that hook is and how wrapped up it is on itself. I mean, that has an obvious tornado on the ground just across Interstate 55 near Terrell. And wow, this circulation is intensifying even further. Again, just across Interstate 55 near Terrell. Blue is towards the radar, red is away. And Mike, as this approaches the radar, nearly missing the radar by only a couple miles, we're going to see really low to the ground. So we'll see these velocities as one would experience them in the tornado within the bottom 200 or 300 feet of the atmosphere. Blue right here towards the radar, red is away. When these two columns are next to each other, you're seeing very strong rotation within that storm. We'll look on correlation coefficient, and yes, right here, we're seeing kind of this wedge of blue. This marks debris being lifted into the atmosphere. Now, there's a lot of blue out here. How do we know which is debris? Well, it's the same place the couplet exists. The couplet, where these two colors, the two rotational colors showing winds in different directions, when those two meet, that's where the rotation is. So it's right here. Now we switch back over to correlation coefficient, which shows us the shapes of whatever's in the atmosphere. And we're seeing right here that blob of blue showing jagged, irregular shapes, not commensurate with rain, not commensurate with hail. Instead, it's debris being lifted into the atmosphere. So we know it's still on the ground. It's still on the ground causing damage. My other concern, too, the winds right here are parallel to this fetch of the Mississippi River. Water is flatter than land. There's less surface roughness, for which reason there's a better chance of inflow winds, air from the south rushing into fuel the circulation, accelerating and helping to strengthen this as it crosses the river. So this shows no immediate signs of weakening as it approaches the, looks like a Millington Regional Jet Port, where the radar is located in Millington. So it should pass just north of that. But if you're in Munford or Atoka or Brighton, in the next 20 minutes, this will be a U issue. I think Milling should be all right, but this is just north of Memphis. So if you're in Memphis right now and you look north, you'll see a distant spiral-looking cloud, kind of a corkscrew updraft. That's what this is. This is the supercell thunderstorm, but it is moving in the direction of Munford, Atoka, and Brighton, and will soon cross the river. And we now have at least one more tornado warning for an area in northern Arkansas. We'll take a look at that one real quick. And this one is for a smaller cell near, looks like Mount Pleasant in the direction of Sydney. So that tornado warning is for Croker, south side of Melbourne. That cell is moving east at 55 miles per hour. So for Stone, Independence, Izard, and Sharp counties, we've already seen tornado warnings there. Well, unfortunately, now we have another to deal with. Let's revisit the cells near St. Louis, because we talked earlier on about how the St. Louis Metro could be in trouble in about, I'd say, an hour and a half time. We are now seeing, let me switch on over to the St. Louis radar right here. And that's KL. And we have this one cell that is pretty prominently moving towards St. Louis. It has a hook on it. It doesn't have a tornado on the ground right now, but it could at any moment, and it is moving towards the metro. Right now, it's over east central Crawford County, Washington County, and Franklin County in east central Missouri, so moving towards St. Louis. Now we go up a little more. Springfield, Illinois, you have a tornado warning, actually two tornado warnings to your west, and then farther north, we have that grouping of them a little bit east of Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. That's with, let me switch radars.
That grouping, by the way, Capucci, one of them near Clarence, Oxford Junction right now is a PDS tornado warning. Let's, hang on one second. Let's take them all. Matt, if you can share that. You see it near Clarence and Oxford Junction?
I do. So actually, let's kind of take a tour of these, and let me know if we still have the mini up. But this shows some really fascinating storm dynamics. So let me know when we have it up.
You're good. There it is.
Awesome. So we're seeing this clumping of tornado warnings in parts of Iowa, moving towards Illinois right now, soon to cross the river. But look at this. For starters, this one, this kind of curl back one right here, it's sort of where the storm curls back on itself, is what we call the northern bookend vortex. Basically, all the storms emerge into a line, a QLCS or quasi-linear convective system, a squall line with embedded kinks of spin. Then the northern edge, the leading kind of edge of that, curls back on itself, acquires counterclockwise circulation, and has potential to produce a tornado. That is the case for this northernmost tornado warning that has an radar indicated golf ball size hail that is affecting places like Waspington State Park and Inamosa. That's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. That's for southwestern Jones County. So you see it right here. And we go back a little bit. We'll put on velocity and show folks how the velocity will likely be a little broader with this one. Yeah, kind of red against green right here. Farther south, we get these kink in the line circulation. So one of them is located, it looks like near, well, west of Toronto, near, looks like Clarence, west of Loudoun. That's one right here. We see another one beginning in between warnings. Then there's this one near Bennett, west of New Liberty, that looks especially strong. This one has a tornado warning. Actually, multiple ones do. But this one is confirmed over Bennett. So tornado on the ground near Bennett, 8 miles east of Tipton, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, a kink in the line circulation. Then we have this one farther north. That's the one heading a little bit southeast of Oxford Junction. That is confirmed over Clarence or Stanwood. It is a PDS tornado warning, so confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And real quick, we'll look at debris, see if we can see any debris on radar using something called correlation coefficient. That shows us the shape of whatever's in the atmosphere. And we are seeing what appears to me to be a pretty prominent debris ball associated with this circulation near Clarence, so tornado on the ground near Clarence. But also, I'm wondering what this signature is. Moments ago, we talked about how this one was between warnings. Mike, we have, okay, actually, yeah, this one in Bennett now has confirmed tornado on the ground too. And we're seeing it. It is tornado warned, but there's a circulation. There's all the debris being lofted by Bennett. So 2 tornadoes on the ground right now, and many more are likely to come in the next little while with this QLCS or squall line with kinks of spin as it pushes east. Mike?
Yeah, I'm watching that one, Capucci, that's north of Memphis, and we've got it up on screen now. I mean, it is it's a doozy, to say the very least, or at least the way that it looks on radar. I mean, I say that, and you literally just showed us a tornado in Clarence, Iowa, with a pretty prominent debris ball. I mean, I can't remember a time when we've streamed severe weather like this where it's literally been minute on minute, let alone a tornado warned storm, but one that has a look like that, right? Holy cow. Matt, if you want to take that in full here, as Capucci tweets away here, you can take the iPad here full. All right. I mean, just look at that, right? I mean, I know what you're looking at. It probably looks like a mess, but a couple things worth explaining. We're doing a lot of repeating ourselves here because there's people joining the stream, leaving the stream as weather impacts you. So if you've been with us since the beginning, fantastic. We're glad to have you here. All right. So what we're looking at right now is a tornado warned storm. This was a large and confirmed tornado over Arkansas. Odds are that it is still a large and confirmed tornado on the ground. We did see it at one point kind of hop a little bit, but it is with this kind of signature. This is about to cross the river here, which is really wild to think about here. This remains in effect until 6 o'clock Eastern time, so another 20 or so minutes to go. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. That is what we are looking at right here. That is heading toward Munford, Atoka, and just to the north of Millington. This is yet another tornado that is going to come super close to a radar site here. Did I say not? Yeah, Central Time. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. It's confusing when we're here in the Eastern Time Zone. So again, that is the storm that we are watching here. In fact, if we go back to reflectivity, this is that same storm that has just been hugging this high risk area border here. Look at the reflectivity here as it loads in. I mean, that is as prominent as a hook echo as you are going to see. Arkansas has certainly delivered in that sense when we saw a hook earlier this evening. That is absolutely another one here. And again, it's about to hop the river, so we are going to keep a close eye on that. If we look at the correlation coefficient, I mean, that's a debris ball, folks, right here, right? In the midst of that red. That is showing you objects being lofted vertically right near Route 118. Objects that do not belong airborne, and yet they are. So that is a very large tornado. We're going to keep a close eye on that here. Let me get to the most current radar scan. There it is. Okay, we've also got some tornado warnings just to the south of St. Louis. We are keeping a close eye on those. Yeah, I mean, that correlation coefficient on this storm here is wild. I mean, you can see it, right? That's as clear as a CC signature as I think that we have seen thus far this evening. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I should talk directly into the mic. I mean, the tornadoes have been coming fast and furious. Okay, let me go back over here. We got some folks here on Facebook saying they have video to share with us. If you send it to us on Facebook Messenger, we can take a look at it that way. Although we are dealing with a lot of things right now. That being said, we will check it out if you can send it to us, just to and let us know where it is that you shot it from, of course. So yeah, I mean, this tornado that we're watching here, that right now is working its way toward Gift Edge. What is that? Burleson? What are those town names in there here that just popped up? Munford, Atoka. I mean, there's the tornado right there, right? Crossing the Mississippi River as we speak. Let's see, interestingly, how it looks as it crosses the river. Again, we are in the midst of a really significant severe weather day today. If I zoom out here and we go to the weather outlooks, I'm just going to turn up the SPC outlook here. We've got two areas of high risk, right? One for the area that we're watching right now, and another close to the Burlington, Quincy, Springfield, Peoria, Ottumwa, Cedar Rapids area, where we've also seen a really potent, strong tornado this evening close to Iowa City. So again, the SPC and the folks that work there, and these guys off camera would know, they were just talking to him earlier this week in Oklahoma, that they are the best in the business. If he's watching, big shout out to Joseph for helping put a lot of that together. Okay. So let's keep watching this one. It's passing really close to the radar site here. It seemingly has now jumped the river and is now working its way toward US 51 and Munford and Atoka. Gift Edge and Burleson also in the line of fire for this particular tornado. Let's switch back to reflectivity, because I don't think we've seen a more prominent hook tonight. Stand by here. Might just be... We're still watching that one tornado warned storm, I should say, near Interstate 44, near St. Louis. So I've got you covered in that sense. But yeah, it's this guy here. Holy smokes, man. Munford, Atoka, Brighton, Gift Edge, and Burleson. You are all staring down the barrel of a large and confirmed tornado just to your west. Oh, and how about that? Just seeing in our company internal communications. Congratulations is in order to our chief scientist, Servaish. If you use the app and you love those rain notifications, well, he was a big part in making sure that those rain notifications function and that they are accurate. Well, congratulations. Him and his wife just welcomed in a new baby boy to their family. So congratulations to Servaish. If for some reason he is watching, congratulations. That is amazing. Okay. So if you are just joining us, it is 5:45 Central Time, 6:44 Eastern. We are watching right now, if you want to call it the storm of the moment, it's a large and destructive tornado that did already this evening produce damage in portions of Arkansas. It has now jumped the Mississippi River and is right now on the way toward Munford, Atoka, Brighton, Burleson, and Gift Edge. That is along US 51, I should clarify. If we zoom in a little tighter, Tennessee, Route 178, Tipton Road, Simmons Road, Wilkinson Road, all outside of Munford. I mean, there's a powerful, powerful tornado just to your west that is continuing to track its way eastward here. So it is well on the way. A strong tornado. You need to be in your safe place. Again, whether that is a basement, that's going to be an ideal place to be. If you do not have a basement, then you need to be in the central-most location in your home. For example, I live in Florida, do not have a basement, so I can't go to my basement in the event of a tornado. I go right underneath my stairs. That is the crawl space underneath the stairs. That is the safest place I have in my home. If you are in a room sheltering from a tornado that has windows, you are in the wrong room. You should not have any windows in the room that you are in, as any kind of debris that hits your home, glass shatters, becomes shattered glass, not fun to deal with. Oh, so we're taking this image here, Matt? Okay, thank you. Let's just try to have some reflectivity radar data up here too as we're doing this. So again, you want to be in the central-most location of your home. Do not be in the attic. A garage is not a good idea either. Of course, the garage door is the largest opening to the exterior of your home. So garage, not a great place to be. Again, a basement, ideal, but the centrally located rooms are the best, whether that's underneath the stairs, it could be a bathroom, it could be a closet. If you have the time as well, grab a bike helmet for yourself, for the kids, anything that you can do to protect yourself. Even though you think you may look silly, I mean, looking silly and staying alive are not mutually exclusive. Man, all right, so yeah, we're going to keep watching this here. I mean, across the river, right? This is the storm of the moment here. Again, I'm keeping a close eye on that storm near St. Louis. The good news is that the tornado warning there has expired. So for the people in the chat that were wondering what's up with that storm, moving northeast and east along 44, no longer a tornado warning. As Capucci touched on, the storms that we're seeing now, if you guys want, you can see it moving behind my head here. But if you guys want to take the WSI machine for just a moment as I kind of drag around here, Matt, you can see that we have this line of storms, if I can draw, right? Rather than like these storms that are off on their own. Those are what we would call discrete supercell thunderstorms, right? The discrete ones are the ones to worry about. Not to say that these are worth ignoring, part of this line here, but this is all part of a QLCS, okay, a quasi-linear convective setup. And basically what that is showing you here is the kinks in the line, if you will. That's the best way of describing it, where you're having little areas of rotation within the main line. But in terms of the big, nasty storms off on their own, those have seemingly, I'm not really seeing many of them in Iowa. So again, if there is a silver lining, I mean, with an event like this, you got to take that for what it is. We've got this one here. We're still watching that storm in Arkansas. That is, every time I look back at it. Okay, let me go here. Just poking in. Just radar indicated for this storm here. Where the heck are we here? Let me zoom out. In Missouri. Just to the north and east of Carrollton, west of Springfield. Now let's go down south. So south and east of Little Rock here. Arkansas, I mean, today has really been under the gun. This storm is worth watching just to the south and west of Stuttgart, not Germany, Arkansas. Gonna keep watching that. And England, how about that? Stuttgart and England, so close to one another. If only in Arkansas. How about that? That is crazy. But let's jump back here. If you guys want to take the MyRadar app here for the reflectivity on this one, I mean, this one is totally nuts. That's the one that we want to keep watching here. This is the one not long ago that passed through Wynne, Arkansas. That means it has now crossed state lines. It has crossed the Mississippi River and is now into Tennessee. This is north and east of Memphis. Again, just reading off the communities that are of greatest impact here. Gift Edge, Burleson, Garland. You all need to be in your safe place. If you live on Mumford... Capucci, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. I just hopped back in. I was doing some nerdy stuff behind the scenes, and I found something that you may find fascinating that just really illustrates the true power of just how extreme this tornado is. Let me just find the right radar.
No worries. I don't know how much you've been listening to here. I know things are happening fast and furious, but things are looking better for St. Louis, right? Not as dire as they were not long ago. But I can't look away from this storm here that has now, as I just mentioned before, crossed the Mississippi and is now in Tennessee. This has just been the storm of the moment.
It certainly is. And, I'm waiting for the full loop to load, but while we wait for that, I want to basically tell folks a little bit about what we're going to show them. This storm, the one that, and mine hasn't loaded yet, so we don't have to take it quite yet. But the storm that is passing north of Memphis is lifting so much air into the atmosphere. Basically, so much warm, moist, humid air is spiraling into this tornado and the tornadic updraft that it's screaming to the upper atmosphere like 40, 50,000 feet. Then it hits a layer it's not supposed to get through due to density. We call that the tropopause. As a result, it causes these ripples in density surfaces. Ordinarily, these are invisible, but right now on radar, just northeast of the mesocyclone, we can see these ripples are called gravity waves. And so if we can take the Mac Mini real quick, and let me know when we have it up. And, oh no,
it's up.
Stop.
It's up.
Okay. So it'll come back in just a sec, but we'll essentially see on the velocity field, these little ripples, you saw them right there, just northeast of the circulation. So the circulation is obviously this thing right here. But
just be mindful of that mic, Capucci.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So I get a little too into it sometimes. So circulation is obviously this right here, but I'm sure, Mike, you can see this too. See these little ripples just northeast on the northeastern quadrant of the supercell? So my guess is that this mesocyclone, this spin, is lofting so much air that it's going up and causing these wavelets to go out because it's literally causing such a disturbance. Picture you're throwing a stone in a pond. All the fluid there goes up and down, but it causes ripples radiating outwards. That's what we're seeing right here. We're literally seeing those ripples. I mean, this thing is such a powerhouse circulation. I've only seen this on radar a couple times. I can't remember a time it's been this prominent. And so to see that, we're dealing with an extreme situation.
You can see a little bit on the western edge as well as the mesocyclone approach, right? Like there, kind of.
Yeah, yep. You're exactly right. I saw one or two right there, kind of lift northwest.
Is that where the boundary is? Hold on. Let me turn the fronts layer on. I haven't looked at that in a minute now. No, the boundary. Well, it's kind of riding northeast along that boundary that's near Little Rock. Man, fluid dynamics, huh? We're talking about that tonight. Fun stuff.
Fluid dynamics in the atmosphere. I mean, this is stuff that's wow. I'm just every time I open Twitter, every time I look at more data, it just keeps getting more extreme. I mean, this will be a day that we remember with some of the higher end outbreaks. Obviously, not quite territory of April 27th, but you don't need an April 27th, 2011 to cause massive damage. I mean, it reminds me a bit of March 2nd, 2011, when we had a ton of supercells up and down the Tennessee Valley. This one just shifted a little farther west. It's impressive to see an event like this. The Storm Prediction Center doing an amazing job capturing the bimodal nature of the event. It's wow. Yeah, we're so fortunate in this case that this missed Memphis to the north. Obviously, other communities are impacted, but imagine if this had done the same thing that Hot Springs did. I'm sorry, Little Rock did.
All right, I'm seeing reports. We're going to jump over to it now. I'm seeing reports that tornado sirens are going off in Davenport, Iowa. I know how you feel about tornado sirens there, Capucci. But
sorry, I was just stepping off screen for a sec.
No, you're okay. So as you talked about before, the kind of the situation that's unfolding here in Iowa is more of the QLCS variety, where we're getting just really fast moving storms. They're kind of all hitting like right now at the same point here, stretching from Manchester down to Monticello, down to near DeWitt, Elk Ridge, kind of right over top of the radar, and curving back toward Monmouth. So likely to be some super powerful wind gusts involved with this system here. But of course, there is some embedded rotation within the main line here. I'm just trying to get to the latest. Here we go. Let's take a look at velocity. It's going to be real hard to seemingly spot. I mean, right up in here, there are some. I mean, we're seemingly just jumping around to all of these wild points here. I don't want to forget about this storm in Tennessee. It's just so wild to see. Man, those pictures of the double tornadoes. Let's jump over to that real fast. I mean, just to show you guys what a wild night it has been so far. So here's some video from Jacksonville, Arkansas. Whoa, look at those trees. Holy cow. Again, these people in the car, not an ideal place to be. Oh. I mean, the trees like toothpicks. Man, those windshield wipers working overtime, huh? Here, let me turn on the audio here.
Full trees are down, dude.
Matt, can they hear audio when I have it on? They do? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they're down right there.
Sheesh.
Yeah, be careful. They're all down on the right. Oh my gosh. Dude, we were just inside the tornado.
Okay,
Oh
let's
my
go down
gosh, we're
here.
inside the
So here are the homes from that storm that impacted Wynn. I mean, again, remains to be seen what this will be rated as, but one has to imagine that we're talking at least an EF3 or above, just based on, you know, destruction of homes like that. Again, major damage, right? There it is.
Awesome.
Let's keep going here. Here's West Little Rock from earlier this evening. I mean, these are brick buildings, right? Just tore the... I mean, this is why, again, you don't go to the attic, right? This is why you don't shelter in place from a tornado on the highest floor. What is that, a communications tower? Oh, there's going to be some people without cell service, it looks like, for a while right there. And then here is a really good representation of just the scale of a tornado. Real quick. Tornado watch has been issued for parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee until 1 o'clock Central Time. Is that a PDS? It is. Let's go take a look at that. Stand by. Just going to do a couple of things to clear up the screen a little bit. We're going to turn this off. We're going to turn off the weather outlooks. Well, I'll leave that on. And we'll go in here. I'm going to turn on Tornado Watch. And we're going to turn on Fill in Shapes. So anywhere where you are seeing yellow there, those are active tornado watches. Let's turn off the snow forecast. So that stretches, gosh, there are lots of people dealing with tornado watches this evening here. And that stretches from Madison, Wisconsin to Chicago, Illinois, south into Springfield. You just saw the tornado warning get added down south, right? Jefferson City, St. Louis, Little Rock, Jonesboro, Jackson, Memphis, Tupelo, Monroe, Shreveport. Are we in Texas? We are in Texas. How about that? Sheesh. I mean, pretty much cutting. Whoa. Too far zoomed out there. We are pretty much cutting the United States in half here, seemingly, relatively speaking. And let's go in here to the weather outlooks and let's turn on. I mean, there you go, right? The Storm Prediction Center is the best of the best for a reason. Okay, let's go back here. This is, I wouldn't say this just because I work for MyRadar. One of my favorite parts about the app, you know, listen, it wouldn't be an ideal way to use the app to literally turn on every single layer. I mean, you really wouldn't be able to see very much of anything. But I like to think about it like you would going to shop at a candy store, where you're not going to go in there and get all the candy, right? That's just not feasible. Not going to give you a good experience. But you can go in there knowing full well that all the candy is there. You have a huge variety of candy to pick from. That is the MyRadar app, where we're able to look at so many things. I mean, all right. Oop, zoomed in too far. So Covington, you are dealing with that tornado now. Again, that tornado watch that I just touched on for Alabama, Mississippi, that is a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS tornado watch until 1 o'clock Eastern time. I mean, I can't get over the hook echoes that we've seen tonight in Arkansas. Let's wait for it to load here. It's just north, as you can see, of that high risk area. I mean, Capucci and I earlier today were talking about how we believed Memphis was going to be one of those areas where things were going to look really rough. Yep. But as it stands as of right now, Memphis has not dealt with it directly. Although that being said, you've got that storm to the southwest near England and Stuttgart. So we will keep a close eye on that here. The radar taking a moment to come in. So let me jump over here. There we go. Weird. Is that another one to the south? Not there yet. So I'm talking about this tornado warning here. From Alzheimer into Humphrey and Stuttgart. I mean, likely to be a big hail producer there. We can see that for sure by looking at the vertically integrated liquid. And wouldn't you know it, that is a pretty significant hail core. Let's take a look at how large the hail is in there. If they mentioned quarter-size hail. So, again, fairly decent.
And
but
one thing that's worth noting, too, especially when you talk about that. Oh, sorry, I'm diving in and out. But
dude, you're
every
good.
time
Don't
I think
worry
of something cool. So you mentioned a second ago that the Ville looked really impressive, but it was only like quarter size. Sometimes when we have situations like that, it could actually be like really wet hail that's falling, kind of showing a bigger spike, or there could be a lot of it, which could cause hydroplaning and stuff of that nature too. So even if folks at home are like, oh, it's only quarter size, that can be a big deal sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, hail in any shape is not fun to deal with. Now, I'm sure insurance companies would disagree with me on that, but hail is definitely not fun to deal with. And again, hail insurance adjusters and storm chasers probably disagree with me greatly there. Capucci, kind of seeing this storm occlude a little bit, right, over Tennessee, right, where you're kind of seeing it wrap up within itself, right? That hook echo not nearly as pronounced as it was. The rotation is still there, right? The tornado warning is still present, but I'm going to jog it back a little bit. So for those of you that are watching this here, we've got Capucci up on camera. You can see the hook right there, just to the west of Terrell. I keep advancing it. You can still see the hook. I mean, that's one of the more prominent signatures of it right there, that little pink area. It's approaching the Mississippi River. Again, anyone that told you that tornadoes can't jump the rivers is selling you a bag of lies. And in fact,
they oftentimes like the rivers because of the reduced friction over the water, so the air can kind of rush into the storm faster and feed it faster.
Yeah, I mean, when I lived in Kentucky, Capucci, I learned very quickly that there were some very educated people there when it comes to tornadoes in like rural kind of mountainous kind of terrain, where
Yep.
an EF3 tornado touchdown near West Liberty, Kentucky, hit an elementary school where children were sheltering in place. The kids were okay, but the city of West Liberty was forever changed. I mean, everyone I spoke to when I went and covered the anniversary of that storm each year, just in EF3, mind you, they all kind of said the same thing, that, you know, they grew up thinking that they live in the mountains, tornadoes aren't coming for them. I mean, they learned very quickly that that is not true. People that live, again, on another side of a river that say, tornadoes aren't going to jump the river, also not true. So if there's anything that you can give credit to tornadoes, they're a learning experience, for better or for worse, for a lot of people. But this is the storm of the moment, if you will, that we're watching. Capucci, I touched on that storm to the southwest of Interstate 40 near Bisco. That is kind of, that's a new one. My gosh, I got caught by another one.
Oh.
The one,
Yeah.
So we got a pair of them, right? We have the one near I-40 that maybe, let's just go look at it right now. Maybe looks a little more potent. So we've got these two here. These are in the high risk territory, folks. So the atmosphere and the environment for development and for spin for these storms is favorable. So that is something to keep in mind here, that we still have sunshine, which means we're past kind of the prime heating of the day, right, Capucci? But these storms are being fed in by the Gulf of Mexico here, which is it's tough, right?
I mean,
a lot of energy coming in off the Gulf.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we take the Mac Mini, we can see the wind streams are really showing kind of what's going on. And obviously, the winds are out of the south-southwest, which is straight from the Gulf. You're basically opening up a door to the Gulf of Mexico, which means temperatures of the Gulf, water temperatures are like 80 degrees. You're fluxing all that moisture into the air, and that's the air mass that is wafting northwards in the, so to speak, warm sector. So we have the Mac Mini up, correct?
Yes, I'm going to pull up the jet stream winds. We're going to put it in the corner. So if you turn up the opacity on those surface winds, we'll show the jet stream and the surface, and people will get a real quick visualizer for wind shear. Because, I mean, the jet stream is ripping right now, right? So you've got the jet stream. Can you see it in the bottom right-hand corner? We've got it pulled up.
Yeah, let me switch on over.
Yeah, so, my gosh, those winds are coming in straight from the south.
Yeah, so if we can, I'll flip back on over to the Mac Mini. So here's what we'll do. Winds at the surface for the folks at home are coming in out of the south. They're very obvious. You can see where the air is coming from, what the atmosphere is doing. Look over here. Out of the south, warm, moist air over the Tennessee Valley. Behind it, out of the west-northwest, cold Canadian air. That clash is brewing this menagerie of severe weather along the cold front. But if we go to the upper atmosphere, look at the jet stream, we'll see how the winds change wind speed and direction with height. It'll take just a second to load, but when it does, bam, look at that jet stream energy. That does a couple things. Number one, all the reds, I mean, the wind up there is like twice highway speeds, like 150 plus miles per hour at about, say, 15 to 20,000 feet. What that does is twofold. Number one, you have a lot of momentum aloft that storms can mix down in the form of strong and damaging winds. Number two, that change of wind speed and direction with height compared to the surface winds. Remember, surface winds out of the south, mid-level winds out of the southwest, as you see right there. That change of wind direction with height causes thunderstorms to rotate, especially if they span multiple layers. Imagine you start near the ground, you want to be pushed to the north, but suddenly you grow to 20, 30,000 feet, you feel the jet stream up there, and now you want to be pushed to the northeast. So you're going to feel a twisting force, and that's what all the clouds are doing, and that's why they're all spinning. So obviously a very concerning setup, and that's what we're seeing right now, wind shear in action. We don't want to see it, we don't like to see it, but unfortunately, that's what we're seeing, and that's kind of the secret sauce for today's event. If we can, real quick, I want to revisit the storm that is ongoing right now in Tennessee, and we still have the Mac Mini up, correct?
Yep, it's up.
All right, it'll take just a second to load, but earlier on we mentioned a term called occlusion. Occlusion is something that we all want to root for, especially on days like today. Basically, occlusion occurs when the vortex kind of gets into the wet part of the storm, and that kind of kills it off. It satisfies the vortex, so to speak, and there's no more after that. And resultantly, that spells the demise of a tornado like this one right here. We haven't quite seen that yet. So we talk about the rear flank a lot, this sort of rear flank downdraft, cool jet of winds in the backside of the storm. And we talk about the actual vortex, the mesocyclone itself. what happens during an occlusion process is the rear flank gets involved, kind of pushes that vortex into the wet part of the storm, and it kind of kills off the tornado. That's not happening yet. See how the tornado, this little ball, this little nub on the south side of the south side of the storm, is still kind of remaining intact until this ball, this kind of lobe right here where the tornado is, gets pushed north into the forward flank downdraft. I think it's going to remain intact. So until the winds the backside kind of kick this thing upwards into the forward flank, this thing is still in steady state and still charging on. And so unfortunately, there's no end in sight. And in fact, per the latest scans, this thing still looks to be strengthening. So it is soon to hit St. Peter's. It is east of Covington. And really, next in line will be the St. Peter's area. So for folks who are along Highway 54, a little bit north of Brownsville, yeah, I mean, it's right on top of Brownsville right now. So folks who are in Lebanon, the Macedonia Baptist Church, Whitehurst Cemetery, Fulton Dumpsters, Lebanon, you guys are all next in line. Very rural communities, but nonetheless, near Brownsville, actually. Brownsville could be heavily impacted, if not directly impacted. I think it'll pass just about a mile north of Brownsville. So between Brownsville and Bald Eagle along State Highway 55. So the Tabernacle Methodist Church, the Allen Baptist Church, the Oakview Baptist Church, Zion Baptist Church. My goodness, y'all have a lot of churches here. Hopefully y'all are using them today because, you got to need some thoughts and prayers on a day like today with the nature of the storms pushing through. Eventually, Holly Grove Baptist Church and the Smith Consulting Corporation. You guys are all next in line. So Highway 79 next in line as well. So ultimately, if you're on Poplar Corner Road 2, if you live off that, Highway 76, all y'all are next in line for a real deal tornado that is still on the ground. We'll switch over to velocity one more time. You can see the obvious spin. The brown, the green, those are terrifying colors to have next to each other. And we'll look for debris. And my goodness, you see something like this, your heart sinks. That is just an exceptional amount of debris in the atmosphere being lofted high into the sky. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Covington. It is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Radar confirmed tornado. And next up will be Covington, Ripley, Henning, Gift, Turnpike, Osira, Durhamville, and Rialto. And the National Weather Service using pretty concerning language with this. And I mean, look at this. This thing has been going nonstop. It's lifting a ton of debris into the atmosphere. And yeah, I mean, the results speak for themselves. All you can do, aside from some praying it goes away, which, I mean, we can have faith, but we got to be scientists about this too. The most scientific thing to do right now is get below ground because ultimately there's not much else that's going to save you from something of this magnitude. Guys?
Capucci, there's a trio of tornado warned storms as well. When we looked back at those storms to the south and west of Memphis, there were 2 of them, right? There are now 3 of them. So these are in that favorable portion of the atmosphere, and they will certainly be worth watching. Of course, all of these storms are worth watching. Good news is it doesn't seem as if they're all kind of really getting going, except for this guy here on the back end. Right now near Stuttgart and to the east of Humphrey. Of course, we'll continue to watch that storm that has just seemingly been large and confirmed that crossed the Mississippi up near Brownsville, as you touched on there, that is just going nowhere, which is really wild to see. But it's these 3 here now starting to see some rotation near Stuttgart there. Let me pull on the reflectivity. So you can see, again, a little bit of the hook echo here on the backside. If I jog it back just a couple of frames, we can watch how that kind of has developed. So you have that V-notch shape, right? That V shape, that overshooting top, all the signs are there, and now you're starting to see the hooking occurring right there toward the end of the radar loop, right? So right here. So it doesn't seem as much that we have, what is that, 2 tornado warnings there? It's just this one now crossing into the second polygon. We also have, again, this tornado warned storm kind of tracking right, or training, I should say. This was that same area that the other storm that did inevitably dissipate over 40, or at least lost its its tornado warned classification. But it's now this storm here to the south and west of Stuttgart and Ulm, Rowe, Elmira. Not confirmed as it stands right now, at least I believe so. Yeah, it's all radar indicated. So this is worth paying very close attention to. Let's look at the CC here and see if we do see any debris getting picked up. Gotta look at velocity. Okay, so it's all coming in. There's the data I want. So you can see again that rotation that's trying to get going. Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of debris in there. I mean, yeah, you can see it right here, right? If I zoom in, that passed right over Bayou Meadow and 79B near Stuttgart. Now kind of right over Stuttgart. So it's very likely you're seeing some debris getting kicked around. So that one is worth watching here. We've seen all of the most wild hook echoes so far tonight in Arkansas. By the way, we still have numerous tornado warnings in effect for portions of Iowa and Illinois. Good news is that we have not, thus far, heard of any that are, at least at this present moment, PDSs or confirmed dangerous large, all the scary words. This one, though, this is a beast right here. We will continue to keep a very close eye on that. A new tornado warning has been issued for Brownsville, Christmasville, Tibbs, Toulon, Bethel, Maury City, Alamo, and Gadsden. This is, again, that tornado that we did see, and it's confirmed large, dangerous. You can see it right there. I mean, it sticks out like a sore thumb right over St. Peter's. What is that cross street here? Let's get it for you. Tennessee 19, the Tina Turner Highway. That tornado is about to pass over the Tina Turner Highway and head toward Christmasville and Tibbs. You know, very likely to be wrapped up in some rain right now. It's one thing to see the monster in the monster movie, right? But it's another thing to not. And in this instance, it could very well be wrapped up in rain, and it's tough to see. That's why you obviously cannot go just by visuals alone when you're talking tornadoes. We still have the sun, mind you. This event could continue past the sun setting, and that is an issue, right? That is where you have to really rely on warnings to let you know when you need to act. And of course, what we do here with the MyRadar app. Let's look at the chat here. I want to make sure I don't forget about you guys. Holy moly. Big shout out to JM on YouTube who hit us up with a super chat. Appreciate it very much. A Sheba. I have a Sheba. Look at
It's a super chat.
Shout out to what's a super chat, Capucci?
For those who are like me and 110 years old and don't know what a super chat is, what on earth is a super chat?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Capucci.
But thank you for the super chat. I mean, if they're good, keep sending us more of them.
They are very, very good. A super chat is a donation, effectively. It's where somebody makes a donation of however much denomination they want. Really, we accept, I think, most currencies. And they can effectively, their message gets shot to the top on YouTube. So big shout out to JM, his super chat, Sheba Dog saying, good job, while raising his thumb up.
So if I put out my tip jar, then does that do anything?
Well, one thing I want to mention is that the super chats do not go to Capucci's Waffle Fund, nor do they go to Matt's Snack Fund here over behind the cameras. All of the super chats, I should have mentioned this at the top of the stream, we donate all of them. They all go to, in the past we've done Feeding America, which of course is a non-profitable organization that provides food, medical supplies to people that need them after a natural disaster, such as what we're dealing with today. So big shout out to what the folks at Feeding America do. In fact, if you buy a shirt from us, every single shirt that we sell, we give a donation to Feeding America. It's not a big money-making venture for us, bear in mind the shirts. So just know that if you do purchase the shirt, in fact, if you do so right now using the promo code SPRING10, you save 10%. That being said, we still make a donation for every single shirt sold. And again, that's super chat all of that, 100% of the proceeds will go to feeding America, to the people that really need it. So there you go, Capucci. That is your definition of a super chat.
Well, I'm glad I asked, and I'm glad that the money's going to a good place. And
Yes.
if we could, is there any way we could take up the Mac Mini once again? I want to show folks really just kind of a dissection and anatomy of this incredible storm, because what this is, the storm that's in Tennessee right now that also impacted Wynne, Arkansas earlier on and heavily damaged the town, is a simply exquisite but also destructive and concerning example of a supercell in steady state, essentially a rotating storm that has no neighbors. We zoom out, there is nothing nearby, nothing to perturb or interrupt its environment. So really, this thing can charge on unimpeded and fully just gobble up all the warm, moist air nearby and take full advantage of the hostile environment it was born in. So a couple pieces of interest with this storm, and unfortunately kind of the assortment of ingredients that make it all work the way it does. This little notch right here over Brownsville is the warm, moist air rushing in to fuel the circulation. This is the inflow notch. On the back side, right over here.
Real quick, just I'm sorry to interrupt you. Two things worth mentioning. One, that was our second super chat of the night. Big shout out to JM for the other one. He gave a thumbs up. The other is not as fun to mention. It seems that we have our first confirmed fatality from that tornado
Arkansas.
in Wynne. Yeah. So, well, again, we would love that number to be 0. That would be ideal. But the fact that it's just been that one so far, again, the number we'd love to be 0. Really, really, really stinks. Really.
Yeah, it's distressing. And when you see a supercell like this, it comes as no surprise that it unfortunately has caused injuries and at least one fatality thus far. We zoom out and you can see exactly why this is such a monstrous storm. It has no neighbors. It's in steady state, meaning it can continue to charge on really uninterrupted. It's found in equilibrium with the environment. Now, a couple sort of textbook attributes of this storm that really show its anatomy quite well. Number one, Brownsville, it's not raining right now. This is Brownsville, Tennessee. This is the inflow notch, warm, moist air rushing in to fuel the circulation. That's why you have this notch in the storm. On the backside, this is the cool air wraparound over here. We call it the rear flank downdraft. That's cold air reaching down, hitting the ground, fanning out at about 60 miles an hour, squeezing that inflow, and essentially stretching that vortex, stretching that circulation, and helping to tighten it. Then right here, we have this debris ball at the apex of the hook. This is where the tornado is, and we switch over to velocity, and we can see red against green, or in this case, brown against green, showing winds in 2 different directions over a very short distance, the obvious counter associated with a monstrous tornado. Now we'll look at something called correlation coefficient. That shows us the shape of whatever's in the atmosphere. Red, typical shapes, rain, hail, snowflakes, whatever, things that are kind of normal. Blue are things that have low correlation, essentially weird shapes where the radar is like, it's kind of jagged, it's not rain, it's not hail, what is it? We can tell you it's debris, tornadic debris being lofted thousands of feet into the atmosphere, coincident and commensurate with a very strong tornado, unfortunately. So when we see this much blue, we know that there has been at least several structures impacted by a tornado, if not a lot of vegetation debris as well, just east of St. Peter. So it's likely that St. Peter's was hit by this tornado. And right now it is just north of Brownsville, heading in the direction of, it looks like Willow Oaks Farm, then Allen Baptist Church, and then along State Highway 79. So State Highway 79, ultimately down the road, the Holly Grove Baptist Church, and areas a little bit east of Antioch Church Cemetery. This is a very churchy area. So we hope there aren't too many homes here, but regardless, we know that a number of streets are going to be impacted soon. Brantley Road, looks like Poplar Corner Road, Albert Booth Road. So this is a very distressing situation, but this thing is in steady state. And Mike, I see nothing that will make it weaken anytime soon.
Yeah, and one thing that's worth mentioning as well, amongst the lot of things that you just mentioned there, is the fact that we zoom out here. I mean, this is right on the money in terms of where that high risk area is, right? I mentioned, at the top of the stream that you really shouldn't get caught up in where you are relative to that high risk area. I mean, just below high risk is a moderate risk, which we don't see every day either. And that is a gigantic chunk of real estate here. Let me jump into the layers menu here just to clean it up a little bit for folks. We'll turn off per station. I'm going to turn up the SPC outlook. I mean, look at the size of the moderate risk area here. In fact, let me just get you the exact numbers here from the SPC. The amount of people under a moderate risk is 15.5 million, roughly 136,000 square miles. The enhanced risk, which is the orange color, which touches many states there, 140,000, almost 141,000 square miles, 23.2 million people. The high risk, let alone the fact that we see one of them, there's two of them. This is the first time we've had a dual independent high risk day since 2012. Again, that was 11 years ago. We've gone through several presidents now since that was the case. Let alone it being the first two high risk day, we haven't seen a high risk issued in 2 years, right? So this is a wild day that is impacting a lot of people. And again, the Storm Prediction Center folks are the best in the business in terms of nailing where that was going to be. I mean, just look at where the kind of the collection of the warnings are. This goes out to every single person I think I've ever talked to when I introduce myself and I say, oh, I'm a meteorologist. And they say, oh, you get paid. I could do that. I could do that on TV. Weather's hard, folks. I mean, nailing this stuff down is not the easiest thing to do. That is why science is an applied, well, meteorology is an applied science, and that you have to just try your best, apply what you know. And that's the best anyone is going to be able to give you. If Capucci or myself was able to tell you without any doubt whatsoever that X was going to happen, I would imagine Capucci and I would be two very wealthy individuals, but that is not the case with meteorology. Situations evolve very, very rapidly, and that is what we are seeing right now with this southern high-risk area that impacts the city of Memphis. We have the two storms to the southwest that are tracking their way toward the city center, but then again, we still have this storm here that is very problematic, that we know now has resulted in at least one fatality as it's pushed its way through Arkansas. It has jumped the Mississippi River into Tennessee. It has been on the ground for a very long time and remains a particularly dangerous situation. We have seen, again, signs of occlusion there, which is a good thing for this particular event where you're seeing the tornado kind of, for lack of a better term, eat itself, right? Kind of wrapping in upon itself. And notice it has shrunk a little bit in terms of its size. Let's take a look at this, the correlation coefficient. There have been some wild returns on CC today. I mean, yeah, there's still lofted debris present. You can see it right here. Forked Deer. What a name for a town. And Capucci and I have been with you pretty much every step of the way here. Got more to go. Got folks in the chat saying, I'm not familiar with your app. Is it similar to blah, blah, blah? Well, I'd say it's better than what you said in there. Give us a try. It's free. All right. Springfield. Let's take a look. Got folks in the chat, Capucci, talking about Springfield, Illinois. And St. Louis. I mean, the good news is that with St. Louis is that the tornado warning, someone in the chat, just Sammy asking about St. Louis. You have storms passing over you right now. In fact, they're kind of splitting around St. Louis. I mean, the southern edge of the city, likely dealing with some strong storms. But you've kind of dodged a major bullet. Springfield, though, is dealing with the full brunt of the QLCS right now. A wall of wind and water pushing through Springfield, Illinois right now. Someone says confirmed tornado. I have not seen anything yet. I mean, well, Capucci, this would be it, right? Right there. Certainly radar indicated. In fact, there's some more spin. My gosh, everywhere you look. Let's jog
everything
it back.
that goes up today, I swear, anything that towers more than like 5,000 feet is just spinning like a top. It's incredible.
It seems as if the rotation, we've got that right there.
Oh.
I mean, right there.
Oh, wow.
On 55, right?
Yeah.
And now it continues to track its way up 55 here. So that didn't go through Springfield proper, but did push to the north of Springfield.
Oh, so I see two of them. Huh.
Yeah, and then the one that pushes like east, right? Near Dawson and Buffalo and Lanesville. I'm just outside of the radar scope here. I just need to zoom out a smidge.
So So yeah, let's talk about that the northern circulation. Just going to try to turn down the opacity a little bit on mine, just so I can see it a little. And yeah, so one is a little bit southeast of Williamsville, which where's that? Yeah, so it looks like Interstate 72 could be impacted by that one. Right now, that circulation looks to be right over the area near Buffalo Heart and Cornland, which is a decently rural area, which is encouraging. That said, it's still moving in the direction of probably Cornland, Lake Fork, maybe eventually Mount Pulaski. And Mount Pulaski is a decently populous area. So folks who are in Mount Pulaski, they got to be in shelter now. Then we have that other circulation you're talking about off to the east. That one is like in between Dawson and Buffalo Heart. So that one, let's see, where's Dawson? And yeah, so that one's going to be, it looks like right over Buffalo Heart Road near Mary Lou's country home, which is it's an assisted living facility out there on Mora Road. So if you're on Mora Road and you know folks who are who are near Mary Lou's country home, they're going to be in shelter now. Sherman Road, same thing, be in shelter. And ultimately, it's really a rural area. But that said, there are a couple buildings out there that could be impacted, and it's moving northeast. So I do think it will, that second circulation, the one we're talking about between Dawson and Buffalo Heart, will move probably staying south of Highway 54, what will eventually impact County Road 1600 East or Route 1, which is a little busier. And there's still some folks out there, Grow Lion Seed and the Steenbergen Cemetery Association are out there. And so you know, obviously, I think it'll stay south of Mount Pulaski, that second circulation, but we can't be sure. So anyone in that area should be in shelter right now. But fortunately, it's a rather rural area very quickly as you exit Springfield, Illinois.
So Capucci, we've spoken a lot about this tornado that passed through Wynne. Some more not so great news to share. So according to spotters on the ground here, Wynne High School took a direct hit from the tornado. You can see the photos. I'm sharing them now. That looks to be a gymnasium. One of the worst places, by the way, that you can shelter from a tornado. I mean, I don't need to tell you that, Capucci. Not a safe place. There's a shot from a little farther back.
Yeah, I mean, can we appreciate that if we go back one, we can see that the fence is still at least somewhat upright. Obviously, it's cemented into the ground. The power poles in this image are still upright. They may have been on the fringe of the tornado, but it's very easy for a steel truss building to come down. You get the wind under just even one of those little roofing panels, and suddenly you can get the wind entering the building, lifting up the roof. And because it's such a large, you know, seriously, a steel truss, it's very easy to lift the entire roof, and then the walls have nothing holding onto them, and they can collapse like this. So
look at this photo,
take a look
man.
at that picture.
That's the football field.
Jeez. And it comes as no surprise. Yeah. It's classic. You know, stuff like that can happen in even high-end EF1 winds. We might be talking like 90 to 100 mile per hour winds, which most homes, site-built homes, will survive that. They'll be damaged, but a gymnasium is pretty much one of the first structures to go.
Gosh, I mean, well, that again, we know that storm has resulted in at least one death, which is super unfortunate. And the night is young, man. I mean, if there's any, again, silver lining to find out of this, it's that this northern high risk zone, I mean, it seems as if like the worst is pushing eastward, at least as of right now. But I mean, it feels like we're still just getting going for this one here over the south. And this is where we've seen some really potent storms. Of course, there was that tornado earlier this evening in Iowa. But it seems like we've got a little discreet boy here just to the south and west of Memphis. Now just picked up an additional tornado warning, Capucci, approaching Memphis proper now. And seeing the hook echo a little bit here on this. This was that storm that we were watching over Stuttgart and now passing into Holly Grove. Let's look at our reflectivity scan here and see what we can find. Yeah. All right. So here we go. This is looking to be the next one to pay close attention to here, and it is on its way toward Memphis. This is not, as it stands right now, going north. It seems to be on its way here. Capucci, can you see my screen here? Can you see this one? Oh, I think that you are muted. I do not hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No, no worries. So this is right now pushing south of Holly Grove. This is totally something worth watching here, and approaching that Interstate 49 and Marvell. So still in some rural communities, but as you can see from the National Weather Service here, they've extended that tornado watch as to warning as to where it stands to now include Aubrey, Rondo, Marvell, Hughes, and Horseshoe Lake. I guess at this point it's still too early to tell whether or not it's going toward downtown Memphis, but it is certainly on a path, let's just say.
Yeah, anytime we see polygons that long, it's either a sign of an extremely intense event or an event where the National Weather Service has high confidence. And in this case, it's kind of both. We know that as this storm, even though it's not crazy intense right now, moves into a very right favorable environment, there's not much that's going to limit its ability to produce a significant tornado. So obviously, I mean, look how far out this polygon goes. It won't be long before they extend it into the southern parts of the Memphis metro area. It's not even in Tennessee yet, I don't believe. It's it's still probably a couple counties away. It hasn't reached the Mississippi River, and yet look how long this polygon is. So the Weather Service is expressing confidence, and we can see there's a pretty good hail core with this too. I'd say golf ball to perhaps lime-sized hail. We switch over to velocity, and we can see wow, look at this velocity. This is a very impressive. But here's the thing, I think, and Mike, I'd love a second opinion on this. My guess is that what we're seeing a bit of right now is perhaps side lobe contamination. In other words, we're high velocities that are partly higher up in the storm that are being mapped lower. So yes, there's still a ton of spin in this storm, but not all of what we're seeing here might be exclusively lowest to the ground. Some might be a little bit higher up. I do think, though, that there's obviously spin near the ground enough to make the National Weather Service issue a tornado warning as this moves to the east-northeast at close to 55 or almost 60 miles per hour. I think as this moves a little closer to the greater Memphis area, we'll get much better radar coverage. It's still a little far away. We'll see if it's in range of the airport Doppler radar. And no, it's not quite in range yet, which is fine. We'll get better data as this approaches. We still have plenty of other radar sites to choose from. But ultimately, if you live in Memphis, or especially South Haven to Hernando along Interstate 55, or between Walls and Tunica along 61, y'all are really going to want to start to think where in the next 30 minutes to 70 minutes you would go in the event a tornado warning is issued for your location. Tunica already under a tornado warning. I think this thing is going to mature, intensify even more. And ultimately, I mean, it's moving at 65 miles per hour. Mike, picture something just driving down the highway at 65, and it's not going to take long at all to move through this entire polygon.
They've all been hustling. Some more confirmation on this storm that pushed through Wynn, a different tornado than what we are looking at here, but certainly one of the more potent ones that we've seen so far this evening. We told you earlier this evening that there's 600 confirmed injuries. And again, that is correct. Some more detail on that, at least according to THV11, that there are 23 total patients there, with 5 in critical condition. Yeah, this happened, this tornado, right around 3 or 2:30 local time, right? The Arkansas National Guard has been deployed there, and the governor already sending state assistance there, of course, with the National Guard. So this was, again, earlier this afternoon, and yet here we are. And in fact, one thing we have not looked at yet, Capucci, not even once. Let's do it. I want to look at the power outages.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Go figure. For the record, for those of you that are joining us right now, we are adding some really unique support to the power outages. You get a little peek of it now. We're soon going to have much more data available to you on state and regional levels right here as soon as you turn the layer on, which I'm really excited about. So just a quick little update for you. And by the way, you can turn power outages on in the layers menu. It's totally free. It's all the way at the bottom. Just toggle on power outages. If you want more information about a particular county, just tap on it and boom, there you go. One thing to keep in mind as I read these numbers off to you, a customer is not necessarily representative of the number of people that are being impacted. A customer could be just your home where 15 people live in the home, right? So just keep that in mind. In Arkansas right now, 87,000 people I just did it myself. 87,000 customers without power in Arkansas, 41,000 in Iowa, 26,000 in Missouri, 22,000 in Oklahoma, and how about this? 21,000 without power in Colorado. As I touched on before, as these storms, the low pressure center pushed eastward across the central United States, that wraparound cool, dry air has made for some really nasty blowing dust conditions in Colorado. In fact, one of our AI team members who's based out of Boulder sent me a video earlier. I'll have to share that online. We've just been a little busy with other things. But George, I hope you're doing okay. Tennessee, mind you, 13,000 customers without power there. So a lot of people without power right now. And go figure, we are starting to see more outages pile up here just to the west of Memphis. There's Wynn, right? This is where the tornado went through, right here in West Memphis and through Little Rock. So, if you are just joining us, it is 6:30 Central, 7:39 Eastern Time. I'm meteorologist Mike Linden, here from MyRadar, live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm joined by meteorologist Matthew Capucci. He is just stepped away for a moment, but he's been with me through this afternoon. Capucci will be right back. We are answering any questions that you may have and covering these storms as they unfold. It has been an eventful evening thus far, more to go. A high risk, 2 of them are in place. In fact, if I zoom out a little bit here on the map and I turn this up, stand by, you can see a pair of high risks from the Storm Prediction Center. That's a 5 out of 5 on the scale. It's as high as it goes. That magenta color there, purple, pink, purple, whatever, magenta. We have not seen a high risk, let alone 2, but 1 high risk. We have not seen one of those issued since 2021, so 2 years. And we have not seen a pair of high risk areas been issued since 2012, so 11 years. I've had 2 kids since the last time 2 high risks were issued at the same time. I mean, time is crazy, folks. Time is really a crazy thing. So let me shrink this down here. I want to leave it up because it's really interesting to see where the storms are firing up in relation to what the SPC has drawn out. So we've got this storm here that has entered a very favorable portion of the atmosphere. We've got a new one down here near Camden and State Route, or that's I-79 and 167. We'll keep an eye on that one there to the southwest of Pine Bluff. It's kind of where our whole day got started. But we are watching this one here near Holly Grove, approaching Interstate 49. Where the heck are we? We're still in Arkansas, right? Yeah. Memphis right there. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. You can see the the velocity, right? Again, busting more myths here. Looks like that storm went right over water as well. Tornado didn't care whatsoever. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. We've talked a lot about this product tonight, and you can see a little bit of it right in here, this blue, representative of some debris that's being lofted vertically. And that kind of goes lockstep to the velocity scans that we were just looking at. And I'll jump back to that for you. Velocity, what this is showing us here, green is representative of winds going toward the radar, whereas red is representative of winds going away from the radar site. So when you start to see this couplet, we're having what looks to be some twist, well, you're getting some rotation because you have winds working in opposite directions. It's what you need for tornadic development. You need wind shear, and that is what we are finding right now over Arkansas. So if you do live near I-49, Marvell, Rondo, Aubrey, Lexa, if I zoom in here, again, that's I-49. If I zoom in real tight, get some of the road names, if they would pop up. Here we go, Marvell. Roads are not popping up. We got State Route 39 south coming off of I-49, Route 1, near Marvell. There is really nasty storm approaching from your southwest. Someone just asked in the chat, do you think it'll be bad for Kentucky? Kentucky is under a moderate risk. I just think that for Kentucky's purposes, I think you're looking at a very late evening, if not overnight event. You're in good hands with the Mets in Kentucky, of course. We've got you covered too. But, I mean, if you've learned anything so far this afternoon and evening, you've learned that, you know, even for the mountainous, kind of hilly parts of the country, you can still see tornadic development and still see some strong tornadoes develop at that. So Kentucky is certainly worth watching, but you've got some time. That won't be until much later this evening, if not overnight. So again, be sure that you've got your phone charged up and make sure that you have your notifications from MyRadar turned on, because we will let you know if there's a tornado heading your way. JM, my guy, said a truly novel event this afternoon and evening, one for the record books. I mean, it's certainly one that we're going to study. I mean, you haven't had, not like we're seeking it out, right? We haven't had that blockbuster tornado yet. The one in Arkansas definitely was one of them. Last week in Mississippi was definitely one to remember for sure. That was really, really, truly wild stuff to see unfold. But I think what I'll take away thus far, we're not even done, folks, but what I'll take away from this is just the sheer amount of tornado warnings that have been issued and the sheer size of the warning areas. Huge, humongous. I mean, from Texas all the way to Madison, Wisconsin, we have tornado watches. That's crazy. But again, you've got this tornado that we're watching here, southwest of Memphis, approaching 49. That is the tornado of the moment. Tornado warned storm of the moment. For folks, someone was asking in Kentucky, quick little update there. I mean, you've got storms kind of approaching central Kentucky. I used to live in Lexington, so shout out Big Blue Nation. Some really heavy rain approaching Danville, and has already pushed past Bowling Green. We've got tornado warnings to your southwest. They might be a little too north for Nashville, Tennessee, but we will keep a close eye on them as they are in a very favorable environment. Looking back up at Iowa here, looks like the threat in Iowa has the situation has improved. That QLCS, I mean, boy, that is a potent line of storms just trucking east through Iowa. Can you guys pull up WSI? Just so I don't want to leave the radar site there. I want to at least drag here. Yeah, so there's your line, again, the QLCS, right? One quick thing I'm sure you're noticing, I've said this a million times over the course of coverage, but I think it's worth mentioning. When you see this bowing line, right, it's bowing out. Effectively what's happening, remember, the radar, which is right here in Davenport, is sending a signal out. It bounces off water vapor, of course, and reflects, hence reflectivity, back to the radar site. But what's happening here is when you have this bowing line here, that signal can't get back to the radar fast enough. So you start to see this bowing out shape. It's like when you're pulling back on a bow and arrow, right? This is indicative of one thing: strong winds. Well, it's indicative of many things, but one thing to take away from it is that these winds mean business as they are pushing east. Now, of course, there's many tornado warned storms in this line, the kinks in the line, as Capucci touched on before. But if we look here with velocity, like the spotlight here, I'll zoom in, we've got pretty much this right here near Deer Grove. That seems to be kind of the one area of rotation worth watching out for. Still problematic, right? But the bigger storms, if you will, are all south right now. If you guys want to take the app back up here. I think I saw Capucci come back on camera too, so it looks like he's back as well. Oh, no worries, you're good. Okay, so no, you're good. We've got this storm here to the southwest.
Yeah,
I had mentioned kind of like when our evening started, right? Like over near Pine Bluff and Hot Springs.
Yeah.
So they're kind of training right along. I mean, this is that high risk zone. This is where I think it really starts to get cooking here.
Yeah, and I think there must have been at least some sort of confluence boundary or something, because like you said earlier on, we had them trained. There was one after another after another. I know the Little Rock area saw 3 or 4 different supercells within a 3-hour window. Now we're seeing multiple supercells target the Memphis area, one particularly damaging tornado having passed just to the north. Now, if we can pull up the Mac Mini, we have another tornado just to the southwest of Memphis by about 20 miles, maybe a little bit more, right near, it looks like, Marvel, Arkansas. So again, it's near Marvel, Arkansas, pushing along Highway 49. So Poplar Grove, Barton, Lexa, and West Helena. It's going to be very close. This street right here, the tornado is this little kind of donut hole thing right here. We call this a bounded weak echo region. Basically, within the storm's rain aberrations on radar, where because the tornado has so much upward motion in updraft, rain is suspended, isn't able to fall, and makes this little teeny green void. So we're seeing that right now. This is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We know there's a tornado on the ground. The National Weather Service is confirming that there is a tornado on the ground. Again, this tornado warning for Lee, southeastern St. Francis, northern Phillips, southwestern Crittenden, and northern Tunica counties until about, it looks like 7:15 p.m. Central Time. Will likely be extended. It's a very long polygon. Still hasn't yet crossed the Mississippi River. Will likely do so in the next, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes. Here's the Mississippi River right here. If we switch on over to velocity, we can see near Marvel an extremely impressive velocity couplet. Obviously, purple is wind heading in one direction, green in another. When we see these two colors over a short distance, the inference of a chorus rotation, because you literally have opposing winds right next to each other, there has to be something spinning. That is the case right now. And we're seeing that move to the east-northeast at about 65 miles per hour. So next in line, it's going to be areas just near and north of Thompson Robins Airport in the next little while. Should stay north of West Helena. I think the Mount Olive Baptist Church will be in trouble. Folks along 242, State Highway 242, Phillips Road 210 are going to be in a pretty unfortunate situation the next little while. So they have to be in shelter right now. Lexa, you've got to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Lexa's right here. So again, the tornado is likely moving like this. Will either pass extremely close to, directly over, or just north of Lexa. Then it kind of passes over no man's land in this kind of marshy area, the St. Francis National Forest, then over like the Arkansas-Mississippi border, i.e. the Mississippi River, and doesn't do all that much until it gets to like Austin and Tunica across the river. So we won't hear much from it for about 10 miles. You won't see any sort of confirmation reports or anything like that. But here's the thing. This land is very smooth, especially because you have water here. This area is a little bit marshy. You have a lot of lakes. And so because of that, you have two things going on. Number one, smooth land means air can move over it more quickly. So the inflow, the warm southerly winds fueling the circulation will rush in thanks to reduced friction at a little bit of a faster speed, helping to potentially intensify the storm. Also, this leads to a little bit more moisture being available for the storm, which brings down LCLs, or lifting condensation levels, i.e. cloud bases, helping drop that storm a little lower to the ground and make it easier for the tornado to remain on the ground. So I see no indication the tornado will lift anytime soon. I do think it will hold its own until it gets to near or just north of Tunica along Highway 61. And it's going to be Tunica, North Tunica, Hollywood. I mean, this is a decently busy, populous area. So folks in Tunica, you want to be in your shelter right now. You're already under the tornado warning. We know it's going to eventually move in your general direction. And I think at this point, it's a good idea to sort of get to your safe place. 69 as well, a little bit west of Hernando. Y'all want to be getting ready to go to shelter. You're not under tornado warning yet, but you could potentially be at some point. And then the south part of Memphis, near like South Haven, Olive Branch, Colliersville. I don't think downtown Memphis will be impacted this time, but ultimately we want to be careful regardless. We look farther south and west, and there's another tornado warning for Camden, about, I'd say, 80 miles south of Little Rock. And we'll take a look at the Little Rock radar right now and see what's going on with the Camden cell. And we'll zoom in right along Highway 79 in Camden. And it looks to me like it's a small storm. Again, doesn't have to be a big storm. Supercells tend to be rather little. This one's only about 5 or 6 miles across, maybe a little bit more. But you see the obvious hook. We're used to seeing the hook. Here's the inflow notch, warm air rushing into fuel circulation, cool air wraparound right here. We'll switch to velocity and see what's going on. Not a very great signature, but keep in mind we're far from the radar. So we're concerned about a tornado, and because it's a small storm that's not super tall, perhaps quarter-size hail. Camden, Bearden, Harlow, Highland Industrial Park, East Camden, Amy, Warner, Hopeville, Eagle Mills, Harmony Grove, and Millville. Y'all want to be in your safe place right now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows, eventually moving towards Highway 167. Now we'll broaden out, see what else is going on. It looks like Jackson, Tennessee is now under a tornado warning, or at least areas just north of Jackson. And we're going to see what's going on with that. If I can take a look at the radar over there. Let me click and find a radar site. There are so many good radar sites to choose from, but there are also a lot of dots. Here's the correct dot. So TBNA, we're going to look at the radar from Nashville. Actually, that's a terminal Doppler radar. Let's instead use the longer range National Weather Service one, and we can see a very prominent circulation with intense greens and blues right next to each other, winds in different directions over a short distance. The National Weather Service does not confirm this to be on the ground yet, but keep in mind it could touch down at any time just north of Jackson. So Medina, looks like Interstate 40 near Jackson could be seeing some problems right now. Spring Creek, Cedar Grove, Oakfield, Medina, like we said, Highway 152, folks along Spring Creek Road, folks along Christmasville Road, White Oak Farms, and then all the churches. We have the Law Church of Christ, Wards Grove Baptist Church, Cool Springs Church, a lot of churches, Caring Friends and Twin Oaks Baptist Church. You guys are all next in line for this. If you know folks who are attending evening services there, give them a call. Even if you have to interrupt the service, they would thank you for it, because ultimately they're fortunate to have friends like you who are watching and who know what's going in their direction. Of course, if it's a church, a lot of folks might not have their phones turned on, so send text, do whatever you have to do. Let them know this is heading in their direction. Eventually, Parker's Crossroads could see that as well. That's an RV park. You want to make sure no one is in an RV park. Clarksburg down the road, too. So that circulation is fierce. It is intense. It is concerning. Now we revisit areas to the north. This one northeast of Springfield, Illinois, near Decatur. Decatur, eventually pushing towards Urbana. It's north of Decatur, so not in the city, but we'll zoom in a little bit and see if we can focus a little bit more. Let's see. This tornado warning is in effect for portions of DeWitt and Macon counties. This is a confirmed tornado located just east of Latham, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So tornado is on the ground with this, heading towards Maroa eventually. It's in this kind of messy series of boxes. There looks like it was probably right here near the red against green, this kind of kink in the line. This is what we call the QLCS, or the quasi-linear convective system. Basically, a big squall line with embedded kinks of spin within it. That is of concern because you can have erratic, quick-hitting circulations that form anywhere along the line. We're watching that right now near Maroa. So again, seek shelter there if you can, lowest floor of your building. And then up here, just an absolute litany of tornado warnings all over the place. We'll take a look at the Davenport radar, and we see this is the squall line we were talking about. This is the QLCS, that quasi-linear convective system. You have kinks of circulation all around it, really spinning anywhere along the line. Here's, let's see. Well, I'll wait just one moment for velocity to load. Really, anyone in the red box, there are a million red boxes. This whole squall line is dangerous. You should be in shelter before the squall line moves in. Rochelle, Ashton, DeKalb, Maple Park, Sandwich, Earlyville, Audsleyville, Utica, Spring Valley, Hennepin. Be in shelter now. You're not under tornado warning yet, but everybody in this line has tornado warnings because look, you have one circulation here, another one right here, two circulations right next to each other right here. We go down the line, there's one right over here towards Hanahan. Hanaman, I'm sorry. Another circulation near Walnut, more to the south. So there are a cajillion circulations all spinning up like this. Remember, QLCS tornadoes spin up very quickly. They tend to be influenced more by circulations near the ground and they get vertically stretched mechanically. And so as a result, we oftentimes can't see them forming on radar until they're already reaching the cloud base, and resultantly, they are difficult to warn on, which is why oftentimes we see blanket warnings issued by the National Weather Service saying, hey, anywhere along the line, you can see QLCS tornadoes. And in this case, we very well might see that. So, Mike, we have a litany, just an absolute big bunching of tornado warnings right now. But the one I'm most concerned about other than the one near Jackson is this one right here that is closing in on the southern suburbs of Memphis.
Yep.
It is starting to approach. I mean, the hook echo is really organizing. It is moving just south of Rondo. It's going to be a nail biter for Lexa. Lexa is right here towards the center of your screen at home. It's going to pass incredibly close to Lexa with a very strong circulation evident. And as soon as it's going to cross the river, then it'll become a Tennessee problem.
Yeah, and we've got the terminal radar as well. It's now in range of that. So we'll soon really start to see a super high resolution look at the rotation within that storm. So let's jump around, shall we? I mean, as Capucci touched on, that is the storm that is certainly, at this moment in time, the one really worth watching here. Let's take that in full here. Okay. Also, we missed another super chat before. JM, you're the man. Appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. Again, all of those are going to go to Feeding America. So the center of circulation here for this storm, as we touched on before, is right here to the east of Marvell near Lexa. Gosh, this is what Capucci was just talking about. So for the folks that live in Lexa, this is definitely, I mean, we're talking seconds here, if not already on top of you right now. I'm waiting on the newest radar image to come in here. Lots of water for this storm to go through next, but as we saw before, a tornado jumped the Mississippi River, so this ain't no thing. Tunica, Horseshoe Lake, man, it is going to be a nail biter as it approaches Memphis. We've also got this guy we've talked about before near Camden, right? There's, interestingly enough, a severe thunderstorm right ahead of that. Meanwhile, up north here, just, how about that? Sandwich. Is that Illinois? Guess so. Chicago, likely to take the full force of this QLCS that stretches all the way north into Wisconsin as well. We saw earlier today some folks talking about a confirmed tornado in Springfield. I've yet to see that. I saw north of Springfield. But there are, at present moment, 2 tornado-warned storms right here, east of Springfield, southwest of Clinton Lake and Weldon, right over top of Maroa. That's kind of where the circulation is right now. In this general area here on I-51 near Maroa, southwest of Weldon and Clinton Lake in Illinois, just to the north of Decatur. Now we take the trip on south, and we are watching. Oh, so they canceled the one in Camden? Yes. Okay. Good. So the tornado warning right here, woo, where are we? To the south of Pine Bluff and Camden, canceled as of right now. That is a little victory. Let's take a look and see what's going on in there. So it was certainly trying to organize itself earlier. But again, this is that same area where we saw some occlusion occurring. Yet just ahead is this incredibly favorable environment. I'm waiting to see on terminal radar, which is right there, the airport radars, if you will. I really want to see this velocity scan. Let me get a good look at it here. It's starting to kind of come into focus now, just as downtown Memphis is kind of under the line of fire here. Elsewhere, here is that tornado that just will not stop. This was the tornado that we know resulted in a fatality in Wynne, Arkansas. Oop, I picked another terminal radar. Yeah, I mean, that still has a real potent rotational signature in it as well. That is impacting areas to the west of Tennessee Route 22, Huntington, Clarksburg, Rock Springs, Trezevant, Altwood, right over top of I-45 eastbound, just north of Jackson. And then it goes into the folks that were earlier asking about Kentucky. We'll see how long that storm remains on the ground, because let alone Kentucky, it looks like it could end up going just to the north of Nashville if it stays on the ground, and splitting the difference between Clarksville and Nashville. So we'll watch that one, see if it ends up in Kentucky. But we're still right here. This is, again, the storm that is approaching downtown Memphis. This is the one that is certainly has my attention, for sure. This is what I really want to see now that it's in focus on the terminal radar. I mean, you're not seeing anything that's just blowing the doors off you in terms of the rotational signature, which, again, good things. We're going to take little victories as we get them. Correlation coefficient may take a second here. Where that storm was earlier near Covington in Tennessee. Reports from local media there that the Covington, Tennessee hospital has been damaged and patients are being rerouted. Just a big mess across Tennessee right now. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, troubling that there's some debris being spotted here in this storm as it pushes through Lexa. I mean, the velocity is definitely there. We saw it before doing its best attempt at hooking. But I want to watch it on the terminal radar there. Okay. It's just after 8 o'clock Eastern Time. What's going on, everybody? Meteorologist Mike Linden here, coming at you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'm also joined by meteorologist Matthew Capucci. He's been with me since this afternoon, coming at you live from the nation's capital. Oh, he's on camera. Why don't we look at him wearing the suit jacket. I mean, I'm here rocking the brand. I guess we'll have to get a MyRadar branded suit maybe one day. That'd be pretty wild.
I had my fancy MyRadar shirt, but unfortunately I discovered I could not put that in the dryer. And so, yeah, I destroyed it.
Whoops. Well, I mean, if you see the wide shot here, even just for a moment, Matt, if you want to take that, right behind me over my shoulder are some Hook Echo shoes. Pretty neat. Yes, they're right up there. You can see
I'm actually wearing my sneakers. My friends make fun of me because I do this, I do TV, I do everything in sneakers. But I figure if the camera comes down to here, doesn't matter if I'm wearing slippers or stilettos.
Yeah, that's a little secret. But you can see the Hook Echo shoes up there. There's Capucci's book. We've done a lot of work remaking like the whole set here. I think everything looks awesome. You got the little guys behind me over here. The set looks really, really cool. But anyway, I digress. Back to the task at hand. Capucci, this severe tornado-warned storm, rather, that we are watching on approach to Memphis, now on terminal radar.
Yep.
And you can kind of see the velocity isn't coming through as strongly as on the other radar. We know that it's there.
And one thing I want to note, too, I just have to give a plug for the MyRadar app. For folks who don't know what a terminal Doppler radar is, it's a different type of radar that the airports tend to have. It's much more sensitive, but it's phenomenal because it's such high resolution that it gives us a really good glimpse of the storm. Now, one of the challenges with this, and most apps don't have this for the folks at home. I mean, this is a MyRadar thing. Most apps don't have this. Our competition doesn't have this. MyRadar does. We invested in getting this technology to you, and it comes in incredibly helpful in episodes like this. So one thing I would note is that because there's so much of just a massive amount of precipitation coming down from this storm, we're not really able to see much in the way of clear signatures from this yet. As it gets closer to the radar, we will. on the Memphis terminal Doppler radar, just because I think of attenuation or kind of the slowing of the signal through the rain. The National Weather Service has more coarse radar that has higher power and can penetrate farther, but isn't quite as high resolution. The terminal radars are higher resolution, they're more sensitive, but on the contrary, they're also a little bit more finicky when it comes to a heavy rain kind of blocking the signal. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. But yeah, if we return back to the National Weather Service radar, we see the colors look more prominent. We see the velocity looks a little bit more easy to decipher north of West Helena, just about to cross the Mississippi River, as we can see right there. Blue and green are right next to each other. That's a sign of winds kind of heading in two different directions over a short distance. There's quite a bit of wind there, and obviously the circulation is quite strong. So right now it's almost directly over the Mount Olive Church. It is near the Thompson Robins Airport, probably just north of the airport, if not directly on top of it. 242, it's passing over you, and then some rather rural street. Yes.
Oh, I was going to say, we just got another super chat here. Big shout out to Sandy Rose, who I think is relaying something from another person. So big shout out to you, Sandy Rose. This, I guess, comes from Safira. Her and her family are hunkered down in Hernando, Mississippi, which is just south of Memphis. Of course, Memphis is right in that unique geographical area where it touches kind of a lot of states, right? We have Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee. It's all right there in the triple point. And it looks like they are looking for some more information as they're getting worried, right? They're in Hernando. So real quick, and then Capucci, we can get right back to, because again, big shout out to the super chat. We really appreciate it. Again, we are not keeping any of that. That all goes to charity. So thank you for helping people that really need it. Hernando, right outside of that tornado warning. We will know here within the next couple of minutes how you play into it, being that as it stands right now, we don't necessarily know where this storm is going, whether or not it works its way more northward toward downtown Memphis, whether it does work its way toward you and Hernando. Another super chat, holy moly, an updated projection forecast for South Haven, Mississippi. So I assume we're talking about the area being impacted here. Let's just double check in here. So South Haven north of, yeah, it's, what am I talking about? It's right here. So all of you that are watching us right now, we will try our best to keep everything as updated as possible. We've got questions from Hernando to South Haven to Memphis. So Capucci, the people that are in the chat here, all kind of under the line of fire, as it were. So for everyone that is watching, you need to know where your safe place is. Again, if there were to be a tornado heading towards you, because there could be one, to know where to go to. If you're watching us on your phone, you can take us with you. Again, big shout out to all you guys with these super chats. I've got the chat right here. You guys are too kind. Okay. Apologies for cutting you off there, Capucci.
Oh, no worries. I mean, I was multitasking, I was grabbing more data, so it worked out well. But yeah, that circulation is intensifying even more. About to cross the river and heading right towards Tunica. And so folks along Highway 61 in western Tennessee, a little bit southwest of Memphis, this is a bad look for you. And especially given the environment, given the fact the sun's going down, that's concerning. And Mike, remember earlier on when we talked about those gravity waves? I'm seeing them again just southeast of the radar site. So if we back up a little bit, you can see those ripples right here, a little bit south of the radar site. So again, we're watching that very closely. In just one moment. Here we go. Just grabbing more data. I'm keeping multiple screens going at once. So yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tornado warnings in effect. The current time is right around 8:12 Eastern, 7:12 Central. The sun is going down. It's dark here in DC. It'll be dark soon over parts of the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys, and yet we still have tornado warnings ongoing, showing no sign of slowing down anytime soon, which is unfortunate. We got this one crossing the Mississippi River near West Helena, soon to hit, looks like, what's that? Tulane? I'm sorry, Tunica, and could come very close to the Tunica Municipal Airport. The National Weather Service is calling this a PDS tornado warning, or a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This was located near the St. Francis National Park on the west side of the Mississippi River. It is a radar-confirmed tornado. but they're calling it large and extremely dangerous. And a lot of folks are involved. For example, Lee County, St. Francis County, Phillips County, Crittenden County, DeSoto County, Tunica County, and Tate County in northwestern Mississippi. So we're watching that very closely. Folks along Highway 61 have to be in shelter now. Should stay south of downtown Memphis, but southern places like, for example, Walls, Horn Lake, South Haven, and Olive Branch, right along 302 and along the 78 corridor, especially 269 and 69 near Hernando. You have to be in shelter in the next little while. Even if you're not in tornado warning yet, I'd say make preparations, make plans to go there rather soon. Farther north, we'll take a look at the cell a little bit northeast of Jackson. This one is still looking kind of feisty along and just north of Interstate 40. It is a tornado warning still. The velocity shows obviously a brown against red. So again, two dark colors over a short distance. It is rotating. We'll see the National Weather Service has a confirmed tornado tag on this. It has been confirmed by weather spotters now. So this was near Blue Goose, or about 9 miles southeast of Milan, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So folks in Huntington, Atwood, Parker's Crossroads, Wildersville, Hollow Rock, Clarksburg, McLemersville, Howley, Hickory Flat, Hillard, Dollar, Cedar Grove, Union Cross, Leech, Tate, Palmer Shelter, Buena Vista, Westport, Parker's Crossroads, and New Zion. You have to be in shelter now. Lowest floor of your building and avoid windows. So let's take a look a little farther north, see what's going on in Illinois. We have this one in the greater Springfield area. These were kind of QLCS circulations on either side of Decatur. And here's why. You see one obvious tornado right here in this box. This is northwest of Highway 72, northwest of Monticello, however they say it out there. Piatt County, DeWitt County, Macon County in central Illinois. It is not confirmed, but I'd say there's probably something that has spun up rather quickly in that red box near DeLand, moving towards Mansfield and Mahomet along Highway 74 west of Urbana. That's concerning. And then, of course, we see this whole line. This is the actual front. The front are kind of the boundary, sort of the clashing air masses. This is a QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system. All these kinks in the line, concerning. Then we have this second area of spin, not strong spin, but it could come together rather quickly, heading towards Moweaqua along Highway 51 north of Assumption. This is a tornado warning for counties such as Macon, Christian, and looks like Shelby counties in central Illinois. So again, quick hitting circulations east of Springfield, but any of which could form along this line rather quickly and produce tornadoes. Then we head up to the main event, or at least what was the main event still is causing tornadoes in parts of eastern Iowa and northern Illinois. And here we see, it looks like, to me, the band is becoming a little bit strung out. We'll switch to another radar soon. We'll switch to the Chicago radar. It's kind of in no man's land midway between the Davenport and the Chicago radars. We see it's obviously a squall line now. You see no more supercells, but within this squall line, there's a big wind shift. Southerly winds ahead of it, northerly winds behind it. You get these little kinks of rotation that form near the ground. Then the updraft, warm air rushing into the storms from ahead, stretches those little kinks of spin near the ground. It stretches them to the cloud base, and you get tornadoes that hit rather quickly. That is what we'll likely see over the next little while. So again, folks in, for example, Freeport, Monroe, and Amboy. You guys are in those 3 tornado warnings. So let's see, there's nothing super clear. Here's a little kink, here's a little kink, here's a little kink, here's a little kink, here's one, here's one, here's one. I mean, they're everywhere. You can't, trying to get them would be like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You just can't do it. They're kind of mixed all about the area. And unfortunately, we cannot necessarily say with certainty which of those will touch down and which of those will have an impact. So what we can say is anyone who is really seeing that line should seek shelter and just let the line blow through. If you're in Janesville, Elgin, Aurora, even eventually Chicago in the next hour and a half, I would say, you know what? Pack some snacks, grab some popcorn, take board games down to the basement, and just sit below ground if you need to for about 40 minutes as these things pass through. Bring the kiddos, make a game out of it, have a fun evening, and just go down there if you can, get to a site-built location, and give it, like we said, 30, 40 minutes for these things to blow through. And then behind it, temperatures drop like a rock. Des Moines, for example, will have gone from like 75 today with tornado weather to the 30s tonight with possible snow. So it is a big system that is really mixing up the air masses, and that's why we're getting the obvious impacts we are. But for the time being, the concern is greatest right now for the southern and southwestern parts of the Memphis metro area. It is not going to affect the city of Memphis, I don't think. I think downtown Memphis should be all right, but we'll take a look at the Memphis radar. And one more time, before we toss it back over to Mike, show you, here's the obvious hook echo. It is just about to cross the Mississippi River. It is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Here's a rotation. It is on the river right now. The rotation has increased, perhaps due to friction being reduced over the water, and is working northeast, soon to hit areas near and north of Tunica. The municipal airport there is in trouble. Folks in Hollywood, you need to be in shelter now. The Tunica Arena and Expo Center, and this is kind of concerning. This is a busy area. Blues Highway, Tunica County WIC, Mahoon Landing Parkway, Abbey Drive, the G.W. Henderson Senior Rec Center. Folks at the Cairo Park, Luxor Field, Royal Inn and Suites, Mexico Grill, looks like a good restaurant. Wow, they have 4.2 stars and only $1 sign. That's my kind of restaurant. Gosh, the menu looks amazing. They're open until 10:30 p.m. tonight. If you know folks at the Mexico Grill, give them a call. Tell them to be in shelter now. They're just off Perry Road. And at the Tunica Museum, the Paul Battle Jr. Arena and Exposition Center. But ultimately, the Mexico Grill could be red line, center line for this. Pritchard Road, eventually Pritchard 2, Route 3, and maybe down the road, Arkabutla Lake in the town of Arkabutla. So that's way down the road for the time being, Tunica. But that said, Arkabutla Lake is in that tornado warning. And wow, this is amazing. We're still seeing those gravity waves, basically ripples. This storm is sucking up so much air that's causing ripples to go out. And we're seeing that on radar up here, these little liney things, and over here too. So Mike, with that, a number of tornado warnings we are tracking. This is probably the most prominent right now, but otherwise things are becoming more of a QLCS threat. With that, we're going to continue our coverage. Looks like we're going to see what's going on here in, let's see, greater Memphis area we talked about. Let's go back north a little bit and talk about the QLCS circulations. We're going to go back to the Davenport radar. And I want folks at home to remember that anytime you're in a QLCS, things can change very quickly. What happens, and if we take a look at let's consider the Fultondale tornado of 2021, Fultondale, Alabama, on January 3rd, 2021. There's a QLCS, severe weather risk was minimal, and then all of a sudden, we had a little spin near the ground that got vertically stretched, formed an EF3 tornado that was only in the ground very briefly, but touched down like this. And the National Weather Service in Huntsville did a great job of issuing that tornado warning in advance. But oftentimes, it's tough. It's literally like playing a game of whack-a-mole because these things spin up. It's much easier to see things that start high and come down versus things that spin up rather quickly. That's why anybody in this area should be really from, I'd say, Madison, Wisconsin, down towards like Bloomington, Illinois. You want to be in your shelter and just wait it out. Now, DeKalb is under a tornado warning. That's a new tornado warning. That goes in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time. Current time is 7:20 Central Time. And yeah, now the National Weather Service is using blanket tornado warnings. They're saying, quote, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and destructive straight line winds over 80 miles per hour and quarter-size hail are likely in this box. Basically, they're saying, hey, tornadoes can touch down anytime, anywhere in here. And that is the case. One here, one here, one here, one here, who knows? And so, yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. Genoa, Sycamore, DeKalb, Sandwich, it's one of those times where everybody in that area has to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle outdoors, you want to be in a site-built location and protecting yourself from flying debris. Rochelle, you should be in your safe place. DeKalb, folks along State Highway 88, Maple Park, Sandwich, in your safe place. There's also Sandwich, Massachusetts, and all the police cars say Sandwich Police on them, which actually made it into a magazine. I'm from that area originally. And it never occurred to me that was funny until folks from out of town. One here, who knows? Is that a real thing? And so, yeah, of course it is. So again, more potentially tornado circulations near, looks like Mendota, heading towards Earlville. This area not under a tornado warning, but there's a big wind shift right here. And near Lakin, there could be a little something down here. This whole line is the wind shift line. Once that wind shift line passes through, you're in the clear. This is the last band of stuff. We'll also take a look at Urbana, because they are very close to a tornado warning too. And we'll take a look and see if we can use a radar based out of Quad. Is this a Quad Cities? I believe it is. Okay, so we got here another kind of broad circulation. Urbana is not under tornado warning, but Thomasboro and Rantoul is. This includes Piatt, DeWitt, McLean, and Champaign counties in east central Illinois. This thing was located over Mansfield, or 12 miles north of Monticello, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Could be some hail in there too. And this will be around Fisher at 7:35 p.m. Central Time, Mahomet and Lake of the Woods a little bit sooner at 7:30 p.m., so 10 minutes from now. And you can see it's kind of knocking on your doorstep. This curvature There could be a tornado anywhere along here. If it does form, it'll last only a couple of radar scans. It would be quick hitting, but it's something we have to watch. And then farther south and west, there's kind of a more prominent one. Looks like near Stonington. It is, again, a tornado warning. It is heading towards Highway 51. This tornado is also located near Taylorsville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So no way to know if it's on the ground, but it very well could be. And then in between, there's kind of, I don't want to jinx us, kind of a lull. St. Louis looks to be doing all right. Much of Illinois, or rather much of Missouri, doing all right. The next area to watch down here, Poplar Bluff, that is for parts of, looks like Stoddard and Butler counties in Missouri. And this potential tornado is located near Fisk, just east of Poplar Bluff, heading for Dexter. So let's put on a local radar here, see if we can find one. Again, sometimes it can be tough to see the icons because, of course, there are so many different places. Here we go. We'll use the Springfield, Missouri radar and zoom off to the east. It'll take just a second to load. Okay, it looks like that one's a little far away. There must be a closer one. Oh, indeed. We'll use the one in Memphis. That's a much closer one. Again, this area is not getting great radar coverage because it is far away, but we can see a red against green right here, a little bit west of Dudley, south of Fisk. It looks like it's right near the county border, so it's pushing northeast. No way to know if it's on the ground, but like we said, in today's environment, all these things pretty much have been producing at least funnel clouds, if not tornadoes. No classic hook echo, but sometimes it doesn't matter what shape it is. It just matters kind of how it behaves. Farther to the east, this cell along Interstate 40 is getting a little bit messier. Now, the confirmed tornado has been dropped. It is still a tornado warning. I don't see much obvious rotation near Clarksburg or Rock Springs. They are under a tornado warning, so you should remain in your safe place. But that said, things are looking better right now. Where things are not looking better, the whole shebang down here nearing Tunica. This tornado just crossed the Mississippi River. We assume it is still probably on the ground. It is confirmed large and extremely dangerous near the St. Francis National Park, moving east at 50 miles per hour. That was as of 7:18 Central Time, so this was about 7 minutes ago that it was confirmed on the ground. There was also a tornado reported at 7:12 p.m., 6 miles north of West Helena. That was back at 7:12 Central Time. So it has a history of tornadoes, and the National Weather Service agrees that the radar signatures are commensurate with the tornado. Tunica, it's not really raining right now. You're in the inflow notch. You're kind of in this notch inside the hook. That's why we tell you should probably be now lowest floor of whatever building you're in, avoiding windows, mobile home, vehicle, outdoors. You want to be in a site-built location and protect yourself from flying debris. 61 is the state highway. This thing will be moving over, please. Moving over soon. I don't know why I'm saying please. See, we've been at this for a long time, but if nothing else, even despite having been on camera for going on 6.5, almost 7 hours now, we're still using manners. We're using manners randomly, but we're using manners. So again, it's approaching Tunica. Please be in your safe place, lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. It will eventually push east towards Arcabutla, Coldwater, and perhaps Hernando. For now, my biggest concern is North Tunica on the Blues Highway, the Mexico Grill, the Tunica Arena and Expo Center, Paul Battle Jr. Arena and Exposition Center, Tunica Museum, and the, my goodness, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, Merneptah RV Park. You guys are all kind of red line, center line for this, as is Perry Road. If you know where Taylor and Martin Auctions is, or the Alex Truck Stop on the Blues Highway, these are the areas that right now look to be in the heart of this potential tornado's path. Again, North Tunica should pass near or just north of the Tunica Municipal Airport. Mahoon Landing Parkway, Old Mahoon Landing Road, Riverview Drive. Riverview Drive is kind of in trouble right now. Fox Island Road, I'm most concerned about this little area on Riverview Drive. They're in the inflow notch. This is where the tornado would be, kind of the apex of that hook. So again, concern is definitely there for a potential tornado, likely on the ground, moving east-northeast. And the folks in the studio, anyone back with us yet? I know there have been some tech issues that we've been sorting out. Erica updating me on that. Let me know, Erica. Actually, she's typing right now. Oh my gosh, it's like she's listening. Drum roll, please. Erica Lopez has confirmed that we are still talking tornadoes. And with that, we're going to take one more tour and see what's going on. Again, keep in mind, everybody in the yellow, oh my goodness, I zoomed out very far. You can almost see Jupiter. So everybody in the yellow boxes, those are tornado watches. A watch means conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail, damaging winds, and of course, tornadoes. And they're issued for a broad area, basically saying, hey, tornadoes are possible. It's something we have to watch, be in a heightened state of awareness tonight. And for many folks tonight, you should be in a heightened state of awareness. You should have a tornado safe plan. You should make sure that you're never more than about 5 minutes away from a shelter. Then there are tornado warnings in the red. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them, all up and down the Tennessee Valley, Mississippi Valley. Warnings mean something is imminent or occurring. And as a result, oh, hello there. As a result, something's imminent or occurring. When you're in a warning, you have to seek shelter. And Mike, we've gone through storms a couple of times, previewing up and down the entire Mississippi Valley. With that, one thing I'm noticing is there are even storms in eastern Texas right now, which a lot of us didn't necessarily expect to happen, but a very that shows no sign of slowing down anytime soon. The only piece of good news I have, the QLCS, I do think in the next 2 hours will begin to wind down. And it looks like the number of supercells is beginning to wane as well. So we might be about, I'd say, 90 minutes from not a finish line, but from sort of the beginning of the descent, if that makes sense.
You mean for the entire event or for the northern portion of the event?
So I think the supercells, I mean, there are fewer of them. At least one is beginning to weaken. One doesn't look super organized. The only supercell to me that looks extremely potent is the one south of Memphis. And even that has been showing kind of mixed signals. It's not intensifying right now. Farther north, the QLCS is not intensifying. It is, I mean, it's still a damaging wind event, but I do think it's going to begin to slowly, after it hits Chicago, begin to slowly kind of lose steam. So we're trending in the right direction. We don't want anyone to let down their guard yet, but I do think in about 90 minutes time is when things will begin to trend down. Doesn't mean severe risk will be over for the folks at home, but things will begin to trend down.
Thank you for holding the fort down there for a moment, Capucci. Just dealing with some technical stuff. We're good to go. Of course, I know you guys are in the best of hands with Mr. Capucci here. And again, big shout out to everybody that has been watching in the MyRadar app. We love to have you here. It looks like we got a lot of questions in the chat here. So let's answer some questions. Again, we are keeping a super close eye on that storm in Memphis. If you guys want to just grab my camera and that while Capucci steps away here. My gosh, another super chat. You guys are all fantastic. Holy cow. From Steve. Said, thanks for keeping us up to date. Coming to you from Clarksville, Tennessee. So keeping an eye on your forecast. Steve, my guy, thank you very much for that super chat. We really, really appreciate it. Again, for those of you that are watching, super chat is on YouTube. It is effectively a donation to get your chat message sent to the top of the chat here. But we do not keep any of the money from the super chats. We donate all of it. So we will compile all of the money from after this event, and we will make a donation to Feeding America. So Steve, my man, thank you so much for that. That is so kind. And yes, of course, be safe. We really appreciate you watching. We've got Noel, who's been with us like all night. Noel, I hope you're doing all right, man. It's going to be a long evening here. Someone watching Illinois, Pawnee. Shout out to Leslie Nope. My sister is under a tornado warning. Can you tell us anything in Pawnee? So we'll jump back to that storm in Memphis, or just outside of Memphis. It is definitely one to watch. Gosh, what a gigantic mess this is. I assume that we're talking about this one here? Pawnee? Under a tornado warning, can you tell us anything? Not seeing one for what you're talking about here, unless we're talking about up here. Well, yeah, so I know what you guys are talking about, because someone just said they're hearing tornado sirens here in Sycamore and DeKalb. So this is that QLCS as we were talking about, the quasi-linear convective system. Just a line of storms. Just need to grab a radar. There you go. So, yeah, there's some embedded rotation within this. Again, they spin up really quickly as this storm pushes eastward. Really what you're looking at here are some really strong winds arriving with a lot of rain, a lot more potent than your typical, cold front kind of arriving. Any kind of spin-ups off of this that we have seen have been very brief, not necessarily resulting in anything really punchy. I know that's weird, strange language that I chose there, but what I mean is that in terms of the big supercells developing, bringing the big bad tornadoes, those don't seem to be impacting you. But gosh, what a line from Madison, Wisconsin, all the way south to near Bloomington, Indiana, where you were dealing with really potent winds pushing eastward. I mean, there's this tornado warning here, just to the north and west of Urbana and to the southeast of Bloomington. That is another kink in another line here, stretching from near Gary, Indiana, southwestward here through Urbana, Monticello, Decatur. That line extending all the way into St. Louis. I mean, this is a gigantic, gigantic event. But in terms of any of the tornadoes worth developing here, the ones that are off on their own, we've got 3 candidates here. We've got the one to the southwest of Nashville. I've got another one here to the west of Tennessee, or of Kentucky and Tennessee. We'll jump back to that one here in a moment. But perhaps the most, the one that really stands out, especially now that we're seeing kind of some hooking happening there, is this guy here. This is right now over the southwestern portion of downtown Memphis. We will continue to keep a close eye on this. We had someone watching not too long ago from Hernando. Well, whoever that was, you need to be in your safe place. Now, you are not in the tornado warning, but you really should go to that safe place, the central location in your home. So whether that is a basement, if you have one, great. If you do not, an interior bathroom, a closet. I mean, this is not made for you to be comfortable, right? This is matter to keep you and yours safe. So again, that's where you need to go. That is absolutely where you need to go, the safe place. Someone said just had some family members got scared by a tornado in Lincoln, Illinois. Hope everything's okay. Nothing extreme, but a lot of damage. I bet. I mean, we've seen debris signatures that have been gigantic from this event. So even if a tornado didn't hit you directly, still bringing with it a bunch of debris with it. Yeah, someone wants to look at that Paducah, Kentucky radar. Yeah, we'll look at that one in a second. Tornado. Glad we could help, Amanda. You just be safe. You have a safe place in your hallway. Safe place, or rather a hallway, not the best. I mean, just make sure there's no windows. You can't see any windows. That you're covered by the most interior wall. That's the key. Now, I am not hearing what people are putting down here in terms of Bowling Green and Paducah. We'll go take a look here, because Kentucky has been quiet thus far. But let's take a look at this Paducah radar. I mean, again, you're seeing there's some rotation here on the backside near Bloomfield and Essex, traveling along I-60. But as it stands right now, this is... I don't think this is a convey. Yeah, it's just a radar indicated rotation. There is no tornado with this as it stands. I mean, let's do our due diligence. Let's look through a couple of products here. So looking at the correlation coefficient, I mean, nothing that really jumps out at you here. There is something being lofted. I mean, nothing that would tell me that this is a tornado as it stands. Let's go to our velocity. Again, you do have winds acting in opposite directions, right? Which is what you need. So there is spin present, right? This would be what you would call a radar indicated rotation, right? That's what we're using. We are indicating here that there is some rotation within this, but whether or not this has led to a tornado still remains to be seen. So we will keep a very close eye on that. As it stands right now, though, we are not under any immediate danger. Whereas this storm here to the south for Memphis, this one, again, Capucci was right on the money before when saying that he's noticing that it's not getting stronger. But there's still something there. And again, for the person that was watching our chat before, I apologize, can't remember who that was. In Hernando, that is now under a tornado warning and is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. So you now need to be in your safe place. Someone that was watching earlier in South Haven said that they were hunkering down with their family. You are also in that PDS. So getting to that safe place, whether it is your basement, an interior hallway closet, a bathroom, underneath stairs, what have you, that is where you need to be. If you live in a mobile home, the key word there is mobile. Mobile homes become mobile when dealing with a tornado like this. That is not, myself or Capucci or any meteorologist putting down where you live. It's just it's a matter of fact. It is not a safe place to be during an event like this. So I would hope that you have somewhere that you can go to and act quickly to get to that place. You want to be sure that, again, this place has some form of a basement, that there aren't a lot of windows, doesn't have like a high ceiling like a gymnasium. That's the key here. And it looks like, yes, Capucci, one quick thing though, that tornado warning that I just talked about for South Haven, the PDS for Hernando, South Haven, that does cover the southernmost edge of the city of Memphis. So we are,
okay.
We're staring down the, it's going to be a close call. I would be, I guess, pretty surprised to see this thing take a sharp turn north and west to go to Memphis. But I mean, we've seen crazier things, right?
One of the tricky things is oftentimes when we see an occlusion process take hold, the tornado begins to kind of be pushed by the rear flank downdraft, by kind of that cold air wraparound, and get pushed north. So I don't think the storm itself will move into the city of Memphis, but the tornado will likely make a bit of a left turn as it approaches the end of its life cycle. So that's what's happening right now. If we back up just a little bit, we'll be able to see the tornado, which was kind of at the apex of this hook, was right here. But watch these next few scans. Right like this, it looks like that part is kind of being pushed into the forward flank downdraft, kind of the rain and the hail and all this stuff here in red. And then notice how there's kind of this backward sea. This shows you that cold air from the northwest right over here is wrapping in and kind of pushing into this storm. And that's partly what was responsible for perhaps the demise of the tornado and helping that to occlude. But also it's going to cause gusty winds to about 60 miles per hour along this kind of leading edge of this backward sea right here as it moves in the direction of, it looks like, Arcabula Lake or Arcabutla Lake. So again, that's right here northwest of Coldwater. Folks in that area should still be seeking shelter, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows, mobile home, vehicle outdoors. You know the drill. You can't stay there. You got to get to a site-built location, something with a foundation, and protect yourself from flying debris. Looks like Highway 301, Arcabutla Lake. You guys are next in line, but I do think this storm is beginning to lose steam. I don't want to jinx us, beginning to lose steam. Here you see right here, circulation is a little bit more broad. The red and the blue don't necessarily touch. It kind of spread out a little bit more, which is a good sign. Regardless, though, a lot of folks are still under this tornado warning, which goes for portions of, it looks like, Tunica County, which it's already in right now, Tate County and Shelby County in West Tennessee until about 8:15. And the current time right now is 7:41 Central, 8:41 Eastern. So we still have a little while to go with that. I do want to go farther north, though, and revisit that QLCS, or the quasi-linear convective system, approaching Lake Michigan. QLCSs are kind of kinky squall lines with embedded bends and kinks of rotation within them. It's a squall line with a bunch of little blips, any of which could produce quick-hitting tornadoes. And that's the tricky part. Trying to forecast where tornadoes will form along a squall line is like playing a game of whack-a-mole. It just doesn't really work. The reason being, ordinary supercell tornadoes form from mesocyclones, or rotating clouds in the storm that kind of snake their way down to the ground, and they're easier to see on radar in advance because the radar scans high up, farther from the radar site, so we can see them. Whereas with QLCS tornadoes, they're born from a wind shift. Basically, Ahead of this line right here, winds are out of the south, pumping in mild, warm, moist air. Behind the line, winds are out of the north, bringing down much cooler, drier air. That clash is what makes the storms, but that means there's a wind shift line along the actual squall line itself. What that does is make for a bunch of little tiny whirls, little sort of what we call mesocyclones near the ground, little eddies, any of which can be vertically stretched into the storms and produce a quick hitting tornado. Now, because our radar beam is higher than these shallow circulations, we oftentimes don't see these until they're stretched to the cloud base and start producing a tornado, which is why it's really tough to warn on them in advance, and why your least lead time, the quickest hitting warnings, are often these ones associated with QLCS tornadoes. Now, we're waiting for velocity to load from the Chicago radar. It'll be just a second. But one thing I want to point out too, Mike, this orange box right here for Aurora, this is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, basically a souped up severe thunderstorm warning that has triggered the emergency alert system because it's producing such strong winds to roughly 90 miles per hour. So again, they activated the emergency alert system across Aurora in portions of, looks like, Kendall and Kane counties in northeastern Illinois, not for tornado warning, but for a severe thunderstorm with tornado-like impacts. Here's the thing, 90-mile-per-hour winds are 90-mile-per-hour winds. If a tree falls in your house, you don't care if it was a swirly wind or a straight wind. Again, doesn't matter if it's a cyclonic wind or just kind of a wind blowing down trees. So regardless, if you're in this area in Aurora, you want to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, avoiding windows. Mobile home, can't do it. Those things will flip in winds about 85 or 90 miles per hour. If you want to make sure that you're not sheltering in a part of your house that could be susceptible to a falling tree either, which would be problematic. You see all these light blues and even some dark blues in here? These are winds of about 80 to almost 90 miles per hour. What's happening here is twofold. Number one, you have the storms mixing down jet stream momentum from aloft. These storms go up, they feel a jet stream, they steal those winds, they drag them down to the ground in the form of strong wind gusts mixing in with the precipitation. But behind the storms, I'm also thinking there is likely something called a wake low forming. So, Micah, I know we've sort of talked about wake lows in the past, but it's cool to see them in person. What is a wake low? Basically, it's a low pressure system that forms on the backside of a line of severe storms, a squall line, where essentially you kind of drag the jet stream winds to the ground, and it's due to subsidence or sinking air that sinks in the backside, warms up a little bit, causes low pressure, and that drags down that momentum from aloft. So we can kind of see that right here. See how there's sort of a void in precipitation backside the line. And I know we're getting really technical for the folks at home, but there's sort of a void in precipitation right here, a void on reflectivity. What this says to me is that there's likely air descending or subsiding, which in the process of warming up also dries out through a process called adiabatic compression. So it dries up a little bit. That helps drag those jet stream winds down to the surface. So where the void is on reflectivity, where the void is in terms of rainfall, we'll switch over to velocity, and that's where we see the highest wind gusts right here of 80 to 90 miles per hour. So to me, I think this wind is kind of a dual maximum. We'll see winds on the leading edge of the circulation, or leading edge of the storms rather, but then lasting for about 30 to 40 minutes behind the storms too, due to the pseudo wake low. Now let's talk briefly about QLCS tornado potential again, because here we just see a litany of circulations. One here, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. I mean, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. That's why tornado warnings are in effect, and we don't know which of these will cause tornadoes. Some might not. All of them might, none of them might. Who knows? And so for that reason, you have to be in shelter now ahead of these kinks in the line, because any of these could very easily cause tornadoes as they push east. So if you're in Aurora, if you're in Crystal Lake, if you're in a lake in the hills, Carpentersville, Harvard, Harvard. If you're in Harvard, everybody there has to be in shelter now. You want to just take it easy for the next, I'd say, hour and a half. First, the storms will come through. They might produce 90-mile-per-hour straight line winds. They might produce tornadoes. Either not good. Be in the basement. Bring the board games down. Bring the kiddos down. Bring your loved ones down. Bring the pets down too, and just kind of make a nice evening out of it. Put a movie on TV. It's not a school night, so the kids can sit there and watch TV. And try to talk them down. Try to make it easy and simple for them. Comfort them a little bit. And then on the backside, you might have strong winds lasting a while too. So any trees that have been weakened by the first round of wind may come down in the second round of wind. So I'd say until about 9 o'clock Central Time tonight, you should be, if you're in the warnings now, you should be in shelter and just kind of hunkering down to round this one out. But for the time being, definitely concerning storms. That wake low has my attention. The kinks in the line on the leading edge have my attention too. And it is definitely a spicy event. And with that, before I turn it back over to you, Mike, I want to look at the Memphis storm one last time down there. and we'll zoom all the way south. We're hoping this one near Memphis is weakening. We'll see. We're gonna
It
take a
seems
look
like
at
it. But I mean, the rotation, the signature is still there. In fact, I've got to look here. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, I mean it's messy on reflectivity. There's still some spin west of Hernando. It doesn't look nearly as pronounced as before, which is a very encouraging thing. And it's over sort of a rural area. So if you're in Hernando, you still want to be in shelter, but this is not sort of the dire situation we had about 30 minutes ago.
Right. Now we're watching the stream here from Corey Inman, courtesy of our partners at Severe Studios. A lot of lightning. Gives a new reason to LOL. I don't know if you use that one, Capucci, ever in your days being on TV there. LOL, lots of lightning, you know. You can tell it's getting late in the evening, huh? But
we're doing happy hour weather here.
Yeah, big lightning strike there from Corey Inman there. What a day it's been. In fact, I just took a phone call from Storm Chaser Jordan Hall, who's up in Peoria, Illinois still. As I discussed before, weather's hard, right? Let alone to forecast for it, to nowcast for it, to pinpoint it as a chaser, to find where, the worst of the worst can be. Mother Nature is dynamic. So, the evening rolls on, right? But of course, we are still here for you. Speaking of the evening rolling on for you, that QLCS, as Capucci touched on before, 90-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, you're talking roughly an EF1 tornado, but in a wall formation, kind of just coming right at you there. It's like Mother Nature's version of Red Rover, if you guys ever played that game when you were kids. So we're just going to continue to watch this cell here near Hernando. Again, big shout out to everybody in the chat that's been watching us here. In fact, let me just pop over at this here. All right, we've got someone that says they're watching east of Memphis, whether or not that they should seek shelter. Well, it depends on where that is. Oh, you said Collierville? Okay, so you are not in the tornado warning as it stands. You're just east of it there near Tennessee Route 385. But we, of course, are still going to continue to watch that here, being that the center of rotation is still to your southwest. It's not too far away, right? So it's just a matter of being erring on the side of caution here. It's moving very slowly now, Capucci, compared to the way things were just hustling earlier today. But things are... As we mentioned, we don't have the sunlight, so things are, from hitting that extra gear, things are improving in that sense. I still think there will be an overnight wind threat, a lot of rain coming for the folks that are in the path of these storms. But in terms of the real nasty stuff, you've got to hope here that we are on the back nine, if you will, here. So someone says they were watching from the Ozarks. The winds this afternoon were no joke. Those skies were blue. Again, those blue skies aren't always a good thing, depending on what is on your way. Got sirens in Edwardsville, Illinois, and there's that person in Hernando still hunkered down. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, it's just to your west here, this tornado warning. Again, it is a particularly dangerous situation as it stands right now, a PDS that is reserved for kind of the tip of the spear here in terms of tornado warnings, right? It's a tornado warning plus, if you will, right? And that is what we are looking at here just south of Memphis. That is the one area that is, I guess, major metropolitan area that is being impacted right now in the south. Up in the north, we're just going to take a quick look at that. I guess we'll just travel north here. There's that storm that is working its way into Kentucky. I didn't hear from Capucci. I can talk to him in a bit here about his thoughts on this storm. He is. Okay. I thought you were... it's all good, man. What are your thoughts here on this storm? We had someone asking not too long ago about this storm. I mean, Kentucky has kind of been a spectator so far this evening, despite being under a moderate risk. As I said before to somebody, I think that the real threat for Kentucky comes overnight tonight, right? When of course, it's dark. You have big, powerful winds coming in. In terms of any kind of significant rotation, I don't know. I still am a little questionable in that sense, but it's this storm here that is tracking its way east toward Paducah as it stands right now. Just radar indicated rotation, but what are your thoughts on this one, Capucci?
Yeah, right now it looks a little bit strung out to me. What I mean by that is it's not really curving back on itself the way that if I was looking for a really tornadic storm, it would be. It looks a little bit messy to have an embedded supercell structure. There's definitely rotation within there, it's just not really intense. So I feel like at this point, it's on another day, I wouldn't be impressed. In this environment, I have to be impressed, given
Right.
that we've seen so much overachieved thus far. And there were reports of a funnel cloud earlier on as it moved through Bloomfield recently. So, there is some spin. It's northwest of looks like Highway 60, a little bit east of Bloomfield. It's been about looks like let me go back in time. It's been about 15 minutes since it passed over Bloomfield. So that was 15 minutes ago when there was that report of the funnel cloud. I'm not terribly concerned about this, but I still think that in an environment like this, until the fat lady sings, and the fat lady is still in the parking lot, she's not in the building yet, until the fat lady sings, that we should be watching this very closely. And here's what I tell folks: they're under a tornado warning. Nobody wants to spend time down in their hidey hole. No one wants to go down to shelter. No one wants to wait down there, interrupt their lives. But here's the thing: if we said that if you got in the car right now and drove down the road, there'd be a 1 in 5 chance you'd be in a serious car wreck. You'd probably stay home and wait 30 or 40 minutes. Treat it like this: there might only be a 1 in 5 chance a tornado touches down with that still. But regardless, you want to take your precautions because it's such a high impact, even though it's a low probability event. So probably won't happen. Probably won't be a tornado out of this one. But we still want to be taking our tornado precautions as a precaution, because in the event one does touch down, it would be such a high impact event that it's better to be safe than sorry.
All right, so seeing some reports here. Make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, so this is still a PDS. Seems like things, again, we told you to be in your safe place here near Memphis. This is literally what Capucci was just talking about, referring to this environment being favorable. I mean, yeah, this is got two little areas of circulation to look out for there. This one right here is the most concerning right now, approaching Fog Road in 69. We're approaching the 69, 269, and 55 interchange there. Yeah, Erica just sent me the severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect for Chicago, Highland Park, pretty much Chicago and the greater Chicago area. 2-inch size hail and 90-mile-per-hour winds. Woo! Not a time to be outside. It gives the Windy City a whole new reason to be called the Windy City tonight.
Been there, done that, and believe me, you don't want to be outside for that. I have helmets and I have bruises to tell the story.
All right, so we are, again, closely watching this rotation. Again, the person that was watching from Hernando, it is very likely quite interesting right over top of you, literally right now. So remain in that safe place. If you're here in the chat, keep talking to us. We're here. Sean just asked about that tornado-warned storm approaching the Paducah area. We kind of just talked about it. Sean, it's a little strung out, as Capucci put it. I like that description. We are certainly worth watching here, or it is worth watching, and we are worth watching as well. Someone on Twitch just asked about Hernando. Yeah, I mean, Hernando is right now going through it. In terms of what is on the ground, it's hard to say. This system did produce a tornado earlier this evening. I mean, it was flying like a car on the Autobahn earlier today, but things have slowed down considerably, which can be a good or a bad thing, depending on the situation. Capucci continues to touch on the fact that this environment, is very favorable, even though we have lost the sunlight. We've lost. What's up?
I'm so sorry. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado over Eudora, or 7 miles west of Hernando. It is now PDS tornado warning.
Okay.
And what I'm looking at right now, I mean, it's cycled rather quickly. It is now confirmed. Wow. So here's what happened, folks. We have a radar confirmed tornado near Eudora. So what happened is that this thing cycled. So there was a rotation. It kind of petered out. It's the rotation down on the south side. And the new circulation to the left appears to have markedly intensified. So there are two areas of spin right now. One is, and theoretically, Mike, there could be two tornadoes. I
Yeah.
can't say one's petered out. I mean, here's one hook west of Hernando. Here's one hook to the northwest of Hernando. So let's treat it right now like there are two tornadic circulations. Everybody in the red box, you got to be in shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Folks along Interstate 55 actually need to be in shelter right now. That's why we say, you never let your guard down with these. Even though you want to, even though it's been a long day for all of us, for you at home, you cannot let your guard down until the fat lady sings. And like we said, she is still trying to find a parking space. She is not in the building yet. So again, near Hernando, it is right over, it looks like, really, it's looking like it's over the Mid-South Drassage Academy, Zion Hill Mount Baptist Church. It's soon to cross State Highway 51. Then it's heading for Belmont Road, Slocum Road, and eventually Interstate 55. The first circulation will come dangerously close to Hernando. It's this little appendage right down here. So it may stay just south of Hernando. But even still, then we hit the West Oak Grove Church of Christ, DeSoto County Adult Detention Facility, so the jail there. And apparently next to the jail is a A.J. Williams bail bonds. Could impact Magnolia Gardens Drive, Bloom Drive, Magnolia Leaf Drive, a lot of magnolias there, Magnolia Commons. It could impact the Industrial Drive West, and that would be near or just south of the DeSoto County Health Department. So again, the south side of town has the biggest risk from this first circulation here. Now the other one that's producing the confirmed tornado over Eudora earlier on the north end of Arkabutla Lake is this little hook right here. We'll switch over to velocity so you can see it more prominently. This one right here, right over State Highway 69. And that one looks like it would impact the interchange between 51, 69, and 55 near Magnolia Lighting in far north Hernando. Nesbitt, you guys could be in line as well. The Country Haven Mobile Home Park, that's never something we want to see. Hernando Fire Department Station 2, and the Regional Transport Center at the intersection of 55 and Nesbitt Road near the Happy Days Dairy Bar and Restaurant. So again, both circulations could be causing tornadoes. We don't know which, if either, has one, but we do know that it is very impactful. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient, see if we see any debris. Indeed, here's debris. So that northern circulation has a tornado on the ground right now. The little red, actually the little blue splotch you see right here, that is debris being lofted high into the atmosphere, several thousand feet at least, such that it's hitting the radar beam. And actually, Mike, it may come very close to hitting this white dot, which is the Memphis terminal Doppler radar. Just for fun, let's see if we can see anything off here. And right now, let's see if we can put on reflectivity. It'll take a second to load. Yeah, so we can see it's kind of messy. The tiles are getting a little messy right now. But this is one tornado right here. This ball is the tornado. And it almost looks like a hurricane just because you have like one arm reaching in like this, one arm reaching in like this. It's literally swirling the precipitation around it, which is the only reason it can show up on radar. And then obviously here's that ball of likely debris. And then there might be the second circulation further south. Let's see if velocity shows anything. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So, I mean, here it is. Here's that tornado that is on the north side of Hernando. It was extremely strong moments ago, and now is moving almost directly for the Memphis terminal Doppler radar site, may move just north of that. But again, for folks on the north side of Hernando, even as far north as like Dickens Place, Pleasant Hill, I would be in shelter right now. It's not quite as far north as Horn Lake, but I'd say really, if you're in like the Days area, Nesbitt, Star Landing Road, looks like Tulane Road, Nesbitt Road, DeSoto County Driver's License Station, the Entergy, Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses, Summit Church, the Dollar General off Lacey Boulevard. You guys need to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of your building, avoiding windows. Graham Trucking, Curtis Grocery, First Baptist Church of Nesbitt. Nesbitt could take the brunt of this one, and it is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We know it's on the ground. We have lots of radar indicators that it's on the ground. Here's the ball of it literally being on the ground. So again, it's coming very close to the Memphis radar. You want to be in shelter right now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. Really put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you possibly can. To avoid attenuation, we're going to look at the regular Doppler radar from the farther north area, and we'll see both hooks, both circulations. Here's one possible tornado. Here's one confirmed tornado. We'll take a look once again for debris and actually velocity too. And here's the tornado that we know is on the ground right here. The kind of couplet of two different colors showing both converging and conflicting winds over a short distance, i.e. rotation. Then farther south and east, some broad rotation on the side of the storm. And it looks to me like this is the tornado right here. We'll take a look for debris once again using correlation coefficient. Blue is going to show us any irregular spikes. And see, I'm trying to tell if this, I think we might have two tornadoes on the ground right now, Mike. I can't quite tell.
Yeah, I keep thinking that that's the case as well. We're watching Corey Inman's stream too. I mean, of course it's dark, but there's a possibility that with the right lightning flashes that we might be able to get a visual on something. He's approaching it from the west, so we'll keep a close eye on it here. Yeah,
I mean, it's tough because these are obviously two hook echoes. There are obviously two areas of spin on velocity. Here's one, here's one. One thing I'm concerned about with this southern area of enhanced velocity, southern couplet, is that some of this might be what's called side lobe contamination. Basically, the radar, a little piece of radiation on the side of it, hits velocities higher in the storm and maps those lower to the surface. So these winds may actually not be near ground level. And one way we can assume that is because, look, there's no rain here at ground level, but it's showing moving raindrops here at ground level. This blue is kind of at ground level on this plot. And so that tells me that these light blues are likely spurious data. So I'm not sure if there's a second couplet right here. What's throwing me off is that correlation coefficient is showing blue here. This we know is a tornado. It's embedded within the storm. This is showing spiky stuff in the atmosphere, but it's tough to tell if that's just noise or if that's associated, because I mean, there's nothing there on reflectivity, or if that's a second tornado. I'd venture to say noise, but what I'll say is this. We know there's one tornado on the ground right here. This is a tornado. There could be a second circulation intermittently dropping on the south side of the storm, and that's the best we can tell you at this point. We can't confirm anything with that second tornado. We know there's one right here, and that's just a testament to why we have these tornado warnings that cover a decently big area. Anyone in the red box, you want to be in shelter. As far east as the municipal airport, Olive Branch, you guys want to be in shelter now. 78, 269. If you're driving along 302, you're in a sticky situation as well. So Pleasant Hill, you want to be in shelter. As far east as I'd say Lewisburg should be in shelter right now. Not quite as far as Byhalia, but regardless, if you're on the south side of the Memphis metro, you definitely want to be in your tornado safe place, especially for folks really along 269. 269 is that kind of a route that wraps around the city of Memphis. It's like the equivalent of DC's Beltway or Atlanta's perimeter. So, or 128 in Boston. So 269, if you're in the south side of Memphis, just get off the highway. You don't want to be driving in this rubbish. We'll take a look at velocity one more time and see. It looks like the northern circulation actually has begun to weaken a little bit, which is encouraging news. I want to take a look at the Memphis terminal Doppler radar and see what we can see, because whatever circulation there was passed so incredibly close to the radar. Yeah, so here was a tornado just a moment ago, just northwest of the radar. It looks like it is passing by the radar very close. Here it is between the radar and Horn Lake. So I'd say that's probably right over Nesbitt, right over State Highway 51 and Interstate 55. This is where that circulation would be. I know it's kind of messy. The resolution is not great, but sometimes data is a little bit messy, and that's why I have scientists like us to sort through it for you. But it'll stay south of South Haven. This could be a circulation, or this could be the tornado. So it may still be in the ground. The southern one, I don't think is in the ground. Regardless, here it is. It's moving east. Okay, we've covered that one enough for now. It's still a danger. Y'all know it's a danger. I want to focus on what's going on because Chicago is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that warning is wow. Chicago is under a severe thunderstorm warning for winds to 90 miles per hour.
And 2-inch hail.
Yeah. I mean, it's not often that we see something like this for Chicago. So actually, I'm going to screen record this so we can simultaneously post it to our social media to get folks going, to get folks knowing what's going on, just because this is a pretty rare situation to have something this significant for Chicago. And we'll kind of reset folks and let them know what to expect in just one moment. Let me fast forward our screen.
Yeah, and then, of course, people have been asking about this tornado warned cell south of Cape Girardeau and west of Paducah. tough, right? I mean, it's worth cluing in on or watching here, but I don't know. It's not, doesn't stand out to be anything significant as it stands right now.
Yeah,
but of course,
so
we will continue to watch it.
I'm not sure that which one do we have up? Do we have the Mac Mini up?
Yeah, it's yours.
Awesome. Okay, so Mac Mini is up. So folks at home right now who know folks near Chicago, it is imperative folks in the Chicago Metroland area get to shelter right now. Lowest floor of their home or business and avoid windows. Again, the Chicagoland metro area has a severe thunderstorm warning for a 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm. What that means is that storm is, even though it's not a tornado, treat it like it is. Get to your basement, get inside, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows, because keep in mind, when those winds come in, they could be destructive. And that's why the National Weather Service has activated the wireless emergency alerts. Whenever winds get over 80 miles per hour, they do that, regardless if it's a tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning, whatever. In this case, gusts to 90 miles per hour are moving into the immediate lakeshore area right here. Here's a line kind of bowing out a little bit. That's a sign of gusty winds in the backside. And what we're seeing too on the backside right here is a lightning of precipitation. What that says to me is there's likely some air in the backside that is subsiding thanks to low pressure, almost like a wake low, subsiding, drying out a little bit, sinking, warming up. Now it's less dense. It creates a little area of low pressure that reinforces low pressure that's already there, and that helps mix down jet stream momentum from aloft. And so in addition to the leading edge of winds right here, where gusts of 65 to 85 miles per hour plus are possible, you could have strong gusty winds in the backside, which when we switch over to velocity, you see very prominently. On the leading edge right here, very strong winds. On the backside here, look at the darker blues, gusts to 80 miles per hour, even after that initial wind shift line, even after the initial gust within the actual storms. These little tiny circulations too, these kind of kinks in the line, any of them can produce quick hitting tornadoes, which is why it's imperative folks be in shelter now. I think the biggest threat is, of course, for these strong gusty winds, damaging winds too, over 70 miles per hour, but an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. We'll take a look at the radar from, actually, let's see if Chicago's Midway is giving us any good data. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing same exact thing, damaging storms, dangerous storms coming in, very strong winds with this. I know this looks like a bucket of spilled paint. We're just looking at this for our benefit as meteorologists. The data is not loading. Yeah, okay, so here we see obviously the light greens, the light blues, winds of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour, and perhaps a few isolated gusts in the 80 to 90 mile per hour range. So Mike, this is a serious situation. It's not often you see a storm like that in the city of Chicago, and hopefully folks are sheltering as well they should be.
There's another tornado warned storm here that has gotten my attention. I want to be sure I'm keying in on the right one here. Yeah, it's just to the northeast of Champaign, which is where the University of Illinois is. You see this one, Capucci? Right near, is that Hoopston and Fountain Creek?
East of Urbana?
Yes.
Yeah, so that one is what we call a northern bookend vortex. Basically, with these QLCSs, the quasi-linear convective system, these squall lines with kinks of rotation, oftentimes you get one segment, one big stretch of the line that kind of takes off on its own, does its own thing, and the northern end kind of curls back on itself a little bit. That's what we're seeing right here. Now, that northern curl back, that northern bookend vortex, counterclockwise spin, which is cyclonic, meaning it can kind of eventually mature and potentially become a tornadic circulation, which is what's going on right here. And it looks like the Fountain Creek to Hoopston area. And we'll switch over to velocity real quick, and you can see obviously the red against green, or in this case, the brown against red. Here's that northern bookend vortex. Here's where that circulation is. Two colors over a short distance means winds sort of contrasting against each other while also converging, i.e. chance of rotation. And these tornado warnings cover that area. It covers, it looks like Iroquois County, southeastern Iroquois County, and there's another tornado warning for that same circulation over Vermilion County. As of 8:04 p.m., there was a confirmed large and extreme near Hoopston, or 13 miles south of Milford. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. Velocity is impressive. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient, and obviously, wow, yep, there's that tornado, a little bit west-northwest of Hoopston, near Fountain Creek. So let's actually take a look on my maps, Fountain Creek. And this is for Illinois. So again, this is pretty concerning. It is near Hoopston, eventually moving the direction of perhaps Lafayette, Boswell, Fowler. In Hoopston, it looks like Hoopston's a small town, but that said, there are a lot of folks who live there. It's about 5.5 miles southeast of Fountain Creek, and there is that tornado warning in effect. It's soon across into western Indiana, but here again, that little blue splotch, that represents an area where debris is being lofted by the tornado. And obviously, we see that blue splotch follows the same area where the rotation was, so we know it's definitely associated with the tornado. What's happening is debris is being lofted so high that the radar is bouncing into it and saying, hey, wait a second, there are weird shapes in the atmosphere, not rain, not hail, irregular shapes, jagged, kind of spiky. So we know that's likely associated with a tornado and tornadic debris being lofted because they're not natural shapes, not like a raindrop or a snowflake or something kind of nice and simple like that. So we see that is kind of on the backside right here of this curly Q, the northern bookend vortex. There has been a tornado warning dropped, which surprises me because the tornado looks to me, unless I'm missing something here. Yeah, I'm clicking right here. Interesting. They chose to drop the tornado warning east of Rankin, and between that and Houston is very much on the ground still. So even if the warning expired where you are, it might have been just an issue, a logistical issue. That tornado is still on the ground. It is moving to the northeast. And here it is right here at the southern fringe of, it looks like, the southern fringe of Iroquois County. So again, it's a little bit east of Fountain Creek. It is just on the county line, the southern county line. Soon to impact, looks like Wellington. So Wellington, State Route 1, which is also County Road 1410 East, aka Chicago Road, north of Houston by about 3 miles. You want to make sure you're in your safe place south of Wellington. It is just about 10 minutes from crossing into Indiana. And really, it's going to pass over some very rural areas. County Road 14, i.e. East 100 Road North, County Road 2600 East, County Road 2500 East. I'm going to venture to say County Road 2700 East is also involved. So Route 14, County Road 200 North, County Road 300 North, County Road 100 North. A lot of county roads, which is a good sign. That means fewer people out there. Obviously, we don't want anyone to be impacted, but it's good to be over a rural area. The Prairie Green Church of Christ should be hopefully north of where this thing will track. But regardless, if you're in that area, I would venture to say you should be. If there's a basement there, be in the basement. Otherwise, try to get to the lowest area if you can and avoid windows. And ultimately, yeah, Mike, you're exactly right. This thing is a very impressive storm and one that is pretty concerning.
Yeah, I mean, we're not done, right? People that think just because the sun has set means that you're done. Nope, that is not the case. And you come in here to the weather outlooks here. There is one thing we are done with, and that is that high risk to the north. Of course, that did encompass a good chunk of Iowa. The last hurrah, if you will, of that is right now pushing into the Chicago area, as we touched on, right? So that high risk is gone. We are left with moderate risk that stretches from Illinois south into Indiana. Of course, Indianapolis and Indiana has been under this moderate risk all day today. You're now just starting to kind of see the fruits of that labor, if you will. That extends southward into Evansville, Indiana, into Paducah, Kentucky. But we are still watching this high risk area that is in place for the greater Memphis area here. So let me go back in. We are going to shrink down that watch area here. You know, it wasn't too long ago that we saw this. There you can kind of see it's right here using the terminal radar, right? If I jog it back, that's where the rotation is. It's in there. Let me switch to another radar site here. We'll go to the one north of Memphis. And any minute now, the Chicago area is going to be hit by 90-mile-per-hour winds. Again, the windy city, most definitely tonight. So for the folks that were watching in South Haven and Hernando, the good news is that the threat is wrapping up for you, which is good. But this is, again, still in the midst of this high risk. This is just to the east of Olive Branch and County Road 302, State Road 72, and Tennessee 385. For Noel, who's watching in the chat here, the one in Hernando, 2 in Hernando, you're good to go. That has now pushed to the east of you and is moving eastbound along 302 and soon to be on 72. Again, this is still in that high risk area. You know, if I go back here and we turn on high def radar so we fill everything in, I mean, there are still storms coming in, right? From the southwest near the Pine Bluff area. They're training along this route that we've seen them develop along kind of all night and all afternoon, really. Still a few more storms worth watching. We'll take a trip up northward here to Cape Girardeau. Or Girardeau. This is near Paducah. We'll go back to per station radar here, and I'm going to turn that on. In fact, just let me turn off the weather outlooks for right now. And that is one oddly shaped polygon. How about that? Pulaski, Olmsted, Mound City, Olin. All right, so let's take a look at the velocity here. We're kind of just scanning the landscape, if you will. Everything right now, this is radar indicated. No word of a tornado on the ground. Of course, we will let you know if that is the case. Just looking at correlation coefficient. Nothing stands out to me. I mean, there's this trail kind of up north up here, but nothing. I mean, these are just passing storms, maybe taking with it some smaller debris, strong winds rather, but no kind of debris ball signature. I mean, you saw a couple of those earlier today on correlation coefficient. They stick out pretty considerably. Let's go back up here. Now, are we okay? All right, because I saw Louisville, and I'm like, Kentucky is under a tornado warning? I don't think so. But there was there's another, maybe it's Louisville here, and this is for Indiana. Getting faked out by the Cardinals, huh? All right, so this is a pair of tornado warnings. Salem, Kinmundy, Louisville, and Bible Grove. Let's look at the velocity. Yeah, I mean, this is the one that there is some embedded rotation right here, right? Over Omega. Pushing north of 57 there in Salem. In Omega, the folks there, you need to be in your safe place. A central location, a basement would be ideal. As of right now, it's just radar indicated. That being said, yeah, this one is interesting, particularly because it's off by itself, right? So we'll keep a closer eye on that one. Let's keep heading north. It seems like just as soon as we think that we're done with some tornadoes, tornado warnings, more pop up. Yeah, this is the one, another one that really jumps out at you here. Wellington, this is pretty much right over the top of you right here. Wellington, is this Illinois? Oh, it's right on that line. Yeah, this is Illinois. Potentially about to cross into Indiana here. Wellington and Stockland, Illinois. And then that crosses into Indiana, potentially near Earl Park, Fowler, Boswell, and Oxford, along the 41 and 52 interchange.
Yeah, Mike, I'm pretty concerned about that one near the Missouri-Illinois border. Or actually, you said Omega, correct? Is that in Illinois or is that in Indiana? It's right near the border, right?
You're talking about this one near Centralia?
Let me see.
Omega, yeah. That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that one has me especially concerned just because it's, as you were saying, it's kind of isolated, it's discrete, it's right in front of everything. And notice this hole on the radar And this could be sort of where the vortex is. The vortex would be right in the middle of this hole, because keep in mind, this is what we call a BWER, or a bounded weak ecoregion, basically an area where there's so much upward motion, so much suction upwards from whatever vortex may or may not be there, if it's trying to gather strength, that it's lofting, suspending precipitation, preventing it from falling, causing a void, and causing this hole. So again, the vortex would be sort of right here. It's moving for Omega. If there is a tornado on the ground, which we can't know, we know at this point there likely is some sort of vortex trying to organize, but we don't necessarily know if it is going to be reaching the surface yet. Obviously, very strong velocities here. It is near or just south of Omega, moving in the direction of Oskaloosa eventually. But I would venture to say, and we haven't even taken my radar yet? I was going to say, hey, as long as we're not muting me, no one silences Capucci. Actually, some people do. Once in a while. It's probably a good thing for the world. Anyway, Omega is under that tornado warning right now. Immediate tornado precautions need to be taken there. It looks to me like if nothing is on the ground, it's either very close to happening or could be at any point. Moving east at 55 miles per hour. I'd say more of an east-northeast, but this is until 9 p.m. for northeastern Marion County. And eventually it's going to move into, it looks like, Clay County and Effingham counties. And again, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This potential tornado could impact places like Oskaloosa, Louisville, Hoosier, and eventually Bible Grove, which is a very Illinois-sounding place. So again, all jokes aside, we want to make sure folks are taking their tornado precautions. Very important that you try to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you possibly can. So again, anybody in Effingham or Clay counties, we want you in shelter now. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in and avoiding windows. And the reason we're paying so much attention to this lone storm is for that reason exactly. It's alone, it's discreet, it's isolated, it has no neighbors. It's one of the few supercells that remains. Everything else, for the most part, is lined up. But this one, it can take advantage of the full fury. I can't talk anymore. It's been too long. It can take full advantage of what the atmosphere has to offer, all those hostile dynamics, doesn't compete with neighbors, and as a result, can really churn on uninterrupted as it heads towards Newton eventually. So right now it is near Omega, a little bit northeast of Salem, and it could be a problem. If we look farther north, I would like to revisit the Chicagoland metro area just because we have some serious storms moving in, packing quite a punch from a wind standpoint. Again, widespread gusts of 60 to 80 miles per hour are possible, localized 90 mile per hour gusts. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for gusts up to 90 miles per hour. There's a train soon to leave Chicago bound for Milwaukee. It'll be interesting to see if Amtrak lets that leave. I have a colleague who is on that right now. And right now you can see, wow. Oh, this is cool. Huh. Yeah, in any case, you can see, obviously, the leading edge of the winds are right here. So we're looking at gusts to probably 70 miles per hour. I'd say maybe a few gusts to greater. Watch that front of winds just, bam, work right in. And now in these areas right here, we're seeing evidence of winds probably close to 80 miles per hour, soon to move into the metro. Again, the National Weather Service sounding the alarm and really making this a big deal. They say, quote, "These are destructive storms. Take shelter now. Hazard 90 mile per hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail." I'm not expecting big hail with this. I really am not. I think lines like this rarely produce big hail. I do think it'll be a wall of wind, especially collapsing storms like this, because it is trying to outrun the dynamics that gave rise to it. Collapsing storms like this tend to have some big time wind gusts and maybe 1 or 2 tornadic spin-ups. Still tornado warning on the far northern edge of the line, even east of Madison, Wisconsin, believe it or not. There's a confirmed tornado. And actually, there was one confirmed tornado near Elkhorn moving northeast. So we'll zoom in on this one. I believe this is in Wisconsin now, and we'll see where we can find it. So let's see. It's kind of messy here, very messy signatures, not seeing anything obvious. We'll look for debris. And if we back up a little bit, interesting. So I'm not seeing anything that to me would have necessitated confirming it as a tornado. We'll say that we should still be taking tornado precautions. I'll switch radars though, because of course I'm looking from Chicago. I imagine when I look at the radar here, yeah, we'll get a much more accurate picture. So my apologies, I was on the wrong radar. But let's see. We back up a little bit. There was a tornado near Elkhorn. We'll see if we can find any debris on there. It'll take a sec. You know, sometimes
the rotation still looks pretty pronounced for this storm that has pushed through like southern Memphis. Of course, it's in that part of the world now where things are just, there's still a lot of juice, right? But anyway, just figured I'd throw that one out there. Which one are you looking at there with the correlation coefficient?
Yeah, so this is a tornado that hit near Delavan Lake earlier on near Elkhorn, Wisconsin. So we are way up there in Wisconsin. And look, it looked to be on the ground for a little while because there's obviously debris right there, fall right here. We take it out in the future. Here it is. It kind of gets scattered right here. So I don't know if that tornado is still on the ground. I don't think it is. So that's why that tornado warning has been dropped. But there's still one tornado warning for areas near Lake Mills east of Madison, unless that was just dropped too. It's tough to see. We have so many colors. Let's put on our regular rain and snow radar. Yeah, and we see it right here. So here's a tornado warning in effect east of Madison that covers Jefferson County. And the hazard was the potential tornado was located near Lake Mills. We'll switch over to velocity. And yeah, I mean, red against green, it's kind of broad, kind of diffuse. It's along the line, but doesn't take much for a quick hitting circulation to spin up along that line, especially on nights like tonight. Not seeing any evidence of debris over there yet either, which is good news. So for the time being, we are in the clear with this storm. I shouldn't say in the clear, still be in shelter, but no evidence of a tornado with that. But let's revisit way back down here with that Memphis storm, if we can. And my goodness, Memphis has been seeing nonstop storms near it all day. They're very lucky they haven't seen. And, Mike, like you said, it's starting to look a little bit more pronounced. That hook echo is coming back. Velocity is showing, wow, that circulation still trying to become intense. The inflow, the inbound winds, the greens over here are lacking a little bit. The red is a little more pronounced than a balanced mesocyclone. What I mean by that is there's more kind of pushing it along than the storm is inhaling more moist air. So that's the one limiting factor. Still a tornado warning in effect, obviously, and it makes sense for parts of Hardeman, Shelby, Fayette, and Benton counties, as well as Marshall County until about 8:45 p.m. Current time is 8:29 p.m. Central Time. So watching this closely, it could produce a tornado at any point. It is an intense storm. It has a hook echo. It's shaped like a hook. I don't see any debris on there right now, which is good. Did I speak too soon? Okay, so here's the thing. Let me try velocity real quick. What I'll say is this. There is a blue blob that ordinarily I would say, okay, that's probably a tornado. Here's why I'm not sure about it. I think this might be spurious signals because there's no rain here. And sometimes when you have clear air, the radar gets kind of messed up on the correlation coefficient signature. So Mike, what we can say is there's a strong circulation within that storm that's not quite balanced, but it's trying to really become established. It is intensifying. What we can't say yet is there's a tornado on the ground, but we're watching it very closely.
Meanwhile, a new tornado watch has been issued. Stand by, I'll show you where. It is way down here. How about that? This is in effect here for portions of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas until 4 o'clock Central Time. So we are going overnight here in terms of the severe weather threats. You need to have a way of receiving alerts if there is to be severe weather heading your way. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we've got still several tornado warnings that we are keeping a close eye on here. That one up in Wisconsin that Capucci mentioned. We've got the one that has now crossed over from Illinois into Indiana, just to the west of Lafayette. Stand by, I just have to select the correct radar. So that one is part of a larger line as it stands. Yeah, again, you're seeing kind of the occlusion happening here. Now it's starting to look like your kind of garden variety bow echo, right? Where you're just getting that bowing shape. You can see that right here, particularly pushing eastward near Potomac and Rossville. Whether or not that is going to spin up a tornado. Again, you can see everything kind of organizing rather along this kind of central line. I mean, again, if you're going to be dealing with severe weather, I guess you'd rather have it kind of all push forward like this, whereas you have those little discrete storms that are off on their own. Which is, I think, what's happening here with this storm that is tornado warned for, it's either Louisville or Louisville. I know Kentucky is Louisville. They will not tell you otherwise, which is cool. And then we have Bible Grove here in Illinois. But just behind it is a severe thunderstorm warning that, I mean, just looking at it seems to be moving faster. I want to get the speed. 6 miles per hour. Yeah, so that storm there moving at 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, just ahead of it here, yeah, this storm moving at 60 miles per hour. So the storm on the backside will catch up, and I think that you're going to start to see a lot of that energy kind of get sapped away from it. Likely begin to fill in this gap a little bit here from the Pleasant Mound, Vernon, Wilburton area to near Kinmundy, Omega, Oskaloosa. Is that correct? And Iola.
Oskaloosa.
What'd you say, Capucci?
Is it Oskaloosa?
One more time.
Oskaloosa?
Okay. What he said. Likely filling in this gap here. Which again, if you're talking about a tornadic environment like we've been dealing with today, we'll take it, right? You if we're gonna have to deal with something, because it's not like we're just gonna turn it off and it all just goes away. Something weather-wise is coming your way. Let's let that fill in here. Yeah, I mean, it's... All right, let's keep working north. That one is worth watching, of course. Interestingly enough, that this one that crossed now into Indiana, the tornado warning has been extended. Crosses I-65 there, and now pushes into Walcott, Reynolds, Chalmers, Brookston, Round Grove, Monticello. I mean, here is your circulation right down here. Although, again, this is part of the larger line. Capucci, what do you think is happening here? I mean, this is seemingly kind of... I mean, I guess it's the... Man, it's tough to say, right? Because it's all part of this central line. It seems like we just have another QLCS kind of setting up here.
Yeah, so I think what we're seeing right now is the overall, and we're going to throw a lot of letters at folks at home. I think what we're seeing overall is that the QLCS is breaking into an LEWP. Okay, a lot of letters. What the blank does that mean? QLCS is a quasi-linear convective system, basically a squall line with embedded kinks of rotation. We've seen that time and time again with these squalls producing quick-hitting spin-ups. Now, an LEWP is a line echo wave pattern. So basically, the big squall line with the embedded kinks of spin starts kind of going like this and makes one curly Q and one curly Q and one curly Q and kind of makes these little bulges that sort of surge ahead of the main line. And as a result, each of these backward C-shaped bulges takes on a life of its own, sort of fragments, breaks apart, runs away from the rest of the line. And so we're seeing kind of several fragments of this. So each of those little segments of the line have a northern bookend vortex, have a northern kind of region where the line itself curls back on itself, kind of curls back left, curls back westwards. That causes counterclockwise rotation, and you can produce a tornado. So, yeah, in any case, that's what we're seeing right there. And it's definitely something that is concerning because those can be prolific producers of quick-hitting spin-ups that are disconcerting, I'd say, because they come with little or no warning. Obviously, there are warnings out, but what I mean by that is they spin up very quickly. And this sort of vortex, the overarching mesocyclone, the spin, just doesn't want to go away at all.
Yeah. Now, I'm seeing reports here that we have another tornado on the ground. This is that same storm that just passed south of Memphis. Doesn't want to give up. moving right here. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. I mean, yeah, there is debris up there. Yeah, right here, right? Just to the south of Moscow, working toward LaGrange and Grand Junction. Yeah, and this is one of those that's kind of off on its own. Remember, there's still a high risk in place for severe weather, and it is here, right? Over Memphis.
Yep.
Let's keep a closer eye on this one, because this one is off on its own, whereas all of the others are certainly concerning, but they are part of a greater line, right? This is, I believe, one of the few that is off by itself. Yeah, this is confirmed by the National Weather Service. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground right here. So let's stay on this one. Yeah, you just saw the tornado warning get extended here. So that now, let's zoom in here.
Is this, I'm sorry, which storm are we on? My apologies.
Tennessee, no worries, no worries.
Yeah,
so
that's what I thought, the Memphis cell.
Yeah. So it's that same cell from Memphis that just simply does not want to go away. Bear in mind, this atmosphere is, I mean, these storms are loving where it is right now, right? It's like getting out of the pool and just getting back into another pool. You know, you don't experience that, that big cool down, right?
Jeez.
So yeah, Moscow,
Right.
LaGrange, Grand Junction, Salisbury, you are all in the line of a confirmed tornado on the ground. Hickory Valley, you are also part of this tornado warning. So there are a couple of communities here in line here. This looks to be rather potent just to the south of Moscow. Again, a central location in your home. A basement would be ideal if you do not have one. A bathroom, a hallway closet, something on the first floor of your home. A mobile home, not ideal, not a good place to be. Mobile home becomes mobile, simply not a safe location for you. You need to get somewhere that has a foundation, right? Not somewhere that was brought somewhere. As Capucci touched on before, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, enough to topple over a mobile home, and if you're inside, not fun. So let's keep a close eye on this. This is an area of rotation worth watching.
Mike, along those lines, I want to point out that about 5.6% of Americans live in mobile homes, but 54% of tornado fatalities are in mobile homes. An astronomical, disproportionate number of people who die are in mobile homes, way more so than any other type of building type, which is why we tell folks you'd actually be better off in a ditch down the street than in a mobile home during a tornado. So it's unfortunate. It sounds crazy, but yes, you're better off in a low-lying area, crouching as low as you can, than wrapped in sheet metal. Because here's the thing, it's not that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. If you're outside, you might be able to survive the winds. If you're hunkered down to the ground where the winds are slightly lesser, if you're in a mobile home, you'll be entombed in sheet metal. And that is the unfortunate reality that we talked about time and time again. We try to drill into folks every single year. And unfortunately, we continue to see mobile home fatalities like clockwork every single spring. And it's something that we need to sort of educate out of folks. Right now,
I mean, knowing a safe place to go to, I think, is number one, right? Knowing where your local community shelter is, if you don't have one of those, knowing a place of business that you can go to that isn't, a huge store with a fairly flimsy roof, somewhere that is firm and safe to go to, I think is the key. But it's definitely an unfortunate reality of this time of year that, again, mobile homes become mobile, and you do not want to be inside one of them when the bad weather comes.
And if we can take actually my the Mac Mini real quick, I have the radar obviously pulled up. I know Mike is doing that too. I think from a different radar angle because yours looks a little different from mine. But on reflectivity, it is obvious what we're seeing right now. And I want to make sure, did we indeed? Yes, we have pulled up that. Thank you, whoever's in the back running things. So right here, obviously, the tip of the hook echo right here. This is where the tornado is. It's kind of nestled within this. It will be rain wrapped from the southern side. It will be, I mean, it's dark everywhere, so you can't see it anyway. The only place where you would see it, potentially, if it was daytime, would be right here. And you can't see it at night anyway, so don't wait to see or hear it coming. But the reason I say that is because this is directly in the tornado's path. So either you're going to be in the path of the tornado and it's going to run you down, or it'll be invisible from you. So there's no use waiting for secondary confirmation. Don't wait to see it with your own eyes. Don't wait to hear it. Be in shelter now because, look, nobody's possibly going to see this thing coming. And if they do, it might be one of the last things they see. So here you see the red against green, that obvious couplet showing the strong rotation. Where is it right now? Well, it is a little bit west of, it looks like, southwest of Lagrange, southeast of Moscow. It is right along, it looks like, State Highway 72, perhaps actually in northern Mississippi right now, right near the Mississippi and Tennessee border. So this thing's been kind of skimming along in extreme southern Tennessee, extreme northern Mississippi. So what I'll say is that Early Grove in Michigan City in northern Mississippi, and folks, really, if you live along the Mississippi-Tennessee line, you want to be in shelter right now. It looks like this is not a super populous area, but that said, folks in Early Grove, on Early Grove Road, Franklin Road, Yeager Drive, the Hickory Grove Baptist Church, Berry Chapel, the Sim Chapel, you'll want to be in shelter right now, lowest floor of whatever building you can possibly be in and avoiding windows. This is a immediate concern. It is an immediate danger. And again, right now, it looks like it is just crossing the border into Tennessee. So right now, it looks to me to be right near, south of Yeager Drive, almost due south of the Hickory Grove Baptist Church, west of Berry Chapel. It looks to me like, fortunately, that's kind of an area where no one lives. But if it keeps on this path, it could eventually come dangerously close to like east of LaGrange, Grand Junction. Both of those communities are in the tornado warning. I think that areas between Michigan City and Grand Junction and LaGrange along State Route 18, actually right near St. Somewhere Airport, that's actually what it's called, St. Somewhere Airport, could be in the path of this tornado. Mike, I'm very optimistic, though, not seeing a ton of communities, ton of landmarks in the immediate path, which is good news. And that also gives folks farther downwind who are in the populous communities more time to prepare, which is exactly what we want to see. So again, that is encouraging news. I want to, if we can, while we're watching to see where that one goes, and the good news right now, even though it is a confirmed tornado, it looks like at the very least, even though it's a confirmed tornado, we are seeing it kind of pass over more sparsely populated areas. I want to give a quick tour of the other tornado warnings we have ongoing right now. And obviously, we have this one east of St. Louis. That, St. Louis wound up very lucky today. And of course, we're also looking for a better radar angle if we can find one. Mike, what radar? Oh, here we go. KLSX. And we're going to zoom out just a little bit. And here we'll see the obvious circulation right now pushing east of Bible Grove. This was the one earlier on that was threatening Omega. It looks right now like that is no longer the case. It is due east of Omega, east-northeast of Omega. Omega's down here. They're about to get soaked. But over here, you can see that cell is obviously moving east-northeast. There's that tornado warning still in effect. It is right near Bible Grove, 12 miles north of Flora, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So again, that is a concern right now. And the reason we're still concerned about that one is because it's alone, it's discrete, it's isolated, nothing is nearby. Now there's this other clumping of tornado warnings near Lafayette, I believe in Illinois, and actually maybe near the, actually I believe it might be in my apologies, in Indiana. It's close to the border, and we're going to find the closest good radar, which may be this one in Indianapolis. We'll alternate between that and Chicago. Sometimes it's tough to get good radar coverage out here. We're going to wait for that to load real quick. Then we'll also bounce back and forth with Chicago radar. And keep in mind, if it takes a little longer to load, that's just because there are simply so many people trying to use this radar at once. And here's the deal. This kind of a messy signature, a very messy signature. So here's the whole thing. What we're seeing right here is sort of a line segment, if you will. So this whole thing is basically a squall line with embedded kinks of spin. This whole squall line is what we call a QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. Like we said, a squall line with kinks of spin. But the northern side of these often kind of curls back on itself in a cyclonic manner, curls back on itself in a counterclockwise manner. It kind of curls the left. See right here? The northern side kind of goes like this and then swoops back. That, to me, says there's counterclockwise spin. That's why we have a number of tornado warnings here for areas around, for example, Brookston, northwest of Lafayette, along Interstate 65, northeast of State Route 52. Again, it's a very messy signature, but I want to focus on the velocity images because those will tell us what's going on. And here we see it, the northern bookend vortex, actually several kinks in the line right here. Here's one right here. Here's one right here. So these two areas of circulation, definitely very concerning. And for the folks at home watching, do let us know where you're watching from. I actually saw one of my friends from Georgia is watching right now. So to the Georgia Peaches watching, hello, thank you for tuning in. But again, right here, we're seeing two kinks in the line, two circulations with potentially dangerous vortices trying to get going right there. If those vortices sort of consolidate into tornadoes, that will be a big concern. But ultimately, it's this kind of wrap back of the vortex that is, wrap back of rather the the northern bookend vortex that is the most concerning. So what we call the northern bookend vortex, that curl back, that's what we're watching right there towards the northern end of that line of storms. But several tornado warnings there. I think we're down to 5 tornado warnings.
Look at that one, Capucci, just to the west of Memphis.
Yep,
Look to the one to the west. It's training along the same line where we saw storms blow up earlier today. It is discrete. It's off on its own, and the rotation is on the far, like the far rear of it. There you go. You can see it now.
Well, that's not.
It's by itself, right? And it's in a bad spot.
If you want a strong vortex in a storm, discrete is always sort of the option you go to in meteorology. It's a textbook classic thing, and unfortunately, we're seeing that manifest right now. So yeah, we got a new tornado warning in effect for this area southwest of Memphis. It is passing about 3 miles north of the predecessing storm that passed through about an hour ago. It is 7 miles northwest of Marble. The other one was about 3 miles north of Marble, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Again, this is for southeastern St. Francis County, northwestern Phillips County, northwestern Tunica County in Mississippi. And again, these are the same areas that literally an hour ago got hit. Mike, you and I were doing tornado coverage for these same areas. It is deja vu. Lexa came extremely close to being hit last time. Now Lexa is just on the fringe of this storm. Again, we see the green and the blue right there moving towards Rondo. And it's that clear, obvious circulation. So it's discrete, it's low, and it's isolated. It can tap into full fury of the atmosphere, and it has no competitors nearby. And it's riding along the same stalled boundary, same little, there has to be a stalled boundary or something nearby, because these storms keep riding along the same area like train cars on a train track. And to me, that tells me that there has to be either some sort of leftover outflow boundary, so kind of a little difference in temperature or something like that. And oftentimes when you have these wind shift lines from little weak boundaries that we can't always see, there's also an enhancement in streamwise vorticity. What does that mean? Basically, you have a strung out boundary near the ground. It might be 2 degrees warmer on one side of the boundary, 2 degrees cooler on the other side. Doesn't matter. Very weak boundaries that most folks can't notice. However, because of that, on the warmer side of the boundary, you might have a little bit of rising, and on the cooler side, a little bit of sinking. And that causes just a little bit of overturning like this. So there's vorticity or spin in the horizontal direction. A storm like this will come through and tilt that vorticity into the vertical and ingest that. And as a result, suddenly you have a little bit more rotation for these storms to feed off of, and they straddle the temperature gradient. So not only do these storms have train tracks to ride along, but they also have a little bit of extra spin to gobble up, which may explain why we keep seeing tornadic storms form in the same exact area. And yeah, Mike, like you were saying, this is a new tornado warning for parts of St. Francis, Phillips, and Tunica counties in parts of Arkansas and Mississippi. And just when you think it's done, we said this a million times, the fat lady hasn't sung yet. We're not done till the fat lady sings. The fat lady right now is still in the parking lot. She has not entered the building. So Mike, with that, we'll send it back over to you. And I know we have a 1,012 storms to work on.
Capucci, crazy enough, behind the scenes here, both Matt and Erica have never heard that expression before.
No one has heard of the fat lady singing?
Of course I have. I think that they are absolutely in the minority here.
How about this one? You know, when
they said they've heard it, but they don't know what it means. That's crazy. It's wild.
How about the expression like "give so and so a cigar"? Ever heard of that, or never?
I have not heard that, nor have they.
Oh, well, when someone gets an answer right, you say, "Give that man a cigar." Gosh,
I think you stand alone in that one.
You know, I made a joke a few weeks ago. I'll step off my soapbox in a second. I made a joke a few weeks ago that I get along with old people better, and one of my friends said to me, "That's just a generational gap. You'll never be in your own generation." I'm like, well, that's a valid point. But in any case, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and she has not sung yet.
So again, just a little quick tour of all the storms that we're dealing with right now. It's certainly a far cry from earlier this evening or afternoon, whatever day it is. But Chicago now done with its with its severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are now pushing eastward toward Gary, Valparaiso, and LaPorte. We have these tornado warnings here. Let's switch to another radar here. Yeah, so these are north and west of Lafayette, Reynolds, Chalmers, Brookston. There's embedded rotation within this line, but I think if you're bound to see anything out of this, things will happen very quickly, which is for better or for worse. These storms are moving, though, but it's part of a greater line, even out ahead of it here. It's these storms that are off on their own that continue to grab my attention. Looks like this guy's weakening here, near Bible Grove. Well, I mean, it certainly has shrunk. Switch to another radar site here. Yeah. You can see how beefy it was down here. Right here, it looked to be quite problematic. But as it continues to advance, again, it looks like it's kind of beginning to fill in all these gaps up here. Which, again, we're going to take a little victory. This is one of them. We'll switch over to velocity, take a look here. I mean, there's certainly embedded rotation. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying to ignore this storm. Yeah, I mean, right? Little debris signatures. You can see it. It's trying, right? Near Newton Lake there. As soon as that loads up. Okay. And then finally we have these two little discrete boys down here near Memphis. One to the east now. Yeah, I don't like that it's by itself here. Someone said they were expecting a lot worse in St. Louis. I mean, St. Louis kind of dodged a lot today. Iowa, you know, their threat was fierce but quite fast. Meanwhile, it's always been this area here down south that has been the biggest issue. We saw a pretty powerful tornado go through Little Rock earlier today. Yeah, this one still has a pretty weak debris signature on it. Doesn't have a debris ball, right? Yeah, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't take a lot to notice where the rotation is, right here, right? All right. Folks, mind you, I haven't pulled it up here, but we're also dealing with more severe weather early next week. Not at this level, mind you. Okay. All right, so we're going to stay with you here. We've got a couple of more tornadoes to work through here. And then we are getting close to more than likely winding things down for the evening. Of course.
I was going to say, should we do one more tour north to south of all the warnings and then wrap from there, or?
Sure. Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing here. I mean, again, I think the big picture here, if I zoom out here, I think if there's one lesson that folks should take away from this, right? It's that it's the storms that are often off by themselves, that are away from the main line, that have seemingly sprung up out of nowhere. Those are the ones to really pay attention to. Now, very important to understand that it doesn't mean that the storms that are, for example, right up here, moving through Indiana and Illinois, that it's like, oh, it's part of a larger line, it's tornado warned, whatever, I'm not going to pay attention to it. You can still get some very brief but rather intense spin-ups from these greater lines, but more often than not, it's these little guys that are off by themselves. Again, we talked about it before. Storms are very selfish. They do not want to share the available energy with anything else around them, right? So Capucci, let's go through it here as I fix the monitor behind me here that seemingly just turned off.
Sure. So let's see. Do we have mine up? We do. Awesome. All right. So let's start north to south to give you our bearings. We'll kind of zoom out real quick and show you. This is the northern edge of the severe weather. It is actually, we're going to start with this one. Oh, this is a new one. Right near the Chicago lakefront. So we're going to take a look at the, this was 8:57 p.m. Central Time. So actually just about a minute ago, this severe thunderstorm warning near Hobart. So actually, let me switch, tornado warning rather near Hobart. Let me switch to the Chicago radar real quick. And we'll take a look at the one in Joliet. This is for extreme northwest Indiana. I'm going to guess Porter County, given that it's in Valparaiso. My aunt used to live there. And it'll take just a second. Yeah, so look, here's the thing. There was one line. There's a gap. Here's another line coming through. And you can just barely see this little kink in the line, this surge ahead of the rest of the line, right here along Interstate or Highway 30, rather. And that's where we're seeing some velocity right there, some kind of change of wind direction over a short distance. And resultantly, there is that potential for a quick hitting tornado a little bit near and east of Melville. So Melville towards Valparaiso, Porter County Regional Airport, right along State Highway 30. You guys are next in line for a potential tornado. So you have to watch that closely. Now we'll go farther south to our very stubborn northern bookend vortex. I'm going to switch radars once again. We're kind of midway between the Chicago and the Indianapolis ones, but I kind of like the Indianapolis one better for this. So we're going to look in northwestern Indiana, and what we see is kind of messy. There's this kind of curly Q back. There's sort of a line, and then it curls back on itself. We call this the northern bookend vortex. The northern end of the line is curling back, acquiring counterclockwise rotation, forms a broad diffuse vortex. It's a big vortex. That vortex sort of dominates everything around it, and in this case, as a result, you get little spin-ups. That counterclockwise spin manifests in tiny couplets, little spin-ups. And indeed, we see one little vortex couplet. We'll see in just a moment once this loads. There are multiple tornado warnings here, and I will see that in just a second. Here we go. One little vortex couplet right here, one maybe near Reynolds, and then one off the northwest of Monon as well. So two likely tornadoes accompanying this larger overall northern bookend vortex. Again, that's kind of disconcerting to see, but it's still that's gonna be stubborn. That northern bookend vortex is now what we call a mesolow or mesovortex. It's kind of a big swirl in the atmosphere that'll take a while to fully go away. So that enhances vorticity or spin, that enhances low-level easterly winds ahead of it. And so you can have that area of spin kind of progress in the northern end of thunderstorms, even as the storms are trying to die and still spin things up. Then we have this one southwest of Terre Haute. This one is a tornado warning in effect for Crawford County and Jasper County in southeastern Illinois. So it hasn't quite crossed into Indiana yet, but that's the one we were talking about earlier, Mike, because it's kind of ahead of the main line. That is concerning because it's alone, it's discrete, it's isolated. And then we have our two tornado warnings south of Memphis, one southeast, one southwest. Here's the one earlier on that has a history of producing so many tornadoes. It produced a tornado that, it produced many tornadoes. And let's see, it's still tornado warning. The potential tornado was located 9 miles east of LaGrange or 13 miles south of Boulevard, moving east at 50. And Boulevard, Big Hill Pond State Park, Pocahontas, Middleton, Grand Junction, Hornsby, Hickory Valley, Salisbury, Roger Springs, Lisbon, Middleburg, Lacey, Hebron, and Van Buren. You guys are all under the gun to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Again, we see a prominent red against green. There's likely something either trying to form or intermittently on the ground right there. No sign yet of any, actually, that may be a debris signature. It's tough to tell. This little splotch right here may be debris. Basically a little tiny patch where blue is showing up, essentially showing shapes of stuff in the atmosphere that may not be regular shapes, maybe jagged, irregular, kind of spiky in nature, perhaps debris, so like shrapnel and stuff like that. So that is something to watch. And then lastly, south and west of Memphis, we have this storm that will appear in just a moment. Here it is. It's riding the same exact path as before, but just south about 2 or 3 miles. And it's about to cross the Mississippi River once again, pass through the extreme southern parts of the Memphis metro. Actually, I shouldn't say the Memphis metro, but the greater Memphis area, way south of South Haven. Next in line, once it crosses the river, Horseshoe Lake, Arca Butler Lake, and lastly, I'd say north of Tunica. Tunica got close last time. I think this will be several miles north of Tunica. But Micah, a very long day, one that's not quite over yet, but one that is at least wrapping up soon. On our end, folks should, of course, still have a way to be notified of warnings overnight. They can keep it tuned to the MyRadar app. We will notify you, have a way to be notified too, whether it be weather radio. The wireless emergency alerts from one's phone can do it. Make sure they're enabled so they'll wake you up overnight. And ultimately, it's been a long, long day.
A couple of things also worth adding there, Capucci, to what you touched on. I think all of your points were incredibly valid. One thing to bear in mind that overnight tonight, you want to make sure, again, that you have the ability to receive notifications. You want to make sure that you have your volume turned on. I know that some of those emergency notifications will break through, like do not disturb mode or what have you, but just something to keep in mind if you live in any of these areas, being that this will be an overnight kind of situation. Another big shout out to our guy JM on YouTube. Yet another super chat. I think, Capucci, this one may go out to us. It says a coffee cup with the words tired. That's all it says.
Aw.
Big shout out to, I mean, he's donated a bunch of money today. JM, thank you so much. If you can reach out to us on whatchamacallit, on Twitter, send us a DM. We'd love to get linked up with you. He also says this to everybody: muchas gracias to the MyRadar team for the weather coverage and app demonstration today through this evening. We'll be getting much more value out of my already valuable premium app subscription. Thank you so much, JM. Appreciate it very much. Of course, these streams, the video portal, it all comes with the app as soon as you download it, which of course is done free of charge. There are some other premium features within the app that are really cool. Of course, we've showed you a lot of them today with the per station radar features, the ability to look at level 3 radar products, being the velocity scans, being the correlation coefficient. There's so much more. And the cool part is our developers, I mean this with all due respect, they're a bunch of nerds. So are we, though, right? They love it. And they love making sure that you have the greatest app experience at home. We have so much more cool stuff coming in terms of features that are down the road. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I did not mention. Some more praise coming in from Indianapolis. Big shout out to you. Hey, we're just trying to make sure that you guys have the best information possible and everything is right out there for you. So, of course, I would be remiss if I did not give a big shout out to the folks behind the scenes. They can pull up a camera if they may. There's Erica and Matt back there. Oh, Erica's hiding. There she is. We can see Erica. All right. Big shout out to the guys behind the scenes. Erica and Matt have done a lot today. There's Matt. What's going on? Those guys were in Oklahoma earlier this week. We were shooting some content at the National Weather Center, and all of that content should be coming soon. Oh, there's Matt on the phone. All right. Big shout out to the folks behind the scenes. I'm trying to think if there's anything else worth mentioning. Oh, and of course, big shout out to Jack, who's on the phone right now at 10 o'clock at night. So big shout out to Jack for making himself available. I can't think of anything else. So I think we're probably going to wrap things up. I got to remind you, of course, that you still can receive notifications overnight tonight. I got to give, of course, another big shout out to my man Matthew Capucci out in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. I can only imagine that people that are looking in to his apartment there see the glowing purple lights there, which I guess will be getting turned off here momentarily. Capucci, is there anything else that you'd like to mention? You going to get some waffles?
Most definitely. So I'm actually concerned about tomorrow's setup in New Jersey, of all places, New Jersey and the Delmarva Peninsula. And I've been looking at models behind the scenes, rushing back and forth, and I may do some local chasing tomorrow afternoon for my radar because it looks spicy. We'll have dew points near 60 ahead of a line of storms. I think once a cold front comes through, we very well could see a couple isolated tornadoes, even though it's going to be early April from New York. Honestly, New York City could get it down towards New Jersey and even in the direction of the Delmarva Peninsula. So tomorrow could be very evening right near the immediate eastern seaboard.
Well, the weather never stops. It is seemingly never ending, right? And we have another severe threat early next week, so we will keep you up to date on all of that. I can't think of anything else worth mentioning. Again, big shout out to the developers and Andy, of course, our founder and CEO, our fearless leader. Big shout out to the folks out in Colorado and Oregon as well. Big shout out to Darren. I'm just full of shout outs tonight. Darren helped us with some stuff behind the scenes that was not functioning. It is now. All is good. And I think that that's about it. So again, be sure that you have a way to receive notifications overnight tonight. We are seeing the threat kind of lessening. There are still, of course, active tornado warnings out there, particularly south and east of Memphis, Tennessee, where there is still a high risk for severe weather. One more thing worth mentioning. Again, I don't work for Twitter, but I'm going to mention this. It is important. From what I understand, tonight at midnight tonight, you're going to start to see some of those blue check marks for legacy verified accounts go away. And this will also impact accounts that do automated kind of posting, like for weather alerts and warnings and whatnot, some of which, again, are tied into the National Weather Service accounts. So, again, if that is how you rely on getting your pertinent and prompt weather information, you need to be sure that you have a way of receiving alerts overnight tonight. Do not rely on any of those Twitter accounts because they could become a bit unreliable after midnight tonight. Again, still a lot of mystery shrouded in what is happening over at Twitter, but it's certainly worth mentioning. All right, so that's going to do it for the stream this evening. From meteorologist Matthew Capucci in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., to Matt and Erica behind the scenes, to all of our developers that do such a great job every day. I've been meteorologist Mike Linden coming to you live from Orlando, Florida. Stay dry and stay safe, folks. We'll catch you back here soon.